The hero of our story is the strongest sage who saved mankind from the invasion of monsters and their king. But exhausted by the deadly battle, he died. Fortunately for him, this is not the end. He is reborn in the body of a boy 50 years later and enters the Academy of Magic to become the strongest again. Will he succeed? Let's find out. Atsumu wakes up, shocked to find he's alive despite using all his magic. He questions the situation and doesn't believe he's still alive. Looking at himself in the mirror, he's shocked by his new appearance. A doctor enters the room along with a nurse. She addresses our boy as Kusanagi, and he becomes more confused as he hears the unfamiliar name. The doctor asks him to lay down and tries checking his injuries. He removes the bandages and is surprised to find that the protagonist has been healed completely. He is unable to believe what he's seeing. The doctor remembers he was in horrible condition just the other day after a traffic accident and losing consciousness. He wonders how the boy has already healed so quickly. The doctor thinks it's like being healed by holy magic. Kusanagi is confused to learn about the traffic accident and reveals that his body can automatically heal itself using holy magic powers. He asks the doctors if his magic power has run out, but they don't understand what he's trying to say. He tells them he was in the middle of fighting monsters during the calamity. The doctor and nurse both get shocked by his words. The doctor asks the boy if he still remembers his name and the year it is right now. Ichikami states his name and believes it is still 1970. But the doctor assumes he is experiencing a sequela and calls it a memory impairment issue. The doctor informs the boy that his real name is Kusanagi Minato, and the current year is 2022. Kusanagi becomes confused, and it's hard for him to believe all of this. He looks at the doctor and assumes the guy is telling the truth. He notices a TV and wonders how it is so thin and has such a clean image as well. The protagonist finds a calendar and confirms it really is 2022. He is shocked to see a thin device in the nurse's hands. Our boy becomes confused and starts wondering if he really is in the future. The doctor reveals some information about the calamity our boy mentioned. He remembers it happened 50 years ago, but never happened again since. The protagonist is unable to believe his words and questions what happened to all the monsters. The doctor calls it a peaceful era and reveals that there are barely any monsters now. Kusanagi finds out the world has finally achieved true peace and becomes relieved. He thanks God and starts smiling. The doctor tells him that Ichikami, the person he is talking about, died in the calamity 50 years ago. He is considered a hero who sacrificed his own life to save the world. The doctor doesn't believe Kusanagi is Ichikami Atsumu. Our boy assumes he died 50 years ago and somehow was able to reincarnate into Kusanagi Minato. He does not understand how this happened, and as a week passes by, he finally enters his apartment and checks out Kusanagi's room. He feels sad as he learns about the old Kusanagi's life. His parents passed away when he was just a little kid. He also got kicked out by his new foster parents and was sent to a shitty boarding school. Ever since all this happened, Kusanagi has been surviving using his parents' inheritance. The protagonist has never heard of something known as reincarnation magic. He wonders if the reincarnation he is experiencing is the work of a god. Maybe it all happened randomly. He looks at Kusanagi's Magic Academy card and remembers that back in his days, there was no such thing as a Magic Academy. He finds it interesting. All of a sudden, his phone starts ringing. He wonders what it is and picks up his phone. He sees someone named Tadano calling him, but doesn't understand what he should do. Kusanagi decides to ignore it and throws away his phone. It keeps ringing, and a message pops up. Tadano says he knows our boy got discharged from the hospital and requests Kusanagi to come back to school already as he is running out of money. The next day, our boy attends the Magic Academy, and as he enters the school, he starts looking around. He finds it exciting to be attending school again as an adult. As he is enjoying the moment, he notices a random student use his magic abilities to attack a dummy doll. Kusanagi becomes disappointed to see the scene and wonders why everyone has such weak magic powers. He observes more students and realizes all of them are complete crap. It's hard for him to believe. He remembers even the newbies from his time were 10 times stronger than these pathetic students. He doubts they will ever succeed as magicians, and even though it is a peaceful era, he doesn't understand why magic declined to such an extent. He enters his classroom and finds his chair. He starts feeling excited about his academic life and wonders if he has any friends in the classroom. Suddenly, a red-haired student appears with 2 more kids. He questions why our boy ignored his texts, even though he is just Kusanagi. The protagonist doesn't recognize the guy, so he politely asks his name. Tadano becomes angry and kicks the table as he states his name again. He calls Kusanagi weak and a piece of trash, but our boy doesn't take him seriously. He suddenly remembers it's the guy who was calling him. He assumes Tadano is his friend. Tadano smiles wickedly and pulls out his hand, asking for money. Kusanagi assumes he's a good friend and holds his hand passionately, hoping they can get along well. Tadano becomes angry and grabs him by his collar while demanding money. He tries to scare Kusanagi and believes he has a lot left from his parents' inheritance. Kusanagi finally understands the situation and finds out that his old self was being bullied. Tadano tries to throw a punch to put our boy in his place, but out of nowhere, a blue-haired girl with a beautiful face enters the classroom. She wishes everyone a good morning. Her pretty smile calms down Tadano. He decides to let our boy go but makes it clear that he is expecting money from him later. Kusanagi becomes annoyed, but the bully finally leaves the classroom. The class finally begins, and the teacher starts talking about the Great Calamity, also known as the Final Calamity. 50 years ago, monsters appeared all across the world, and humanity despaired because of them. But the great sage known as Ichikami Atsumu remained determined to save humanity. He never gave up and destroyed all the monsters by himself. He finally confronted the demon god known as the Calamity Boss, the reason behind the whole phenomenon. Ichikami risked his own life to defeat the final boss, and ever since that day, Calamity has never returned. The teacher starts asking the students about the great sage. The blue-haired girl from earlier raises her hand. Her name is Mizuha. The teacher gives her permission to answer the question. She says Ichikami is the great sage and the first ever magician who survived the first calamity. He is also behind the reason their academy was built. Her eyes start sparkling with excitement as she shares that Ichikami is the hero of humanity, the idol of every magician across the world. The teacher confirms she is correct and teaches the class about the great sage who survived the first calamity and was the first to learn how to use magic. The academy was created to make more magicians just like him. He is the strongest magician in human history. The teacher advises them to learn about him and prepare for the upcoming test. The protagonist starts feeling embarrassed as he hears everyone praising Ichikami. He was not expecting such torture and starts regretting joining the academy. He remembers what the doctor said and assumes everyone has weak magic because now the world is at peace. He looks outside his window and starts smiling as he enjoys his new peaceful life. The teacher finally ends the class and hopes everyone is prepared for the magic power assessment exam tomorrow. Tadano approaches the protagonist again and asks if he heard what the teacher said. He is excited and believes it's going to be fun seeing Kusanagi's dogshit magic abilities. Our boy wonders why the bully isn't shutting up. He decides to leave the classroom, and as he walks away, Tadano points out that even his parents had no magic abilities. The bully calls him an orphan and starts laughing at him. The protagonist finally starts talking back. Tadano becomes angry as he hears Kusanagi insulting him. His patience runs out, and he starts activating some kind of fire magic. The classmates become shocked and try to stop him. One of them wonders if he is really going to use such a spell inside the classroom. Tadano fires the magic spell towards our boy, hoping he dies. The blue-haired girl moves forward to stop him, but she ends up being too late. As he sees the fire blast coming towards him, the protagonist stands completely unfazed. The magic attack hits him hard, and all the students step back. Mizuha calls it stupid and warns him not to use magic in such a meaningless fight, not wanting anyone hurt. Tadano defends himself, blaming Kusanagi and refusing to accept his fault. The students grow concerned about our boy, but as the smoke clears, Kusanagi comes out unscathed. The students are surprised, and he admits he got caught off guard. Tadano, scared, questions why Kusanagi is still standing despite taking the magic attack head-on. Our boy can easily defend against level 1 magic with his barrier without using powers. He tolerated the insults because Tadano is just a child, but now believes he must be punished. With a cold expression, he moves toward the bully. Tadano sweats anxiously, and Kusanagi unleashes his magic. The students freeze, unable to move, all questioning what's happening. Mizuha wonders what's going on. Kusanagi walks toward Tadano, moving his hand forward. Tadano nearly shits himself, but the teacher intervenes, entering the classroom and asking about the sound. He questions if anyone is using magic inside. Kusanagi assures him there's nothing going on inside, believing the magic came from outside. The teacher remembers no magic activity today, but our boy says someone outside their department might be practicing. The teacher demands an explanation for the smoke, and Kusanagi answers it came from outside. The teacher believes him, orders the class to return to their seats, and resolves to find the culprit. Kusanagi apologizes with a smile and decides to create false evidence to close the case. All the students, including Mizuha, are surprised. Tadano grits his teeth in frustration. The protagonist believes the students are weak and doubts they can kill a monster. Though the calamity ended 50 years ago, he knows dangerous monsters may still exist. He decides to check it out. At night, he enters old Shibuya using magic circles, observing the ruined city and remembering what it looked like in his past life. He finds no monsters and assumes the police handled it. Suddenly, he senses a monster's aura and a human nearby and quickly moves to investigate. A monster corners a white-haired girl who cries in fear and begs for her life. The monster moves to eat her, but the boy intervenes. The monster roars in pain and dies in one attack. The protagonist notices a police badge on her clothes. Assuming she's from the magician police, he advises her to be more careful next time. She thanks him, but he summons circles and leaves. She wonders who he was, thinking he's a great magician but questioning how he defeated the monster without chanting. Kusanagi feels glad his face is hidden, not wanting attention since he's newly reincarnated. He's surprised to see a police magician almost die to a weak monster and assumes even the police are weaker now. He doubts people from this era can defeat monsters. The whole new generation, including students and police, is much weaker than before. He smiles, realizing humanity needs his powers again. He starts moving, deciding to defeat all the monsters in the area. The next day, at the academy, the teacher asks everyone to get ready for the magic power test. He hopes they measure both attributes and the amount properly, as they're crucial if they want to pursue a magician profession. Our boy questions why his powers can't be measured without the weird device, understanding its necessity for students but wondering how a teacher can be unaware that magic perception is a foundation of magic. Mizuha steps forward and asks if it's the right time. The students notice them talking and wonder why Mizuha is calling Kusanagi out. She introduces herself as the second daughter of the noble magic house Mizuha Yuika. He doesn't understand what a noble family is, so she explains it's one of the 4 leading noble houses, heads of magicians. He doesn't recognize her and remembers no noble families during his time. Observing her weak magic, he wonders why she brags about her family of prominent magicians with such a pathetic magic level. Mizuha asks why he's uninterested, hoping he'd be more grateful. Tadano grits his teeth in jealousy, wondering what they're talking about. Kusanagi asks why a magic noble would talk to a lowlife like him. She gets annoyed but tries to keep her dignity, thinking she must act properly as a noble. He questions if she has a mental issue. Mizuha recalls the magic blast that did 0 damage to him yesterday and wonders if there's a reason behind it. She tries to bring it up, but the teacher interrupts, telling the students to get ready for measurements. Kusanagi takes the opportunity to walk away, smiling. Mizuha decides to wait and see his real powers after the assessments. Tadano confidently unleashes his powers, showing 1000 magic power with a fire attribute. He celebrates his improvement. Kusanagi notes that the standards are the same as in his time. Next, Mizuha steps forward, unleashing her magic. Her attribute is water, and her magic power is 2000. Everyone is surprised, and the teacher praises both her and Tadano, saying they're at the top and will make great magicians. The students start praising them too. Kusanagi, disappointed, calls it a joke, thinking 2000 magic power is no better than amateur level. Mizuha looks smug, trying to show off her noble family's power. He wonders why she's proudly looking at him. Suddenly, he hears the teacher call him for assessments. As he walks toward the device, he hears students talk about his results last year. Despite excelling in studies, he ranked lowest in magic. Tadano, thinking Kusanagi has 0 talent, looks forward to seeing him embarrass himself. Mizuha wonders how much power Kusanagi is hiding but doubts he can surpass her. Irritated, Kusanagi remembers standing out in his past life, which was annoying. He considers holding back but decides to go all out, unleashing everything with a smile and challenging the machine to handle the power of the greatest sage in history. The machine glows and a beam of light shoots out of the building, noticed by 2 students from different classes. Mizuha is confused as the machine starts acting strangely. It glows more before a huge explosion breaks it. The students scramble to save themselves from the blast. Our boy is disappointed the machine broke, thinking he barely even tried. He doubts any of his classmates could sense his magic power. The teacher, concerned, asks if everyone is fine. They assure him they are. He asks Kusanagi if he's okay, commenting that he got lucky, standing in the middle of the explosion. The teacher wonders if the device malfunctioned. He's worried it's now impossible to measure Kusanagi's magic power and attributes. Kusanagi asks why he's so concerned. The teacher says he was hoping to split the students into groups for combat class, but can't decide without the assessment results. The teacher asks Tadano to take Kusanagi in his group. Tadano agrees, seeing an opportunity to bully our boy. The teacher is relieved, glad it's Tadano. The bully approaches Kusanagi, saying he looks forward to their combat class, his face twisted with an evil expression. The students reach Old Shibuya, and the teacher explains that there are still a few monsters living inside the city, which was destroyed by the Great Calamity. The magicians and police regularly come to this abandoned city to fight the monsters that are still living here. The students of the academy are also required to help with this for some reason. The teacher assures them not to stress, since most monsters have already been taken care of by the pro-magicians and police officers. Our boy wasn't expecting a practical class. He hopes the students can take out a few monsters, since they'll be working in groups. He remembers coming here last night but feels weird as he senses a few monsters nearby. He remembers that he cleaned the place properly yesterday. He doesn't find any signs of disaster nearby, and questions why more monsters keep appearing in Old Shibuya. He hears a few girls talking about competing with each other. Despite it being a practical class, our boy is surprised to see the students acting so carefree. Mizuha carefully observes Kusanagi for some reason. The teacher starts the practical class and hopes everyone can work with each other well. Tadano notices the protagonist and calls him. He approaches our boy with his group and advises him to stay where he is and avoid getting in their way. Tadano makes it clear he won't go easy this time if Kusanagi gets carried away like before. The protagonist doesn't understand why they don't just ignore him if they hate him so much. Tadano becomes angry and orders him not to talk back. He doesn't understand why Mizuha still talks to Kusanagi even though he's totally trash. Our boy is astonished to hear this and finds out that Tadano has feelings for Mizuha. Tadano becomes enraged. The protagonist notices something, and the bullies try to attack him with their magic powers. But he warns them to stop. Tadano makes it clear that his apology won't work this time. Kusanagi asks him to look behind, but Tadano believes he's trying to play some kind of stupid trick to save himself. Tadano looks behind, and the whole group of bullies finds a tall monster standing behind them. They all start sweating anxiously and question why there's a demon soldier in this abandoned city. The other bullies hype up Tadano and believe he can defeat it. He assures them he will win, though with an anxious expression on his face. He moves forward and attacks it with his fire magic. An explosion occurs as it hits the monster. Tadano and his friends become relieved, but as the smoke clears, the monster stands unscathed in front of them. Tadano sees no scratch on it and becomes terrified. Our boy reveals that his pathetic level 1 magic won't do anything to a demon soldier. As the monster moves forward, the whole group gets terrified. They all fall to their knees and start shivering. Tadano's eyes get teary, and he wonders if his life ends here. He pathetically pisses his pants as well, but just as he is about to be killed, the demon soldier notices our boy's power. It becomes scared and takes a step back. Kusanagi moves forward and is surprised that the monster was able to sense which one of them is the strongest. He faces the demon soldier himself and unleashes his power. The monster starts going all out as well and summons multiple magic circles. Tadano and his group doubt the protagonist can defeat it. They all accept their death. The monster pulls out some level 2 magic called Rock Break. A huge rock is about to hit our boy, but he stands unfazed and smiles. He pulls out a level 1 magic called Fire Arrow and throws it toward the demon soldier. His fire arrow completely destroys the rock thrown by the monster. It hits the demon soldier as well, and a huge explosion occurs. Tadano and his gang partners open their eyes. They're shocked to see the monster died. Tadano questions what's happening and wonders if Kusanagi is behind all of this. He doesn't believe it, and thinks it's impossible for someone like Kusanagi, but our boy lets him know that if he is the one using it, even level 1 magic is enough to defeat the demon soldier. He finds it strange to see such monsters appearing in Shibuya, even though he just cleaned the whole place and defeated all the monsters in this area yesterday. He thinks maybe it's some kind of bad omen before a big disaster. The protagonist wonders if he should take the whole situation seriously. Suddenly, he gets flashbacks of the destruction he saw in his previous life. He had to watch many people, including his loved ones, die in front of him. He becomes a bit sad and squeezes his fist. The protagonist becomes determined to save humanity, even if the calamity ends up happening again. The other bullies admit they saw Kusanagi defeat the demon soldier. They wonder if it's the same Kusanagi they know. Tadano becomes frustrated and punches the wall. He feels angry and doesn't understand what's happening. Meanwhile, Mizuha observes everything from behind and is surprised to learn more about Kusanagi. Mizuha pulls out a level 1 magic called Aqua Saucer and easily defeats a weak monster. Her classmates are astonished, so they start praising her. She feels irritated and wonders why ordinary people get impressed so easily. She believes it's just because she's a genius. Suddenly, she finds Tadano's group. Mizuha asks her group members to handle the rest and leaves. She thinks Tadano might be bullying the protagonist again and feels excited. She quickly runs to watch them so she doesn't miss this opportunity. She stands behind a wall and takes a peek. Mizuha becomes shocked as she sees a demon soldier. She doubts they can take such a monster on in battle. But despite being scared, the girl decides to help them since she belongs to the Mizuha family. She is confident she can do something. Mizuha runs toward the group, yelling at everyone to start running. Suddenly, a huge wave of fire magic gets launched in front of her and hits the demon soldier. Kusanagi takes down the strong monster in one attack. Mizuha is shocked and wonders if our boy is behind all of this. She remembers Kusanagi used to be a shy kid with trash magic powers. The girl is unable to believe she's looking at the same Kusanagi. She was watching closely and didn't even hear any chanting. Mizuha doesn't understand how it's possible for him to defeat a demon soldier with just level 1 magic without even chanting a single spell. It's all too hard for her to believe. She understands that every demon's strength is determined by the number of crystals they have on their body. This method is also used to establish a ranking between demons. Magical beasts are rank 6, demon soldiers are rank 5, demon captains are rank 4, demon generals take the 3rd rank, the demon king comes at rank 2, and lastly, the strongest demon, also known as the demon god, is rank 1. These numbers are all fixed for each demon, so every modern magician knows at least level 3 magic is required to defeat a demon soldier. She doesn't believe level 1 magic is enough to beat it. Kusanagi starts walking in her direction. She knows she has no reason to hide, so she peeks again and looks at the protagonist. He calls her out for peeking around like this. She becomes embarrassed and questions how he found out. Our boy thinks it would be stupid not to know since she is a mage. Mizuha gets confused. He's disappointed to see they really can't sense magic at all. The boy starts walking away. She tries to stop him, but he doesn't listen and keeps moving forward. Mizuha demands an explanation and starts running behind him but finds no one in the alley. Kusanagi jumps up a building and feels irritated as he sees the girl doing her best to find him. He decides to check around for monsters and learns there are no demon soldiers in the area left, but the number of magical beasts is still a lot. After seeing Tadano's pathetic performance in front of a demon soldier, he doubts other students are capable of taking on magical beasts. The protagonist decides to get rid of a few magical beasts. His body starts glowing suddenly as he activates his magic. He's able to cover the area around the abandoned city, so he pulls out 2 magic circles and uses his level 2 magic called Barret. Multiple beams of light shoot out into the sky and spread across Shibuya. Tadano and his group notice the beam of light. They think they are seeing shooting stars. Mizuha recognizes it as magic and wonders who unleashed multiple magic abilities at once. Somewhere inside Shibuya, 2 students become surrounded by magical beasts. They become hopeless as they see multiple monsters approaching them at once. They both give up and accept their fate, but as the monster moves forward to kill the girl, it suddenly stops and starts screaming in pain as it gets hit by the strong beam of light. The students ask each other if they're fine. The protagonist watches everything from above. He feels amazing killing all the monsters. He sees all of them dropping dead and suddenly realizes he overdid it and ended up killing almost all the monsters in Shibuya. Kusanagi becomes concerned and wonders if the class will still proceed after this. He regrets not holding back. He uses his magic circles to move around the city and finds a hidden alley to land. He doesn't want to hide his powers more than necessary, but all the attention is annoying. He joins his classmates and teachers. The teacher checks a magical beast's dead body and wonders why so many are left. He thought most had already been hunted down or died. He believes a skilled individual just killed them, since killing a monster in a single strike isn't easy. He remembers the magic that killed the monsters. He knows firing so many magic bullets falls under the null attribute. Astonished, he admits he's never seen such a thing before. He admits things would have gotten out of hand without the magic bullets, knowing even firing 2 is an impressive feat. The teacher is in disbelief and understands that if the number reaches 6 or more, no average student can use such magic. The students yell in frustration, asking why they had to face so many monsters and almost lose their lives. The teacher bows and apologizes. He recalls confirming with the police that most monsters had been wiped out already and regrets not double-checking with the school. He genuinely apologizes for putting the whole class in danger. A female student asks if someone came to save them. The teacher says he has no idea but adds that it wasn't the police or an official mage, but likely some illegal magician. He thanks the unknown savior in his heart. Our boy smiles as he listens to the teacher indirectly praise him. He notices a few students discussing his magic bullets, all wondering what they were. Kusanagi is relieved to see everyone is okay, even his bullies. Tadano grits his teeth in frustration. The whole group of bullies stares at the protagonist. Mizuha remembers seeing Kusanagi defeat a demon soldier alone with just level 1 magic, followed by some kind of infinite magic. She wonders if Kusanagi is behind both. Fire and null are different attributes, and she doubts any student can have both, even Kusanagi. She calms down, thinking it's impossible for him to have 2 attributes and assumes someone else is behind the null attribute. She still doesn't understand how Kusanagi defeated the demon soldier alone. Tadano's group suggests he might also be behind the laser beams. Tadano calls it impossible, but his friend reminds him that Kusanagi defeated the demon soldier too. Tadano becomes angry and warns his friend to shut up or he'll die. His friends become terrified. Tadano makes it clear he'll never believe someone like Kusanagi is capable of such feats. He thinks Kusanagi is hiding something. His lackeys agree and remember how much of a coward Kusanagi is. Tadano screams in rage, saying he'll prove Kusanagi is cheating. He's determined to push Kusanagi into a corner and force him to reveal his true identity. After school, Kusanagi walks out and gets surrounded by a huge gang of bullies. Tadano steps forward and says he's been waiting patiently. The protagonist feels irritated and advises them to put that persistence into learning magic instead. Tadano believes he has no right to say such things since he cheats too. Kusanagi is confused by the accusation of cheating, but Tadano insists he's definitely hiding cheap tricks. Tired of their nonsense, Kusanagi realizes there's no point reasoning with them. Tadano orders him to follow. He praises Kusanagi for not running away. Kusanagi clarifies there's no reason to. Tadano doesn't believe him and attacks, throwing a punch, knowing Kusanagi won't use magic in a public park. The punch hits his face, but he remains unfazed. The bullies gang up on him, attacking, but he remains patient and doesn't fight back. Tadano asks what's wrong, assuming Kusanagi can't do anything without his magic. He continues attacking, making it clear he won't stop and will kill Kusanagi even if he begs. The protagonist feels disappointed. Their attacks don't even scratch him. His magical powers automatically defend him from any physical attack. Annoyed, he decides to act hurt to satisfy Tadano. Suddenly, someone appears behind and questions why they're attacking Kusanagi. Tadano looks back and sees it's Mizuha. The bully becomes embarrassed and tries to clarify. He tells Mizuha they're just playing around. She doesn't fall for his bullshit and calls him out for bullying Kusanagi. She is disappointed to see her classmates acting this way and wonders if they don't feel ashamed because of their actions. Tadano feels weird but blames all of it on Kusanagi. He thinks Mizuha hates him now, all because of him. She grabs the protagonist's hand and starts dragging him out of this whole mess. Tadano notices her grab Kusanagi's hand. He feels jealous and gets fed up. Tadano stops holding back and loses his patience. He tries to throw a magic attack towards our boy. Kusanagi becomes annoyed. Tadano gets ready to end his life, and his lackeys activate their magic as well. Mizuha questions why they're acting this way. The whole group throws a fire attack towards the protagonist. Mizuha knows how dangerous it is, so she tries to save Kusanagi, but she is unable to make it in time. He takes all the attacks head on. Tadano laughs confidently as he believes no trashy tricks will help Kusanagi save himself from this much power. His lackeys get concerned and wonder if he died. Tadano calls them stupid for worrying so much. He makes up a story that they just used magic outside of school, and it ended up getting out of control. Kusanagi just got caught in the whole mess, and that's the reason he got hurt. The lackeys believe they took it too far. As the smoke clears, Kusanagi says he was trying to be patient since they're nothing more than brats to him, but their stupidity can't be cured unless they get punished. He gets ready to teach them all a lesson. Tadano is surprised to find him alive even though they threw such powerful magic spells at him. Kusanagi becomes serious and tells them they shouldn't have dragged Mizuha into their fight. He wonders how rotten they are for acting this way. Tadano screams and blames both of them for this mess. He thinks they should regret making a fool out of him, so he pulls out another magic circle and announces they will all keep attacking till Kusanagi finally drops dead. Our boy pulls out a tiny magic circle. The bullies laugh at him and call it crappy. They assume he's bluffing, and all of them attack at once with everything they have, hoping Kusanagi finally dies. The protagonist uses magic drain. Weird green tentacles come out of the small circle and grab the whole gang. They all become terrified and try to free themselves but fail miserably. Their strength gets sucked out, and the bullies start falling unconscious. Tadano and his lackeys stop moving. Kusanagi is disappointed. He was expecting them to last a little longer than this. He hopes the bullies reflect after this and get their shit together. Mizuha becomes confused. She wonders if she saw magic just now. She is surprised to see the whole gang got knocked unconscious but doesn't understand how it happened. Kusanagi gets up and tries to leave, but Mizuha stops him and asks what happened. She asks about the magic as well and remembers he couldn't even cast a weak spell just a few days ago. She questions who he is. The protagonist becomes annoyed by her behavior and questions her. He advises her to do something else instead of asking so many weird questions. Mizuha starts blushing. She shows her gratitude and thanks him for saving her. The girl requests him to now answer her questions, but she doesn't find him anywhere. She becomes embarrassed and questions why he left her again. At night, Kusanagi enters Old Shibuya again and uses his magic circles to move around. He had a bad feeling during the daytime, so he decided to come and check what's happening. He finds more monsters in the area, even though he killed all of them during the daytime. He believes it might be some kind of bad omen. The protagonist is confident he can handle it all alone if the monsters are only appearing in Old Shibuya, but he's able to sense more in other places. He thinks it might be too much for the police, and there's barely any good magicians as well, but he doubts he can defeat monsters all across the country alone. He doesn't know what to do, so he decides to form a plan first. He thinks of starting by wiping out all the monsters in Old Shibuya first, while avoiding any kind of attention. He uses his magic bullets again and kills multiple monsters at once. A drunk guy enters a dangerous place without realizing it. Suddenly, a monster appears behind him, but it gets taken care of by the protagonist instantly. The guy notices him but blames it on his imagination and starts leaving. Our boy hopes he didn't get seen by the guy. He uses his magic circle and jumps out. Someone catches him and records everything on his phone. The guy feels astonished and believes his video will definitely go viral. He doesn't waste a second and posts it online. The next day, Tadano, Kusanagi, and Mizuha are called out by the principal. The class teacher says he was informed that some students used magic outside the school grounds, and makes it clear that any students caught will be expelled without hesitation. He allows them to explain themselves. Tadano points to the protagonist and tries blaming everything on him, claiming our boy came looking for a fight. Kusanagi feels impressed by how easily Tadano lies and realizes he has no other choice but to speak up and defend himself, even though it's very annoying. As he's about to say something, Mizuha speaks up and defends the boy. She tells the principal they're all spitting lies and reveals that Kusanagi was the one being bullied by Tadano and his friends, who fired magic attacks at him first. The teacher listens carefully and finds out our boy used magic too. She calls it self-defense and thinks it's not his fault since he had no other choice. Kusanagi is surprised by her. Tadano tries to tell the teacher they're innocent too, but Mizuha shuts him up and calls him out for his actions. She calls him a bad person for bullying Kusanagi and then blaming everything on him when faced with consequences. She doesn't understand how he's not ashamed of himself. Tadano calls the protagonist trash and says he doesn't deserve to be in this school, justifying his actions by saying he was just trying to clean up the trash. Mizuha makes it clear that he's the trash and not worthy of the academy. Tadano, still arrogant, says he's at the top of the class and the only one worthy of standing beside her. Kusanagi doesn't deserve it. She doesn't understand what he's talking about. Tadano warns her not to cover for Kusanagi and to open her eyes, advising her to become his woman. She's disgusted and tells him there's no chance she would ever choose trash like him. Tadano is shocked by the rejection. She rejects him for his violent nature and calls him stupid for confessing in such a weird situation. Our boy understands why she said that but thinks she overdid it. Tadano falls unconscious after hearing the rejection. Since he and his friends are the bad ones here and Kusanagi was just protecting himself against their magic attacks, the principal makes it clear he doesn't need students who selfishly use magic and hurt others. He expels Tadano and his group. Tadano's lackeys try to defend themselves, saying they were just doing whatever Tadano asked them to do. The teacher allows Kusanagi and Mizuha to leave and go back to their classes. They both leave the principal's office. Mizuha gets angry and calls Tadano the worst guy ever. Our boy asks what's going to happen now that they're expelled. She explains there's no chance they can ever become magicians, which is pretty obvious. She doesn't understand why Kusanagi didn't speak up for himself. He says he was about to, but she didn't give him a chance. Suddenly he remembers something. She asks what's wrong. Kusanagi says he was thinking about all the times she tried to save him. First, back in class, during his fight, and now, when the principal called them. He calls her a good girl for always helping him out. She starts blushing uncontrollably and gets embarrassed. Mizuha tells him to shut up and runs toward the classroom so she can enter first. Kusanagi smiles as he watches her leave. He believes the old Kusanagi died and he got reincarnated in this body. Our boy wonders if he was bullied to death, or if it really was just a car accident. He still doesn't know the truth but feels relieved to get the bullies punished for whatever they did. He hopes this pays off and smiles. The principal informs 2 senior students about what happened earlier, saying that a few students got into a fight and even used magic in public. He assures them no one got hurt. The senior student asks why she got called out if there's no issue anymore. The principal tells her that one of the students involved is Yuika Mizuha. The blue-haired student understands and thanks the principal for informing her. He asks her to give his regards to her father. She asks him not to worry and reveals that her family is interested in investing in the school. She walks out with her friend, and the principal wonders if Kusanagi is absurdly strong, since fighting multiple mages at once is almost impossible. There's no way a normal student would win unless they're hiding some kind of mysterious strength. He wonders if Kusanagi is stronger than them, but the blue-haired girl answers negatively. He is curious about the boy and tells her he wants to meet him to confirm it. She thinks about whether her little sister should be expelled depending on how competent Kusanagi is. She is Mizuha Ruka from the 3rd year class, and her friend is Katsuragi Ryuji, also from the 3rd year class. Kusanagi feels demotivated now that his life is peaceful again. He hears a few classmates talking about someone known as the Black Mage, and wonders if it's something related to the magic nobles he learned about. He decides to not care about it for now. The teacher appears and calls Kusanagi outside for the assessment test. He explains that the students who couldn't be measured last time now have the chance to take the test again. Mizuha notices what's happening and feels glad, as she can finally learn more about our boy. Suddenly she notices her older sister, Ruka Mizuha, and Katsuragi entering. She wonders why her sister came out of nowhere. The teacher announces Kusanagi's turn, asking him to start the magic power assessment test. Our boy remembers he destroyed the machine last time, so he decides to be more careful and hold back. He tries pouring out his magic power, but suddenly starts feeling weird. Extreme fatigue hits him, and he begins breathing heavily. The teacher asks if he's okay, noticing the machine and checking the results. Mizuha and the teacher are shocked to see that, for some reason, his attribute is none, and his magic power turns out to be only 100, which puts a smile on Katsuragi's face. 2 students talk about Kusanagi, calling it the lowest magic power in their batch and labeling him useless since he doesn't even have an attribute. Katsuragi assumes there's no truth behind the story they heard from the principal and doesn't believe the protagonist defeated all the delinquents on his own. Ruka feels disappointed and decides to leave, as they have no reason to stay anymore. The students notice Kusanagi is tired just from the assessment, and they can understand it since his magic power is extremely low. The teacher tries to comfort Kusanagi and tells him magic power isn't the most important thing. Mizuha, however, doesn't believe her eyes. She remembers seeing our boy defeat the demon soldier all by himself and knows he can use two attributes, fire and null, at the same time. She wonders what kind of trick he's using, as she's never heard of mages hiding their magic power by somehow adjusting it. The protagonist feels relieved and is happy with the result. He performed some kind of magic manipulation to alter the results, even though it's taking a toll on his body. He feels confident and thinks he's finally gotten a grip on it. As he leaves the room, our boy finds Mizuha and learns she was at the assessment room out of curiosity. She tells him she just came out of curiosity. Suddenly, Ruka stops both of them inside the school hall. Kusanagi asks who they both are, and she introduces herself and Katsuragi. He recognizes her family name and questions if she wants something from him. She says she has zero interest in him and walks toward her little sister. Mizuha becomes concerned, and Ruka, disappointed, learns her sister couldn't even win against a few delinquents. She also learns Mizuha was saved by someone with 100 magic power and asks if all of this is true. Mizuha confirms, which makes her sister angry. She orders Mizuha to just quit the academy. Mizuha doesn't understand why she's saying all this for no reason. Ruka reminds her that she hasn't won a single match whenever they fight. Whether it's academic results, sports, or magic craft, she loses every single time. Ruka doesn't believe Mizuha is good enough to become a mage. She thinks it's enough for Mizuha to quit the academy and join a normal school instead. Mizuha starts crying but is unable to say anything. Her sister confirms if she understands everything, and Mizuha anxiously answers she does. Kusanagi finally intervenes and calls Ruka arrogant. She asks him to repeat his words with a cold expression. He points out how she's been talking nonsense without stopping, not even caring to listen to what her little sister has to say. It's clear to him that she's filled with arrogance. She makes it clear it's a conversation between two family members, so he has no right to budge in. He's surprised to hear her calling it a conversation when all he hears is her ordering around her little sister without giving her a chance to talk. She becomes angry, but our boy continues, believing even she doesn't have the right to talk someone out of their way of living. He calls her out and tells her she's horrible for forcing her little sister to give up on what she wants to become. Ruka confidently says her incompetent sister doesn't have the talent to become a mage since she can't even defeat her. Mizuha starts crying and agrees with her older sister. She doesn't believe in herself and thinks she's been lying to herself all this time. She tried to convince herself she's a genius with the talents to become a mage, but she couldn't even defeat her big sister once. Kusanagi confidently says she can win against Ruka. He starts smiling, confusing everyone. Ruka asks if he's challenging her, and he requests some time since it's impossible for Mizuha to win right now. Ruka gives them 2 weeks' time, suggesting they have a 2-on-2 magic duel. He's surprised but agrees, calling it nonsense. He asks Mizuha if she's willing to do it with a smile on his face, and she calms down, stopping her crying. Mizuha becomes determined and agrees to participate in the challenge. Once it's decided, Kusanagi asks them never to bring up this matter again if he wins. Ruka bets her sister will need to leave the academy if she and Katsuragi win the fight. She warns them and makes it clear she's not planning to hold back, so they need to properly prepare and face the truth. After a while, Mizuha and Kusanagi go to the rooftop. She requests his help and hopes he can teach her more about magic so she can improve quickly. He finally understands why he was called up to the rooftop. He asks if she's really sure about learning magic from someone trashy like him, since his magic power is only 100. She doesn't fall for his words and already knows he's hiding his real strength. She believes he is much stronger than her. He notices she isn't backing off this time. She assumes he knows how to get stronger, which is why he challenged her sister to a fight. He knows Ruka is the type to desperately try and control everything. It's in her nature. That's why he provoked her, so she'd fight him. But there's no way he can say that to Mizuha. She bows down and starts begging for his assistance. He gives up and agrees to help her get stronger. She asks again to confirm it. He warns her in advance, making it clear that she needs to follow all his instructions, and there's no going back once the training starts. She agrees to all his conditions instantly. Kusanagi finds it hard to decline since she is begging so hard for it. Since he already needs to prepare for a few things after seeing the number of monsters in Shibuya, raising a mage might be a promising idea. He decides to begin her training today and thinks about finding a place to practice. Mizuha starts blushing and invites him to her place with a shy expression. After a while, they reach her place. He's astonished to see the huge house, but she thinks it's only natural since her father is a noble mage. Mizuha suddenly remembers this is her first time inviting a guy to her house. She wonders if he found her invitation strange, even though she's not hiding any dirty intentions. Kusanagi suggests they should start, but he notices she's daydreaming, so he calls her and addresses her as Yuika. The girl becomes embarrassed to hear her first name, but he tells her he's just trying to avoid confusion since her sister also goes by the name Mizuha. She's a bit disappointed to hear his answer. He asks if she has a different name in mind that he can use, but she agrees with Yuika, so he decides to start the training and requests her to take care of him. The first question he asks her is about her magic power. She thinks it's easy and answers that it's the energy needed to perform magic, and it is available in everyone's body. He asks her about incantations next. Yuika confidently answers that it's like a program that automatically turns magic into an attack. He questions if there's any way to increase one's magic power, but she answers negatively and believes it is determined before birth and stops increasing after a certain age. Yuika confidently smiles and feels proud of herself as she answered everything perfectly. He lets her know all of her answers are wrong. With a disappointed expression, she starts getting teary and questions if he's trying to call her stupid. The protagonist genuinely feels bad and wonders how foolish the current mages are. He's surprised to see such a huge change in only 50 years. He starts explaining that magic power is not only found in her body, but it is also available in nature and their surroundings. Incantations or spells are simply ways to properly back up the magic craft. It is also possible to increase magic power intentionally. She finds it hard to believe his words and calls everything a lie, as it would be against the Academy's ideas. It would overturn the Magic Craft Academy if it were all true. He doesn't care if she believes his words or not. He intends to teach her about these 3 things during their training. He orders her to sit down and lets her know he's about to channel his magic power into her body, so she needs to inform him once she starts feeling it. She is surprised to learn there's a way to sense magic power. He makes it clear she won't get stronger if it's impossible for her to feel it. He orders her to close her eyes and begins touching her. He unleashes his magic power but finds out she still can't feel it. He lets out more magic power and wonders how she can't feel magic of such degree. Finally, Yuika feels something. She thinks her back is getting hotter. He teaches her about it and says it's called magic power perception. She finally understands what he was trying to say earlier. He orders her to always remember the sensation since it's important for her to feel it first in order to detect magic power. He explains it is also available in nature, so she needs to find it as her first goal and get used to feeling magic power. She smiles confidently and assures him she's going to master it in no time since she is the noble daughter of the Mizuha family. Our boy doubts she can fulfill her promise since she couldn't even sense it when he poured so much magic power into her back. He accepts the fact that she might not be suited to become a mage. A week passes, and Yuika starts crying and tells our boy she's still not capable of sensing magic. She's a huge letdown and disappoints the protagonist. He's surprised that a whole week wasn't enough for her to learn such a simple thing, even though she practiced so hard. He guesses she's just really slow at understanding the concept. Since they barely have any time to spare, he decides to pour some magic into her again. He touches her back and, as he starts unleashing his magic, he instructs Yuika to open her eyes. She opens them with hesitation but becomes surprised as she is finally able to see the magic aura around her body. She starts smiling as she is finally able to understand what magic power is. Yuika becomes amazed by her new skill. Since she's finally capable of seeing magic power, she thinks about measuring Kusanagi's power level. For some reason, she is barely able to sense anything from him, which makes her confused. He praises her for all her efforts, but she calls it natural since she is a genius. Now that she can finally use magic perception, he lets her know they're about to work on adjusting her magic power next. He explains the whole process of how to use the appropriate amount of magic power for any magic craft. She needs to focus only on efficiency and forget everything else. She also needs to use all of her magic power to its absolute limit, so that the amount of magic she can use increases once she properly recovers. He believes she can easily follow all his instructions now that she can sense magic clearly. He is aware that what he's trying to teach her is completely different from the basics of the Magic Academy, but he doesn't care if she believes in his words. Yuka assures him she believes in his words and smiles as she says she does not doubt him anymore. He is happy to hear her opinion has changed. He decides to start the next stage of their training. The protagonist asks her to step back a little and get ready as they are about to fight each other. She confirms she does not mind, as she is looking forward to seeing his true powers. Yuika uses the first level of aqua sorcery and throws multiple water attacks, but our boy blocks all of them effortlessly, which surprises the girl. She does not understand how he blocked them. He used the first level magic barrier using non-attribute magic. He makes it clear. If she can't even destroy such a weak barrier, there is no hope she's going to win against her sister. She becomes desperate and starts throwing ice bullets. He explains she needs to keep moving even while throwing attacks because stopping her movements will surely make her lose if she is facing a capable mage. She becomes frustrated and throws more attacks, but finally gets tired and gives up. He explains it's wrong to use so much magic power without efficiency. If she is able to adjust the magic power she puts behind a spell, then she will finally be able to throw attacks without incantations. Kusanagi asks her to watch closely and shows how she's using magic. He throws a fire blast toward a dummy twice and also demonstrates how he uses magic. She understands the magic power behind her attacks is less compared to his. He calls her right and explains she doesn't even need incantations to perform any magic if she learns how to adjust her magic power. She finally understands there is no reason to chant while performing a spell. He confirms it and explains her first step will be to learn how to shorten her incantations somehow. Once she learns how to adjust the magic, she has no reason to use incantations. He believes it will be useful if she is able to shorten her incantations, so she won't have to waste any effort or magic power on incantations. This way, her magic craft will definitely become stronger. He orders her to get up and fight him again. She thinks it is too soon, but he calls it meaningless otherwise and, with a cold expression, orders her to train like her life depends on it. She becomes terrified after hearing this and falls down. He asks if she's fine and makes it clear they're going to do this daily from now on. He notices she isn't even hearing his words. During the nighttime, our boy enters Harajuku. He recently sensed a few monsters in this area as well and came to check. Even though he is constantly trying to eliminate all the monsters, for some reason, the numbers still remain the same. Suddenly, he notices someone being attacked by a magical beast. He wastes no time and quickly rushes toward the kid. He's able to make it in time and effortlessly defeats the monster instantly. The boy asks the little kid if she is okay. Instead of thanking him, she starts taking his pictures. He quickly leaves the area and wonders why she didn't even show her gratitude and started taking pictures. He thinks there is definitely something wrong with people nowadays. He decides to cover his face properly next time and leaves the place. The next day, the protagonist starts training with Yuika again. She falls down real quick and gets tired. The days of their duel are getting closer. He believes her progress so far is not bad, but she is still nowhere near Ruka in almost everything. There's no chance she will succeed if she keeps this pace until the duel. He assures her and says it's fine if she wants to give up now. She gets up and tells him she has been compared to her sister her entire life. She has been forced to just give up multiple times now since she always fails to beat her sister. But she's determined to keep continuing with magic craft and never give up on it. He makes it clear she won't ever succeed like this, but she tells him to be stricter instead. He agrees to it and decides not to hold back. She is happy to hear this and gets ready to fight. They both continue to train with each other, and he teaches the girl many things. As the sun is about to set, Yuika falls unconscious after the extreme training session, and Kusanagi ends up carrying her back. After a couple of days of training together, he finally tells Yuika she is ready to fight her sister. She falls on the ground in relief. Kusanagi praises her for the hard work and efforts. She starts smiling as she hears his words. On the day of their challenge, our boy asks her if she's ready to fight them. She answers positively, and as they're about to enter the academy, they both notice a huge crowd of people. A few news reporters surround them and confirm if they're really seeing Mizuha Yuika of the noble family. They request a few words regarding the magic duel and question if she is having a fight with her sister. Kusanagi becomes confused. She explains her family is huge, and since she's about to fight her sister, it's normal for the press to act like this. He is surprised to learn people care so much about two students fighting. He guesses it is because the Mizuha family is very important. They all reach the training ground, which is surrounded by a huge audience. He thinks it is a bit too much, but she explains it is rare for students to have duels, so it's more like an event than a challenge. He's a bit surprised to learn all this. Both of them get called to the stage. Yuika gets ready, but all of a sudden her body starts shaking. He assures her and tells her to just focus on working hard. She calms down and smiles. Yuika becomes determined and moves forward towards the stage without hesitation. He calls our boy a mysterious person and admits his words really reach her heart. Yuika and Ruka finally come face to face. Ruka is surprised to see her little sister didn't just run away. Yuika confidently confirms it. Ruka calls her rude for believing she can really defeat someone like her older sister, but Yuika makes it clear she is definitely going to succeed. Ruka decides to give her a chance and thinks she has definitely changed a lot in the past 2 weeks. Yuika is aware her older sister is strong. She realizes the difference between their magic power is extremely huge, but she believes in herself and knows she will definitely win. The beginning of the duel gets announced, and both participants get permission to start. Yuika wastes no time and pulls out her magic circle. She tries shortening her chance as well. Ruka begins attacking. Kusanagi observes the match and understands that moving around while shooting magic spells is the basics of a battle. He assumes Ruka is aware of the basics of the battle between two mages at least. In comparison to her, Yuika got so nervous she completely forgot about the basics and didn't move during the battle. She doesn't have the advantage anymore, even if she reduces her chanting time. Ruka and Yuika attack each other with first-level water magic. Yuika is able to stand her ground against her older sister's attack. She's surprised by her capabilities and believes she has gotten stronger. Ruka admits she has improved her strength in just 2 weeks. Yuika is happy to hear her older sister praising her. Ruka humbles her and tells her to stop giggling as it was just a comparison. She's not getting praised. Ruka increases the level of her magic and throws a stronger attack this time. She uses second-level water blitz. Yuika is unable to handle it. She gets knocked down and falls beside the protagonist. He looks at her and knows she's good at enchanting now, which increased her chances of winning. But her older sister is simply too strong for her. Ruka calls him a cruel guy for not even helping her get up, even though he was protecting her before. He tells her there's no need to help her. Ruka doesn't understand what he's trying to say. Suddenly, Yuika actually gets up and shocks her sister. Ruka doesn't understand how she's still standing, even though she got hit by level 2 blitz. Yuika makes it clear she's definitely going to win this match. Yuika has nothing else besides magic craft going on in her life. Even if she ends up losing everything, magic craft is one thing she is never going to give up on. Yuika begins attacking again. Ruka starts attacking as well. She tries her best to stand against her older sister, determined to not give up, but she ends up falling down after overusing her magic power. The announcer tells everyone contestant Yuika used up all her magic power, so Ruka is the victor of this contest. Yuika tries to get up so she can do something to win, but fails. Kusanagi calls it a battle of magic usage based on magical adjustment. He believes his friend lost in terms of the amount of magic power. Ruka asks if he understands now. She calls her little sister talentless and knows our boy probably thought about this too. He confirms she's completely talentless and very clumsy. She made such slow progress, and she is unable to properly perform whenever she is involved in a real fight. But he tells Ruka she is a real hard worker, and she persistently practiced daily like an idiot. Ruka is still disappointed by the results, but he tells her he loves hardworking people who don't give up, just like Yuika. The girl starts sobbing hearing his words. He tells everyone Yuika is his disciple, and he doesn't like it when anyone speaks badly about her so casually. Yuika starts weeping uncontrollably. Ruka calls him arrogant, and wonders why he's talking so much for someone with 100 magic power. He makes it clear for her. He will defeat her with his 100 magic power. She thinks he's just good at talking nonsense, but decides to agree. Ruka tells him his opponent is someone else, and Katsuragi appears, excited that it's his turn next. Ruka advises him to end it quickly, and he assures her there's no need to tell him twice. Katsuragi carries Yuika out and tells her to rest, ordering her to watch closely during the battle so she can learn something. She understands his words, suddenly realizing the pain in her body has disappeared, and there are no wounds on her arms either. As he enters the stage, our boy admits he can't win with just 100 magic power, even though he said otherwise earlier. He knows he'll need 100% focus to win. The protagonist decides to keep his magic power at 100, using a non-attribute attack without incantations. He's not setting up a magic barrier this time, so he knows he might die if hit directly. He feels excited, calling the situation thrilling. Katsuragi gets ready, apologizing that he's not planning on holding back. Our boy lets him know he's the one who needs to hold back. The audience cheers for Katsuragi, hoping he doesn't go all out, or the challenger might get badly injured. The guy ignores their words and activates his 8,000 magic power. Our boy notices it and knows it's not a big deal, but since he's only using 100 magic power today, there's a good chance he might actually get killed. The second match begins. As they face each other, Katsuragi hopes our boy won't hold a grudge after it's over while summoning his magic circles. With the attack he's about to throw, he thinks he can test whether Kusanagi really defeated those delinquents. He challenges Kusanagi to withstand his full power attack, but just as he's about to throw it, something hits him on the forehead. The protagonist is disappointed, calling the guy slow. The audience is shocked to see the match end so quickly. The announcer declares that contestant Kusanagi has won the match. Ruka is surprised to see her friend knocked unconscious by just one hit. She remembers he didn't even perform any incantations and wonders what kind of trick he used. Kusanagi hopes she's happy now that the match ended quickly, just as she wanted. She becomes irritated hearing his words. Yuika is shocked too and finds it hard to believe he really defeated the guy. Ruka admits he's strong, and he responds that he's actually stronger than her as well. She warns him to stop spouting nonsense. Ruka unleashes her 10,000 magic power. Kusanagi sees it through his magic perception and realizes she's stronger than the guy he fought earlier. The announcer tells the audience something unexpected is happening, as Kusanagi has used a different way of fighting, drawing a lot of attention. The next match will decide who the real victor is. The third match begins. Kusanagi uses the same trick again, shooting magic bullets toward her. She counters with water magic. Our boy only has 100 magic power, meaning he doesn't have enough to affect Ruka unless the magic bullet lands on her forehead. He realizes she's already adapted, protecting her forehead and not running while using magic. Ruka persists, throwing water attacks. But even after all that, she's shocked to see the protagonist still standing, unfazed. She knows he isn't using any magic but wonders how he's managing to stay unharmed. The audience is also confused. wondering how he's not even wet despite being hit multiple times. Yuika is also unsure about the technique he's using to protect himself, knowing he definitely did something. Ruka attacks again, but this time, the boy dodges her magic with insane speed. She finally figures out how he's still standing, but she's left speechless. Yuika realizes that a magic attack can be countered with another magic attack, and even if there's a huge power difference, there's still a way to avoid damage. Everyone knows that's the only way to avoid being hurt. Ruka grits her teeth in frustration, knowing her level 2 techniques have different speed and mass, making it almost impossible for anyone to remain unscathed in front of them. She wonders why the protagonist is standing there fearlessly against such strong spells. Kusanagi knows she's probably thinking all of this. He thinks it's easy to dodge magic attacks if you can sense and detect them clearly, but it requires a lot of courage. Ruka gets serious and uses a 3rd-level spell called Azura Splash. The audience grows concerned, knowing it will be disastrous if Kusanagi gets hit. Ruka's tired but is confident Kusanagi can't dodge this attack. Out of nowhere, she gets hit by a magic bullet and falls to the ground. She doesn't understand how he's still standing. She questions what method he used to dodge her attacks. He explains that he used a magic draining technique that eats up magic craft. He simply walked through the center using drain. Ruka is speechless at first, then starts laughing, admitting her defeat. The announcer announces that Kusanagi Minato has won the match. Yuika runs to the stage, asking if they're both fine. Our boy assures her they're good, smiling as he says he won. She smiles back, becoming really happy. Ruka decides to keep her promise and gives them her word, allowing them to do whatever they want. Kusanagi is happy that it ended well. He noticed that Yuika's wounds earlier weren't that deep, guessing Ruka was probably holding back in their fight. Ruka becomes embarrassed, trying to make an excuse. He points out how much stronger Yuika has gotten in just 2 weeks. He believes Ruka probably noticed that too and thinks there's no reason for her to be so overprotective anymore. Yuika speaks up determinedly, assuring both of them that she'll grow stronger, so her sister won't have to worry about her anymore. Ruka smiles, finally starting to believe in her little sister. Kusanagi feels happy watching both sisters get along, but suddenly, he feels an immense amount of pressure and realizes this is abnormal magic. The sky turns red, and the protagonist wonders if the calamity is happening again. Tadano and his gang try finding something inside Kusanagi's bag. They've lost many people after he proved his power in the duel. His lackeys tell him he only has textbooks in his bag. Tadano calls our boy diligent and becomes frustrated. He's sure Kusanagi is hiding something. Otherwise, it's impossible for a trash like him to use such powerful spells. One of the lackeys looks outside the window and becomes terrified. Tadano wonders if he found something and goes closer. They all notice the red sky and wonder what's happening on Earth. One of them guesses it's the calamity, but Tadano doesn't believe it's really the calamity. At the training grounds, our boy becomes worried as he looks at the red sky. He wonders why he can sense such strong abnormal magic out of nowhere. He guesses it might be the calamity. Everyone becomes worried and the audience starts panicking. They all question what's happening. One of them doesn't think the calamity is really happening here. Kusanagi becomes scared as he doesn't understand why a calamity is happening all of a sudden. He wonders if it's related to what he sensed in Shinjuku. He remembers the first calamity also took place in Shinjuku. Our boy doesn't know if it's merely a coincidence or if there's something important behind it. The portals open and magical beasts start pouring out. The students become terrified and start screaming, but the teacher orders them to calm down and tries leading everyone to safety. Kusanagi wastes no time and shoots multiple magic bullets to kill the monsters. He uses magic to make an announcement. Our boy orders everyone to calm down. He explains that weak monsters are going to come out since it's only the beginning of the calamity, so they don't have to worry. He assures them it's going to be fine as long as they use their brains and follow his instructions. He instructs them to run towards the gymnasium and only move in groups since it's dangerous to move alone. He asks Ruka and the others to evacuate as well. The teacher asks what he's planning to do. Our boy explains he wants to save the people that are still inside the school building. The teacher doesn't think it's safe to go all by himself. He calls the boy reckless and tries to stop him, but Katsuragi agrees to go with our protagonist so he doesn't have to solve everything alone. The teacher is worried, but he reminds the teacher what Kusanagi can do. He has no choice but to give them permission. The teacher advises them not to force anything and stay safe. Katsuragi is confident he won't die but tries to confirm it with our boy. Kusanagi shrugs it off and informs Yuika he's going to leave now. She looks concerned for him and advises him to stay safe. Katsuragi starts running and tells his junior he's going to go first. His insane speed allows him to cover 100 meters in only 10 seconds. He asks the protagonist if he can keep up. Kusanagi pulls out his magic circles and starts moving forward with insane speed, shocking the senior. He makes it clear that he's the one going first. Katsuragi admits he has crazy speed, but just speed itself is still useless. He decides to watch our protagonist closely to see what kind of power he's hiding. He wants to save everyone while learning more about Kusanagi. Our boy detects 58 magic users inside the school using perception skill. He assumes there might be someone with no magic power. If what he's thinking is true, he decides to check the entire school and save such students. A few students get attacked by magical beasts. He enters the classroom through a window in time and uses his magic bullets to defeat all the monsters without much effort. The female students become surprised. A monster tries sneaking up on the protagonist from behind, but he easily kills it without being phased. Katsuragi catches up and asks if he's okay. Kusanagi hopes he can help everyone evacuate without any issue and leaves. Katsuragi tries to stop him, as it's too dangerous to go alone, but fails. The protagonist is simply too fast to keep up with. Katsuragi guesses he was being a burden, but admits he's not very useful. So it's probably true. He still can't believe the boy defeated a magical beast without any effort. Katsuragi questions who he even is. Kusanagi runs through the school halls looking for more students. Even though he is capable of killing all the monsters at once with his magic bullets, he needs to kill them one by one since he is inside a school, and there's a chance he might end up hurting a student in the process. He has no other choice but to chase the monsters himself and attack them with low-grade magic to not hurt the students in the process. He enters a classroom and defeats more magical beasts to save the students hanging onto their dear lives. After he's done defeating all of them, the students show their gratitude. He's already aware he doesn't have the time to personally help everyone evacuate and runs towards the gymnasium, one by one. Somewhere else, Katsuragi saves a few students and assures them he will handle the monster while they evacuate. One of the students points towards the sky for some reason. He asks what's wrong and suddenly notices a few students slowly floating down while being inside a bubble. He wonders what the protagonist is trying to do and questions who he even is. Our boy sent the students towards Katsuragi through magic bubbles because he believes the guy is good at taking care of others, so it's fine. He suddenly senses something. A female student starts shaking in fear as she gets cornered by a huge monster. She starts crying and yells out as hard as she can to get help. A huge magic bullet destroys the beast instantly. She remembers it is the same one she saw before when she was saved the last time. Kusanagi appears and asks if she is injured. She finds out he is the one who saved her twice. Kusanagi reveals she is right. She then asks if he was also behind what happened during the practice class. The girl believes this is his second time saving her. Our boy confirms that what she is saying really did happen. The girl starts crying out of relief as she finally gets the chance to show her gratitude. She thanks him for saving her life twice. He doesn't mind it and thinks it is nothing special. She becomes speechless. Katsuragi finally catches up but looks completely out of breath. He asks who he needs to save next. Kusanagi orders the girl to follow and stay with the guy as he is going to leave now. She tries to stop him, but he ignores her words and leaves. She becomes a bit worried while Katsuragi wonders what he's looking at. Our boy knows there are still many people inside the building that he needs to save, so he has no time to wait for the police to appear. He knows he has to hurry up and save everyone as soon as possible. At the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister finds out the Kamui Magic Academy is under attack by the Calamity. His men don't understand why it's happening again. They all know the last calamity took place 50 years ago, and since then, nothing bad has happened. They ask the Prime Minister to quickly form a plan while assuming their country might be cursed. He informs them that both the Beast Countermeasure Division and the Police Department, along with the Magic Nobles, are all being contacted. The GSDF has also started their preparations for the calamity. His men remind him that they only have self-defense forces, who specialize in controlling disasters. They don't have any real mages who can actually stand their ground against the monsters. He clarifies that he already knows all of this. This is to be expected since people have been living an easy and peaceful life without facing calamities for a while now. They used up almost all of their military expenditure on the national defense of international affairs, so they have no other choice but to leave all the beasts and demons to the police and noble mages. He becomes frustrated to learn the same disaster from 50 years ago is happening again, but this time they don't even have Ichikami Minato on their side. Somewhere else, while driving, the girl asks her senior if the calamity really is happening again. He confirms it and believes it is definitely the calamity. She becomes worried and starts getting anxious. Even though they have been safe for the past 50 years, she is shocked to learn the peace was just temporary. The guy tells her not to worry since it is their job in the first place anyway. He is Shido Shugo from the Metropolitan Police Department. The girl becomes determined to do her best as well. She is Sergeant Sanada Karen from the police department. The news reporters reach the Magic Academy using a helicopter. One of them covers everything and informs the audience that the calamity is happening at the Magic Academy. He tells everyone about the situation and shares that monsters are constantly pouring out, and the sky has turned completely red as well. A female news reporter reveals the magical beasts started appearing out of nowhere, so the students are all currently taking refuge in the gymnasium. The teacher guides the students and believes it is not that hard to protect themselves as they are only up against magical beasts. They should be able to defeat the monsters through proper teamwork. The world watches the news. A few kids watch it as well and suddenly remember the academy is really close to where they live. They both decide to run away as soon as possible. Outside, people start panicking and running away to save their lives. Two men watch everything from a distance and realize things are looking really horrible. The audience watching news channels becomes concerned. Our boy notices the huge number of monsters pouring out. He remembers the second stage is about to start soon, and now stronger monsters are going to start appearing. As they progress through the stages, things are going to become even more difficult. There's no point in defeating them as the beasts will keep appearing non-stop. As long as he doesn't defeat the boss monster, the magical beast will keep appearing. He is aware the boss is only going to reveal itself in the final stage, so he needs to keep his cool until then. He starts feeling irritated but continues to save more people. He rescues 20 people and uses his magic bubbles again to let them float towards safety. He is having a hard time finding the students since they have been scattered everywhere. He decides to move on to the next stage. Somewhere inside a random classroom, Tadano persistently shoots his fire magic, but gives up when he finds out his attacks are having zero effect and he is out of magic power. As the demon soldier stands in front of them, the whole gang starts sobbing and wonders how they got so unlucky twice. Tadano's lackeys remind him they warned the guy about this before. The bully becomes frustrated as he remembers our boy can defeat a monster in just one hit. He doesn't understand why he can't do the same. The protagonist appears and tells him it is because he is weak trash. Tadano opens his eyes and sees a magic attack effortlessly killing the demon soldier. He becomes confused but sees Kusanagi enter the classroom. Our boy starts leaving. Tadano frustratingly admits it happened again. He ended up getting saved by Kusanagi a second time. He requests the boy to stop and questions why he got saved again, even though he is extremely annoying and always acts like a piece of trash. The protagonist tells him there is no real reason behind it. He just decided to save them because he holds the power to do so. Tadano becomes confused as he hears his words. The bully starts feeling inferior and tries insulting the protagonist. He calls the guy a wimp who can't even use magic properly. Tadano doesn't understand how he got so powerful out of nowhere. Kusanagi reveals his secret and says the real Kusanagi actually died in a car accident. He was reborn. Tadano doesn't find the logic behind it and questions how someone can get even stronger at death's door. He was expecting to be a great mage himself, but lost to a trash like Kusanagi. Our boy calls him weak trash, since strong people don't oppress the weak, and even the weak don't oppress the people who are weaker than them. He points out Tadano's flaws and thinks he is just trash consumed by a sense of superiority that was enough to fool him into thinking he is actually something. Kusanagi makes it clear for the guy. A weak trash like him can't even imagine facing our boy in a fight right now and winning. Tadano finally accepts it and gets down on his knees. He admits he was trying to run away from the reality that his powers haven't grown much since junior high. He tried taking out all of his frustration on the people who are weaker than him, but in the end, he got saved by someone like Kusanagi, who was supposed to be a trash weakling. He just couldn't accept the truth. He admits in front of his lackeys that they were all saved by Kusanagi, and the bully starts crying non-stop. Meanwhile, the protagonist defeats the monsters in the classroom. A demon soldier enters the building to kill him. He shoots his magic bullet, but the strong monster easily dodges it, so the boy has no choice but to unleash his powerful fire magic. He defeats it effortlessly, but realizes the demon soldiers are rapidly increasing in numbers, so it is possible the boss might come out soon as well. He assures the terrified students not to worry, as he has already taken care of everything. Somewhere else, Katsuragi becomes angry and questions why our boy is pushing so much work onto him. He uses his fire magic to finish a few magical beasts while protecting the students. He assures the female student to just stop worrying and follow him as he would protect everyone with everything he has. The students calm down hearing his words and start cheering for him. He looks at the army of beasts and wonders how he's supposed to protect the students against all of this. Kusanagi appears out of nowhere and offers his help. Katsuragi begs him not to appear like this again as he scared the guy. Our boy instructs him to leave the place as soon as he takes care of all the monsters, but Katsuragi is worried. He believes defeating such a huge army of monsters is nearly impossible, so it is better if they just change their route. The protagonist uses his non-attribute magic and kills all the monsters, including the demon soldiers, instantly with barely any effort. Everyone is left speechless, but he reminds Katsuragi to guide the students out of this mess and start moving. Katsuragi understands his words and orders everyone to follow him. The students observe the magic bullets while running away. Katsuragi anxiously smiles as he realizes how strong the protagonist really is. Once they all leave, our boy decides to go inside the school again and search for more students who are in danger. Somewhere else, the teacher motivates the students to keep going and not give up so they can continue to push back the monsters. Yuika starts feeling tired, but Ruka appears from behind and advises her to just go inside and rest since she will be a burden if she can't fight. Yuika assures her she will keep fighting determinedly as they don't have any time to rest. Katsuragi finally reaches the gymnasium with the rescued students. The teacher praises him and orders him to lead everyone inside. Katsuragi asks about the situation. Ruka disappointingly tells him they are barely holding their ground. Yuika worriedly asks about Kusanagi, but the guy assures her our boy is still alive and good. She becomes relieved and starts smiling. Katsuragi admits Kusanagi is awesome and holds a lot of strength. He believes they might be able to overcome the calamity with him by their side. Yuika agrees with him as she also thinks the same. Suddenly the ground starts shaking. All the students become terrified, and the teacher quickly tells everyone to evacuate. A huge army of strong monsters appears from the smoke. Katsuragi notices the demon soldiers between them as well. He admits there is no chance they can do anything, as the army of beasts is just too huge, so they need to escape quickly. The strong monsters of the second stage start chasing the students. Yuika tries to run towards safety but almost gets eaten by a magical beast. Someone kills the monster and saves Yuika. It's the police department. Shido quickly orders his men to eliminate the beasts, and the police do everything they can to protect the civilians. The students breathe a sigh of relief seeing the police, thinking they're finally safe. Shido assures them not to worry anymore as the police are here. He orders them to follow instructions and carefully evacuate the school, but Yuika steps forward, telling him the students are ready to fight as well. Shido repeats his words, but Yuika clarifies that they aren't civilians. Ruka joins her and adds that they are mages. Shido understands their words and requests backup. He orders them to start attacking from the rear. He admits they're low on numbers, so they really need the mages' help. He's frustrated, wishing the police weren't so useless. Sanada uses her healing magic to help the injured students. The protagonist notices the police have finally arrived and decides to leave everything to them. He's surprised to see the police arrive before the self-defense troops. It's crazy to think the country doesn't have any plans or precautions for a national-level disaster. He thinks this is a good lesson for the people who take peace for granted, but he decides to keep moving forward to help save the remaining students. The news reporter announces that the police have arrived, but the monsters are multiplying faster than ever. She wonders if the police can handle the calamity and hopes the mage nobles will show up to resolve the situation. A few students watching the news get excited at the thought of seeing the nobles in action. An elderly couple recalls that they've paid all their taxes, so the mage nobles should handle this. The reporter hopes they arrive soon. Inside a mansion, a noble tells his butler to ignore the calamity. He's Fuka-jin, the head of the Fuka household, a mage noble. The butler asks again to make sure, and Fuka insists it's just a small-scale calamity. The police should be able to handle it. The butler asks where Fuka is going, and the mage noble decides to go to sleep. The butler wishes him a restful night. Back at the school, Shido realizes the situation is getting out of control. He asks one of his men if they can handle the magical beasts at the entrance, but the answer is no. There are just too many of them. Shido sees the number of beasts growing and wonders if they can save the civilians in time. The self-defense troops are supposed to handle the rear, but they still haven't arrived. There's no choice but to contact the mage nobles, but it's strange. He can't get in touch with them. They're supposed to be the ones for this, yet they're useless. As the students help the police fight the monsters, Shido recalls everything he's learned about calamities. He wonders if the people 50 years ago dealt with it the same way. He hopes the boss doesn't show up. Suddenly, the number of monsters escalates, and a huge purple beam of light fills the area. A demon captain appears, sending everyone into a panic. Shido can't believe it. It's a demon captain, their boss. Ruka remembers that the demon captain is a rare beast that rarely shows up in this era. Only mage nobles can defeat it. Yuika realizes they need magic stronger than level 5, and she starts to panic, crying because there's no one who can cast such high-level magic. The demon captain unleashes its power and summons multiple magic circles. Yuika freezes in terror. Ruka steps in, using all her strength to deflect the attack, but her power isn't enough. She throws herself in front of Yuika as a shield. The demon captain's attack hits her hard, but she manages to protect Yuika. The younger girl watches in horror as her sister is injured. The students run away while Yuika stays behind, trying desperately to save Ruka. Shido and his men are powerless against the monsters, calling out for help. Katsuragi uses everything he has, but the demon captain doesn't budge. The police admit they can't save anyone and give up, accepting their fate. Yuika continues to cry out for help, calling the protagonist's name. As the demon captain moves closer, someone voices their irritation. Finally, the protagonist arrives, apologizing for being late. He feels bad for making the girl wait. Yuika tells him about her sister with a worried face, but he assures her and says she has just passed out. He quickly heals her wounds and grits his teeth in frustration as he observes the damage the monsters have done. He assures the girl not to worry, as he's about to clean up the whole mess. She puts her faith in him, Suddenly, multiple magic circles appear, and all the injured students start getting healed. Yuika observes her older sister's wounds disappearing and becomes astonished as the injured students wake up. Sanada notices the magic while healing people. She's surprised to see third-level holy magic and admits that even she can't use it. She wonders who is behind this. Sanada finds her senior and asks if he's doing okay. The guy assures her that he isn't injured, just ran out of magic power. She questions what is going on. Shidu doesn't understand it himself, but believes they should focus on protecting the civilians. Sanada starts crying and tries to stop him, saying it's too reckless. But he's determined to fight, knowing that if he doesn't, everyone is going to lose their lives. Sanada stops him again and tells him there's no chance they can win since everyone is already dead. She points out that the police have already been defeated. Since the defense troops and magic nobles are still not here, he has to admit there's nothing they can do anymore. As the demon captain moves forward, the news reporter finds out the whole police department has been defeated. She becomes hopeless and thinks they are about to die. The students watching the news call the nobles completely useless and hope they don't die. The people watch the news carefully and learn there is no one who can defeat the demon captain. The protagonist approaches the demon captain all by himself. Sanada notices him and wonders if he has a death wish. Shidu tries to warn him, but our boy ignores their words. Kusanagi is here to stop the monster from doing whatever it wants. The demon captain terrifyingly expresses its desire to kill and destroy. Everyone becomes scared, and a few students almost piss their pants. Shidu and Sanada are unable to move from the fear and pressure, but the boy remains unfazed. He throws an attack and tells the monster to shut its mouth. The demon captain starts screaming out of rage, and all the monsters follow its lead as it pulls out huge magic circles and starts attacking the protagonist. He remembers going all out the last time he was facing the calamity. Our boy knows everyone around him will die if he does that again, so he decides to hold back to avoid involving the people. The monster's attacks hit him hard. Shidu believes he got killed, but as the attacks almost reach the students, our boy pulls out his shields and shoots out multiple magic bullets to push back the army of monsters. Shidu becomes shocked and wonders who he even is. The news reporter finds out a student is fighting the monsters alone. She decides to go closer since they can't see his face. The camera blows up suddenly. Yuika smiles as she knows the protagonist was doing his best to not reveal his identity. She believes he can go all out without distractions now. As the boy shoots out magic bullets persistently, the students finally see hope and start cheering for his victory. A few magical beasts sneak up from behind and almost attack the students, but Shidu kills them and decides to support Kusanagi from behind, as that's the only thing they can do right now. Our boy smiles as he sees the hard-working police. He praises them and admits they aren't as bad as he thought. He keeps shooting the magic bullets. The demon captain screams and summons multiple magic circles. It starts going all out and summons 6th level magic, surprising Shidu. He thinks they're doomed since its strong magic is on par with the nobles, and there is no hope left for them. The demon captain uses 6th level dragon flames, and the whole place gets engulfed by flames. Everyone tries to save themselves as a huge tornado of fire slowly eats up the whole place. Shidu tries to protect his partner, Sanada, but the students become hopeless, accepting that they're all about to die. Sanada asks God for help, hoping at least the students can survive. Shidu doubts any student, no matter how strong, can beat the demon captain. He doesn't believe Kusanagi stands a chance. Yuika, however, puts all her faith in the protagonist. She believes in him with every cell of her body, convinced he can definitely win. As the huge attack heads toward him, Kusanagi notices it's slow. He realizes it's because the demon captain is forcing itself to use 6th level magic. He admits there's no way he can face it with just 2nd level magic. So, despite his desire to avoid standing out, he decides to use more power. Kusanagi summons 4 magic circles and begins using the water attribute. Yuika smiles and starts cheering for him. The water turns into a massive serpent, and Shidu is amazed, wondering if this is synthesis magic. The water and fire attacks clash, with Kusanagi starting to overpower the demon captain. But the demon captain refuses to back down, pushing harder, yelling its desire to kill and destroy the human race. The fire magic intensifies, but Kusanagi puts in a little more power, and after some struggle, the demon captain realizes it's about to die. The monster questions how it was defeated by a mere kid. Kusanagi calmly replies that it's because of the demon captain's lack of training. He'd hoped for a better fight, but is disappointed to learn it was weaker than expected. The sky finally returns to normal. Kusanagi smiles, relieved that the calamity is over now that he's defeated the final boss. The students are in shock, finding it hard to believe Kusanagi defeated the demon captain. They all get up and begin celebrating. Even the news reporter and cameraman join in, finally feeling safe. Sanada comforts a student, assuring her that it's safe now, as the calamity is over. Shidu stares at Kusanagi, calling it impossible. He doesn't understand how a student could stop the calamity alone. He doubts even the nobles could have defeated the demon captain with 6th level magic and wonders who Kusanagi really is. His legs give out from overexertion. Kusanagi finds Yuika and tells her he's ended everything. She smiles and says she always believed in him, thanking him. This brings a smile to his face. Suddenly, the students surround him, praising him for what he did. They all show their gratitude, but Kusanagi, irritated, asks them to step back. He regrets standing out like this, just like in his past life, and hopes he won't have to live an annoying life from here on. Yuika notices how annoyed he looks. The announcement comes. The calamity at Kamui Magic Academy has been stopped. The academy refuses to share details about the boy who defeated the boss monster single-handedly. No casualties were reported, though several people were injured. Kusanagi's classmates show him the news. He becomes annoyed, but they think it's only natural for him to appear as the mighty savior. Kusanagi gets promoted to S class as well, and his old classmates feel bad, realizing they can't talk to him the same way anymore. A few female students ask about the secret behind his strength, assuming he might have inherited the blood of a great noble mage. An S-class student observes how annoyed Kusanagi looks due to all the attention. He doubts such a strong student really exists. Kusanagi's classmates defend him, confirming that he did defeat the demon captain all by himself. The S-class student remains unconvinced, thinking it sounds wrong no matter how you look at it. Kusanagi uses this chance to leave the class, feeling relieved as he steps out. Yuika finds him and asks if he's having a hard time, grinning mischievously. He doesn't want to be teased, but she keeps talking. She thinks this is natural since he's the mighty savior who protected the whole school. Kusanagi remembers that Yuika was also promoted to S-class, a result of her efforts during the calamity, but she doesn't seem too happy about it. When he asks, she assures him she's happy, but it's because there's someone else in the S-class. Suddenly, Kusanagi remembers Ruka and asks if she's doing any better. Yuika answers positively and points out that they've been talking more than before. Kusanagi thinks it's a good thing, and Yuika feels happy about it too. She thanks him for everything, expressing her gratitude. Out of nowhere, Kusanagi lightly taps her head, causing her to get embarrassed and ask what's wrong. He clarifies that he doesn't want her thanking him over and over. Once is enough. Yuika starts smiling. At a conference, a man finishes his teleconference with other countries. They're aware that getting support for the next calamity will be hard since they're already overwhelmed with measures and plans. One of them mentions the news about the student defeating the boss monster. The others explain that it was a strange situation, and even the police department was completely defeated. They assume it might be a misunderstanding and expect other nations to be skeptical as well. The man orders his men to bring back the noble mages to prepare for the next calamity. On the school roof, Ruka and Katsuragi meet Kusanagi and Yuika. They all stare at each other for a moment. Ruka then shares her desire to ask Kusanagi something. She wants him to make her his disciple. A few days later, Ruka sits down with her sister and starts a chat. She remembers the calamity was stopped by the protagonist. Her sister confirms this and reminds her that Kusanagi is the one who defeated the demon captain, using 4-level synthesis magic to do so. Ruka is astonished to hear this. She remembers that even high-level mages are not capable of using such power. Yuika assures her she's telling the truth, and Ruka trusts her little sister's words, deciding to believe it as she starts smiling. Yuika wonders why her older sister thinks she doesn't tell lies. Ruka recalls that Yuika has always been a straightforward kid, still obedient, never lying, gentle, but also hardworking. She finally accepts that her little sister isn't talentless and admits that she was the one being stubborn. Yuika realizes her sister is just worried about her, stands up with determination, and assures her big sis that she is going to become really strong and put her at ease so that she doesn't have to worry about it for now. Ruka listens to her sister carefully and realizes how much she has grown. Yuika hears her praise and starts smiling uncontrollably. Ruka is aware that no student comes near Kusanagi, and she guesses even her father might be weaker than him. She requests Yuika's help, knowing that if she just goes with the flow, she will only become a high-class mage at best. So she definitely needs Kusanagi's help to properly get stronger. Meanwhile, in the present, Ruka apologizes for all the rudeness. She's really sorry for looking down on them. She's already aware of how absurd and selfish her request is, but she wants to swallow her pride and be straightforward. Ruka hopes he can make her his disciple. Our boy agrees, which surprises her. He confirms that he is willing to make her a disciple, but she doesn't understand why he's being so nice. He calls her a weirdo for making a request and then acting this way. She knows he's right but doesn't understand why he's still being so kind, especially after she did such horrible things to him. He makes it clear that he has already accepted her apology and forgiven her, so that's all there is to it. She is left speechless. Katsuragi uses this opportunity to make the same request. The protagonist agrees, since it isn't really that hard to teach two people, and the guy is happy to hear this. Yuika tells her older sister that her friend is just really kind. Katsuragi calls him mysterious as well, Later that day, the protagonist gets called to the conference room. Shido introduces himself as a member of the Metropolitan Police Department from the Beast Countermeasures Division. Sanada introduces herself as well. They both bow their heads and show gratitude, admitting that without his assistance, both the civilians and their teammates would have been killed instantly. Kusanagi wonders if they need anything else and assures them to stop thanking him, as they've been constantly showing their gratitude for a while now. He believes it is enough. Shido informs him that the investigation is already over, but there is something that grabbed his attention. Kusanagi wonders what it is. Shido shares that he learned our boy got his mage powers after getting involved in some kind of traffic accident. His classmates and the people around him are saying the same thing. But one student even said the protagonist turned into a whole new person after the car accident. Kusanagi remains silent and listens to the investigation. Shido learned that his personality changed completely, and out of nowhere, his magic power became extremely strong as well. So strong that he was effortlessly able to defeat a demon captain. Yuika requests him to stop and questions what he's trying to say. Shido decides to change the question and asks if he knows anything about someone called the Black Magician. Our boy doesn't recognize the name, but the guy shows him a video and elaborates that the Black Magician is someone who defeated magical beasts and cleaned the area while protecting people. He keeps his face hidden and only comes out at night. Shido is surprised he didn't watch such a famous video. The protagonist understands what they are trying to say. Yuika intervenes and questions why he's telling all of this to Kusanagi. Shido answers with a smile, saying they are both similar, not just in age, but in size and height as well. Shido learned that the Black Magician is a strong and capable individual. He doubts any students around his age are capable of such feats. The other weird thing is that the Black Magician started his activities at the same time our boy got discharged from the hospital. Since it is completely illegal to use magic in the city without a real permit or qualification, if a student gets caught using it, then the academy will have to handle most of it. But since it has gotten so much public attention recently, there's no choice left for the police, so they had to get involved and take action. Shido makes it clear that just expulsion won't be enough, but if the protagonist confesses, they are willing to do him a favor and lessen his punishment. So, he needs to answer carefully. Shido asks once more if he is the Black Magician. Kusanagi answers negatively with zero expression on his face. Shido looks relieved and smiles, happy to hear that our boy is not the Black Magician. The guy thanks him for everything and decides to leave for now. As he leaves the room, Shido is surprised that our boy didn't show a single expression. He praises his courage to lie so openly if he really is the Black Magician. He admits Kusanagi is nothing like a normal student and believes he is hiding something. Sanada already knows Kusanagi is the Black Magician since their voices are similar. She wonders if his intentions were purely to save people that night. Sanada decides to keep his identity hidden, even though she knows this can be counted as a failure for a policeman. She believes the protagonist is a kind person. Shido decides to try his best to reveal the Black Magician's identity, while Sanada thinks about keeping it hidden and helping the guy however she can. After a while, the homeroom teacher of the S-class introduces both Mizuha Yuika and Kusanagi Minato to the whole class. She hopes the other students can get along with them. The students start asking if he really is the one who defeated the demon captain. The girls ask Yuika how she feels being a noble mage. The teacher advises everyone to sit down as the class is about to begin. She is surprised to see how famous both new students are. Kusanagi had to answer questions all day, and he feels horrible. He remembers this is the reason he was trying to keep his identity hidden. He hears someone call him from behind. Our boy looks back and finds the girl he saved earlier standing in front of him. She hopes he doesn't mind giving her a little bit of his time. As the boy finds himself on the rooftop again, he wonders if it is some kind of norm to always go to the top whenever you have to talk about something. Yuika follows him and looks at what's happening from behind a wall. She was hoping she could get some private training in and wonders why he is on the rooftop. She feels a bit jealous seeing him alone with a girl and tries to see what they're trying to do. The girl asks if he still remembers her, but our boy says he doesn't. She reminds him he's the one who saved her during the calamity, and he finally remembers who she is. The girl recalls that she was about to die because of the magical beasts at the combat lesson, but then somebody used their magic and saved her. She believes the one behind that magic attack was also Kusanagi. He remembers it, and she starts thanking him for saving her life. He doesn't mind it and says he just did what he could. The girl starts blushing and calls him cool. Yuika tries her best to listen to what they are saying, but she is barely able to hear anything. The girl reveals her feelings and says she is in love with our boy. She hopes he goes on a date with her. Yuika is shocked to learn she is confessing her feelings. The protagonist barely looks surprised. She knows she doesn't have many positive things, but she assures him she will do her best, so she hopes he can make her his girlfriend. Kusanagi smiles and thanks the girl for the confession. She starts smiling, but he continues to talk and says he is sorry. Her smile drops instantly. He politely tells her he doesn't have any time to start dating anyone since he has to do something very important. She understands his reasoning and tries to smile again. She is glad he was straightforward with her and decides to give up on him now. The girl leaves the rooftop with tears in her eyes. Kusanagi advises Yuika to stop hiding and just come out. She gets caught and comes out with an awkward smile. She thought she hid her mana well this time and wonders how he noticed. He calls her mana control horrible and lets her know it is literally spilling everywhere. This is the second time he caught her sneaking around like this. He wonders if she has a peeping fetish. Yuika embarrassingly tells him she just came at the wrong time. She wasn't hoping to listen to anything. She asks why he rejected such a cute and pretty girl. Kusanagi makes it clear that he doesn't want to date anyone right now. She is surprised, but he thinks he is just too far apart in age, even though he is physically in the same school year as them. Yuika starts feeling glad as she learns he doesn't want to go out with anyone. She doesn't understand why she feels so relieved to hear that he isn't planning on dating anyone. She looks at him with a concerned face. Kusanagi advises her to start working on her mana control as it is completely horrible. He believes she needs a lot more practice. She assures him she is aware and becomes determined to work as hard as she can to surpass her current strength so that someday he can finally acknowledge her. During nighttime, the protagonist reaches another area filled with monsters. He wonders if a new calamity is going to appear since they keep increasing. He hears a girl scream for help. A man uses his magic illegally to harass a girl. He tells her it is pointless to scream since there is no one around. Kusanagi intervenes and shows the guy there is still someone around. The thug becomes surprised, but our boy doesn't give him any time and quickly punches his stomach. He uses his magic to knock the guy unconscious. He learns it is just an amateur mage and a thug, but his close combat skills are horrible. He guesses the guy isn't used to fighting mages. The girl he saved thanks him and questions if he is the black mage. He becomes annoyed and quickly leaves while ignoring her words. Kusanagi realizes the black mage all the students and the policeman mentioned was him all along. He doesn't understand how he became so popular. The next day, while eating with his friends, the protagonist talks about the black mage. He remembers Shido talked about an amateur mage who only comes out at night. He heard many people talk about it, so he is just curious. Katsuragi guesses it is because the black mage has gotten really popular on the internet. Our boy asks what the internet is with an innocent face. He wonders if it is something similar to a fishing net. Everyone is shocked to hear this. They all wonder if he is crazy. In this era, it's hard for them to believe he doesn't know about something like the internet. They understand he is very isolated and lives under a rock, but this is worse than what they were expecting. Yuika explains the internet is an information network that covers the whole globe. Anyone can share any kind of information on it, so things like the black mage spread instantly. People can also find anything there, and since it has pictures and videos, it practically holds everything. Kusanagi finally understands it. Katsuragi helps him understand he can access any kind of information on his smartphone. He asks the boy to pull it out and try opening a random application. Kusanagi's face brightens up, and he smiles uncontrollably as he finally opens a search engine. They all praise him and explain he can use the internet to see anything now. Our boy calls it easy. Ruka remembers he promised to help them train. She is wondering when they begin their training. Kusanagi agrees on training them once the school ends, as they also helped him learn how to use a smartphone. He thinks about doing his best to train them well. Yuika expects something bad will happen as she hears his words. During their training, all three of them get tired and fall to the ground. Kusanagi is disappointed as they haven't even warmed up yet. He wants them to train like their life depends on it. They all get up once more and assure him they won't go down so easily. He is glad to hear this and orders them to come attack him with everything they have. They pull out their magic circles and follow his orders. Somewhere else, near the Tokyo Tower, a few men remember everything was completely normal a few seconds ago as they both observe the red sky. They both become terrified and wonder what's happening. A huge army of monsters filled with multiple demon soldiers and demon captains appear. As they all continue their training, all three of them fall back down. He asks if they have given up already. Ruka and Katsuragi attack him at once, determinedly telling him they haven't given up yet. He uses a barrier to protect himself and shoots his magic bullets to defeat them with zero effort. They both get hurt, but Yuika sneaks up from behind and tries to catch him off guard. He is easily able to dodge her and again uses the same attack to defeat Yuika as well. Kusanagi announces break time and lets all of them rest for a little bit. They are all relieved as they can finally catch their breath. Yuika drinks some water while Katsuragi points out that the protagonist is just too overpowered. Ruka agrees with him and is surprised that even a top student can't come close to his strength. Yuika confirms it as well and believes he is different from all the students. She observes his face and finds his usual annoyed look again. Kusanagi reveals he almost lost his life in a car accident, and when he finally opened his eyes, he had obtained these mysterious powers. He doesn't know the reason either, so he orders them to stop bothering him about it. Ruka understands he unlocked his powers on the brink of death and wonders if it triggered something inside him. Yuika is able to see right through the guy. She knows why he's making those expressions and is disappointed to see how gullible the other two are. She believes there is a good reason behind why he doesn't want to tell anyone the truth since he is trying so hard to hide it. She decides to forget about it for now. Kusanagi is able to fool them easily and feels glad they're gullible. They finally end the training session as the sun starts setting. Katsuragi calls it a great training session. Our boy calls him tough as he observes his attitude. Katsuragi guesses it is because he used to train alone before this. He feels really hungry and shares that he has to go back home and cook food. The protagonist is surprised to hear that he cooks food himself. He didn't expect the guy to be like this, judging by his appearance. Katsuragi gets a bit angry as he hears such harsh words. He asks if the protagonist always goes outside to eat. He answers that he just lives on cup noodles, which surprises the guy. Kusanagi is surprised to learn how convenient the new world is. His friend warns him about such unhealthy habits and points out that his body won't survive like this. The protagonist feels a bit weird seeing how concerned he is. Katsuragi grabs him and decides to take the guy to his place so they can eat together. Our boy tries to resist, but he doesn't leave and drags him away. Kusanagi smiles and feels glad to have such a friend. As they both reach his apartment, our boy ends up getting stuck with the kids while Katsuragi cooks food for all of them. He apologizes after he's done cooking but notices the protagonist taking care of them using magic. The protagonist assures him not to worry. He uses magic to create bubbles for the kids. Katsuragi calls him an idiot for his behavior and advises him not to use magic in his apartment. The guy is surprised to see magic can be used for such things. The little kid comforts our boy after he gets scolded. Katsuragi is shocked to learn he is really good at taking care of kids. The protagonist suddenly remembers the calamity in his past life. He calls kids precious. Katsuragi calls him an old man for how he sounds, but our boy orders him to shut his mouth. He starts enjoying as he helps the kids read a book. They all start eating together and thank God for the food. The kids happily eat the delicious meals. The protagonist tries it and is surprised to find out how good it is. He gets teary as he tries to remember the last time he had a good meal. He regrets not taking care of himself because he was focusing on fighting for a very long time. Kusanagi asks his friend about his parents. The guy shares he doesn't have a father. Since his mother has to work till late at night, he is the one who does the household work and takes care of the kids. He even has to do a part-time job when he is free. Kusanagi is shocked to hear his routine, but the guy assures him he likes taking care of his family. The protagonist understands it and remembers he is a complete musclehead who likes challenging stuff. They all end up sleeping together. He apologizes to Kusanagi for having him sleep at their house because of the selfish kids. He doesn't mind it and feels good doing such a thing for a change of pace. Katsuragi is relieved and shows his gratitude. The protagonist doesn't understand why he's thanking him, but the guy elaborates that it is about Ruka. She looks happier these days, and he believes it is all thanks to Kusanagi. Our boy wonders if this is something related to love. He asks the guy if he holds feelings for Ruka, but Katsuragi answers negatively. He shares they are both misfits who don't get along well with others, so they naturally became great friends. Kusanagi finds it similar to his situation. The next day, both Kusanagi and his friend walk together towards school. Yuika frustratingly wonders why they're so late. Katsuragi shares that the protagonist kept sleeping. They both find out the boys had a sleepover together. Yuika gets jealous and asks if they did training together. Kusanagi wonders why they're meeting like it is natural. He admits he is enjoying it. Shido appears with Sanada and requests our boy to give him a few minutes. The protagonist is annoyed to see them again. Shido apologizes for disturbing the guy again but reveals it is something urgent. Sanada explains beasts are suddenly appearing out of nowhere near the Tokyo Tower. She believes it is something related to the calamity, so they want to request Kusanagi's cooperation in the matter. He tries to avoid it as he is just a student, but Shido doesn't think it is right to call someone like him a student, since he is capable of stopping calamities all by himself. He tries to be straightforward and shares it's too much for the police to handle, which is why they need his assistance. Kusanagi asks if it is okay for them to reveal such stuff, but Shido tells him they have no choice since they've been completely cornered. He formally requests the protagonist to help them face the monsters. Kusanagi agrees with them. He was hoping to avoid standing out, but the situation keeps getting worse. Shido promises he will get proper compensation and that he doesn't have to contact the academy. Yuika and her friends decide to help as well. Ruka is confident they can provide support from the rear, and Katsuragi agrees with them. Shido thanks them for their effort but refuses to let them come along, as it is just not possible. Ruka tries to convince him, but Shido doesn't believe they are capable of fighting in a real battle since they are just the top students of their academy. He asks if any of them come close to Kusanagi's level. They all become ashamed and speechless. Shido advises them to head toward the academy while he invites Kusanagi to come with him. The protagonist hopes his friends can someday catch up to him, and they all become motivated, confidently answering that they will. At the police headquarters, our boy ends up being involved in a conference. A man explains that hundreds of magical beasts are appearing close to the Tokyo Tower, and they need to quickly form a plan and take action before any civilians get hurt. He shares that they even have a student on their side who played a huge role in the previous calamity that happened recently at the Magic Academy. He asks the protagonist to stand up. He follows the guy's instructions, and some men talk about him behind his back. One of them doesn't understand why a literal kid is involved in their business. The other guy explains that Kusanagi is the one who finished off the demon captain all by himself during the last calamity. He calls it bullcrap since it's hard to believe. Sanada feels embarrassed. Shido speaks up and tells everyone that Kusanagi really is the student who stopped the calamity and even defeated the demon captain all by himself. Shido gives his word, as he saw everything happening from up close. He believes there is no one on the same power level as the protagonist. Since our boy was involved in the calamity that happened after 50 years, Shido thinks it is a good decision to have him cooperate with them. He hopes everyone will treat the boy as their partner instead of a student. The men still don't believe it and think he's just a mere student acting all high and mighty, even though he's in a place filled with so many professionals. The leader tells them their goal is still the same, even with a new face among them. He orders them to immediately take action and kill the monsters. As everyone leaves, Shido finds the boy and apologizes for what he had to listen to. Kusanagi thinks it's okay and guesses his arrival just put them in a bad mood. Shido is surprised by his maturity and realizes he should focus on Sanada instead. She starts sobbing and tells him she was just too terrified to stop the men. Kusanagi assures her not to worry, as he doesn't give a shit about what a few men have to say about him. She starts smiling and calls him a wonderful person. As they all drive toward the Tokyo Tower, Kusanagi asks about the approximate combat power they have right now. The policeman answers that they have 80 mages. Only a few among them are high rank, while the rest are just middle rank mages. Our boy knows middle rank mages are capable of using level 2 magic, while the high rank ones can use up to level 3. Shido admits it sounds very pitiful, but the protagonist is the strongest mage among everyone since he is capable of using level 4 synthesis magic. Kusanagi asks if they will follow some kind of plan, but Shido disappointingly tells him it is going to be a magic battle, purely so they can't follow any kind of plans. He believes they can win easily if they only face demon soldiers and magical beasts, but anyone higher than the demon captain will require proper planning and countermeasures because they have high intelligence and immense power. Shido doubts such a straightforward battle plan is worthy of being called a combat strategy. Kusanagi points out that he hasn't noticed any special equipment anywhere so far that could defeat monsters. The policeman shares that they don't have anything that stands a chance against magic and beasts, which is why they just wear clothes that are easy to move in or suits whenever they enter any sort of battle. The protagonist remembers they used to have anti-beast equipment, but Shido answers there is barely any left right now, and it has become very rare. Only the mage nobles have such equipment. Kusanagi is shocked to learn this, as he remembers such magic equipment used to be common around his time. He understands the usage of magic and mages declined because of peaceful times, but this much change is just absurd. He becomes curious about what happened during the past 50 years. Shido observes his expressions carefully, wondering what he's thinking about. They all finally reach the Tokyo Tower. Kusanagi finds out there is no calamity going on, but the number of monsters appearing is abnormal. He wonders what is going on. The trash-talking policemen from earlier are shocked by the numbers as well. They didn't get informed about this in the report, and as they both spot a demon captain among the monsters, they become completely hopeless and decide to seek support from special organizations or noble mages since it's out of their hands. Shido assures them he has already called for backup, but it's not going to arrive so quickly. Since the number of beasts keeps increasing and illegal mage activities are happening more than before, the organizations already have too much on their plates. The policemen ask if they don't have any other choice but to face such strong monsters themselves. They believe it's a suicide mission and become hesitant. Shido has no choice left, so he swallows his pride and requests the protagonist for help. He asks if they can be defeated. Our boy answers positively. The trash talkers start doubting him, and it's hard for them to believe a random brat can win against so many monsters. Kusanagi notices something weird, and they wonder what he's on about. As the monsters become more active, suddenly the sky changes its color and turns red. Sanada and the other policemen realize a calamity is about to happen. Shido gives a message to every single post from the police headquarters that a calamity has appeared across Japan. As the civilians start getting attacked by magical beasts, Shido repeats his words that a calamity has occurred. He orders everyone to make people their priority and save civilians from any harm. Since they're stuck dealing with it in an urban area, they need to take countermeasures quickly. Shido and his men are worried to see what's happening, but our boy remains unfazed. The policemen see the calamity appearing again and become terrified. They question why it's happening. The protagonist knows a calamity is a natural phenomenon, but he notices this one is happening because of the magical beasts from earlier. He doesn't know how they caused it, but wonders if they learned a new way to create one in the last 50 years. Shidu's men tell him they can't fight a losing battle with no backup. They need to reorganize first. The calamity starts moving, and the beasts begin heading toward the city area filled with civilians. The policemen start arguing with each other. Some believe it is going to harm the civilians, so they don't have a choice but to go and defeat the monsters. The other policemen call it a suicide mission and believe they can't win. Someone comments that the police have become pitiful, which angers the guy who doesn't want to go. He makes it clear that they just can't win against so many magical beasts. Kusanagi jumps off the building while telling everyone they can definitely win. He smiles and starts using his magic circles to head toward the monsters. He lands between them, and as the monsters notice him, they all begin rushing toward him to attack. The policemen warn him to quickly run, or else he's going to lose his life. Kusanagi pulls out third-level magic called Wind Cutter, leaving everyone speechless. The monsters die instantly, but a few demon soldiers become active. They throw multiple attacks toward our boy, but he remains unscathed because of his shields. Since the barrier ends up being very useful, he decides to put one up for the bystanders, so no one gets hurt during the calamity. As he cuts through more monsters, Shidu is astonished by his strength. He doesn't believe someone is capable of using several magic attributes at once. He guesses only Kusanagi can do such things. The guy orders everyone to move forward and follow our boy. Sanada starts running to provide proper backup. The other policemen tremble in fear, but since they can't just run away, they all get fired up and run toward the battlefield. The policemen begin fighting against the monsters. The protagonist is surprised by their capabilities. The demon captain appears from the crowd of monsters. A policeman notices and becomes hopeless, since only a legendary class mage can defeat such a monstrosity. Kusanagi pulls out the water serpent again and assures the policemen they can leave the demon captain to him while they all handle the rest. In mere seconds, he defeats the demon captain, leaving everyone shocked. They admit he is very powerful. Shidu orders everyone to continue fighting until the boss monster appears. He orders them to handle the rest while Kusanagi can take care of the demon captain and anything stronger than that. As the protagonist fights the monsters, he remembers the worldwide calamity that appeared 60 years ago, which was the first calamity. After that event, calamities became common and kept showing up again and again, continuing to destroy the world. He doesn't want what happened 60 years ago to repeat itself since the calamity will just spread worldwide. He is glad to be here and is determined to stop the calamity from destroying the human race. Sanada gets attacked by a demon soldier, but the protagonist intervenes and instantly kills it. She remembers it is the same as that night. He asks if she's fine. Sanada thanks him and tries getting up. He realizes it is the same situation as before. He becomes worried and anxiously questions if she found out. Sanada doesn't understand why he became the black mage. She wonders how strong he is but doesn't want him to hate her for asking weird questions. She blushes and tries to stop herself from thinking anything weird since he is just a student. Sanada gets attacked again, but Kusanagi protects her from the danger and advises her to be more careful. She apologizes. He requests that she stay by his side so he can protect her. He notices she isn't capable of using combat magic. Sanada starts blushing again and follows his instructions. She questions if he really is a student since he sounds more like an adult compared to her. Out of nowhere, all the police mages feel an immense pressure. They start trembling in fear and wonder what's happening. A monster emerges from the light. Shidu notices it is the subspecies of a demon captain. He questions why such a higher species of demon captain is appearing now. The policemen realize their victory is impossible. They doubt even mage nobles can win against such a strong monster. Kusanagi steps forward. They try to stop him from getting hurt, as they don't think he can defeat it no matter how strong he might be. Kusanagi tells them he'll win. The guys stop trembling so much. Sanada starts praying for Kusanagi's victory. Shidu knows he holds the same strength as the mage nobles, so there is a good chance he might win against the subspecies as well. As the monster comes face to face with the protagonist, Shidu becomes excited to finally see our boy's true strength. Shidu orders everyone to keep giving it their all until the boss monster finally dies. Kusanagi confronts the new demon captain. It starts attacking and throws fire magic at him. The policemen can't believe how strong the monster is as they see it destroying multiple things with level 1 magic. Our boy doesn't get scratched at all. The monster wonders what he even is. Kusanagi answers that he is just a student. He starts using his water serpent again. The demon captain becomes determined to kill our boy and unleashes a huge fire serpent. The policemen notice that it is level 6 magic and become hopeless. Kusanagi knows that if he avoids the attack or just blocks it with his magic, there is a chance his allies might get engulfed in all the fire, so he wonders what he should do next. All the beasts start gathering around suddenly. The police are confused. But as they all attack Kusanagi, Sanada tries to warn him. He remains unfazed despite seeing multiple strong attacks coming his way. He destroys the demon captain's fire serpent with his water attribute and blocks the magical beast's attacks with his non-attribute shields. Water starts pouring down. The protagonist is a bit underwhelmed as he realizes it is already over. Shido's jaw drops, seeing how strong our boy is. Sanada doesn't understand what just happened. Shido, still in shock, holds his head as he sees unimaginable things happening in front of him. Only a mage noble can use level 6 magic since it is an advanced technique on a similar level as remote activation. Sanada asks if Kusanagi really did all that. Shido shares an even more surprising thing he just witnessed. The protagonist just used a second type of magic at the same time while facing the demon captain. Usually there is a buffer time whenever someone uses 2 magic spells, but Kusanagi just used them at the same time. Even a single type of magic is hard to control, so using 2 simultaneously makes the protagonist stronger than even the noble mages. Shido is happy to see everything went as he expected. He believes he has found the person he always wanted, the new Ichikami Minato. The protagonist advises the demon captain to follow him so they can fight somewhere else, as it is too stuffy here. The demon captain starts using level 1 aerial magic and flies away. As it moves somewhere else, it admits it is a bit surprised that it knows how to use aerial magic. The demon captain thinks he had to move so he doesn't get any sort of cooperation from its army. The boy clarifies he doesn't feel fazed by the shitty cooperation from other beasts. With a cold expression, he reveals they moved so he doesn't have to hold back anymore. The demon captain moves forward and attacks him, but our boy easily dodges all the attacks coming his way. He uses his arms to block a few blows. The demon captain uses the opportunity to throw fire magic. It hits the boy directly, but the monster hits him again and slams him on the ground without wasting a second. As the smoke clears, Kusanagi comes out unfazed, leaving the demon captain shocked. He moves forward to attack it and knows it resorted to hand-to-hand combat because its magic is completely useless against him. He calls the demon captain's efforts useless and makes it clear it can't land a strike on him while punching its head really hard. The demon captain goes flying away but saves itself by summoning a magic circle. It doubts his punch can do anything since he is just a mere human, but suddenly its whole body starts trembling. The demon captain doesn't understand how strong he is. It gets mad and questions who he even is. Kusanagi smiles and lets it know magic isn't the only thing he can use. He decides to show the demon captain a technique he created himself. The protagonist smiles and unleashes his powers. The demon captain becomes amazed. Shido and Sanada feel the pressure and notice there is something above them. Kusanagi uses the magic he is emitting to protect his body. He starts feeling powerful, but the demon captain calls human attacks useless, even though he's using magic to cover himself. Kusanagi doesn't agree with it and decides to give his powers a try. He starts throwing punches and pushes back the demon captain, who is left with no choice as attacks come from all directions. The monster tries pathetically to protect itself, but Kusanagi keeps hitting it with his new technique. Shido observes the fight and notices the boy is overpowering a literal monster in hand-to-hand combat. He questions how it's even possible since human attacks are too weak against monsters. He is slowly harming the monster with just his fists. The demon captain gets injured and doesn't understand how a human attack can push him to such a pathetic state. Kusanagi is aware that normal attacks or any weapons have no effect on monsters, but if someone puts a huge amount of magic power behind them, the attacks actually work. Attacking while covering the whole body with magic power is called the fusion of martial arts and magic craft. He named it magic martial arts. The demon captain doesn't believe a trash human has just surpassed him in strength. It doesn't accept its defeat and tries to attack Kusanagi, but he dodges it with ease. Without wasting a second, he lands a strong punch, drilling a hole in its stomach. The demon captain calls him a monster for such strength. The other monsters find out their leader has already died. The sky turns back to normal, and the calamity finally ends. The policemen are relieved and learn the boy did everything. Shido advises them to kill the remaining beasts as well and keep their guards up. Kusanagi slowly comes down and smiles as he decides to leave the rest to the police. He suddenly remembers it has been ages since he used magic martial arts, so he couldn't use it properly. He lands back down and notices the crowd of policemen waiting for him. Shido thanks our boy for all the hard work and for single-handedly defeating the demon captain to stop the calamity. They are grateful for his cooperation. The whole police department gives Kusanagi a salute in respect. Ever since this incident, calamities have kept appearing across the globe continuously. But thanks to the police and the noble mage's cooperation, slowly all of the new calamities were stopped as well. People grew anxious because of the calamities and started hating the government for not being properly prepared. They showed disappointment towards the mages, who were expected to protect people. As the anxiety among people grew with time, someone said they still have the black mage on their side. Everyone started believing in the black mage, and the whole world wondered who he even was. At the academy, Kusanagi starts feeling irritated as the whole class finds out he is the one who stopped the second calamity as well. They call him amazing and start showering him with praise. They ask if it's really true that he had to face the subspecies of a demon captain during the calamity. He starts feeling bothered and hopes it ends. Yuika notices his tired expression. The teacher begins talking about the calamity that occurred recently. She advises everyone to stay prepared at all times since they're not just students but mages too, so there's no telling when they might get summoned. She points toward Kusanagi and calls him experienced. All of a sudden, Sanada appears with a few policemen. She excuses everyone and the teacher anxiously asks if there is an issue. Sanada shows her badge and assures her she came here with the headmaster's permission. She calls Kusanagi and requests him to help them once again. Our boy is surprised by how far the police have fallen. He wonders why they never care about their image. He notices the students gawking at him, which annoys him, so he decides to just leave. He asks Sanada to inform him about the situation. She assures him not to overthink it, as he will receive rewards and credit for his work. She explains the beasts keep appearing all across the globe because of the calamities, and illegal mages involved in weird organizations have also become way more active all of a sudden. Since they are lacking in manpower, Kusanagi says they came to get him. Sanada feels bad about asking him for help so many times but tells him they have no other choice since he is the strongest. Kusanagi pulls out his phone and advises her to just give him a call next time. Sanada apologizes and understands him. She is able to get his contact information and feels glad. The protagonist questions what he needs to do now. She instructs him to take care of all the beasts in Harajuku. He understands her. Sanada decides to take him with her in a car, but he believes they will become too late. So the protagonist pulls out his magic circles and starts leaving the school alone. The police are amazed to see his fast speed. At Harajuku, the sky turns red and two kids become terrified. The big brother tries to protect his sibling from harm as a magical beast appears. The kids try to run away, but the little one falls. As they're about to be eaten by the magical beast, the protagonist appears and instantly kills it. The kids calm down, and he praises them for hanging in there, telling them they did a great job. He hands back their toy Ichikami figurine and smiles to help them feel better. He hands the kids to the police and runs to clean the area. The kids bow to show their gratitude as he flies away, and the little brother smiles in appreciation. Kusanagi finds it harder to battle in Harajuku than at his academy or in the destroyed Shibuya, as the place is filled with obstacles and people. He can't use magic bullets, or he might hurt civilians still running for their lives. He can differentiate between humans and beasts, but normal people with zero magic can't be detected easily. The only way to save everyone is by patrolling the area. The police arrive, focusing on killing the monsters while leaving civilian rescue to the army and firefighters. They find Kusanagi and call his name. Our boy remembers him from the calamity, comes down, and guesses the policeman is reinforcement. He finds it helpful and asks about the situation. The policeman shares they haven't saved half the civilians and are struggling to reach the east side. Kusanagi shoots a few bullets and decides to check the east side. The policeman warns him about illegal mages there, according to reports, but knows there's no point in warning Kusanagi since he's the strongest. The other policemen notice him and wonder who he is, as he defeated multiple beasts with ease. They believe he's some kind of savior during these difficult times. Kusanagi defeats a demon captain with his 6th level burst stream. He's surprised to find demon captains, even though there's no calamity, something that hadn't happened even 50 years ago. As the number of beasts increases, Kusanagi realizes they're getting stronger, and the situation is getting so bad that even he finds it hard to handle. He believes he needs a plan before things get out of hand. Kusanagi saves 2 more civilians and hands them to the firefighters. He has a few plans but isn't sure which one to follow. He uses his bubbles to save more people. Sanada and a few policemen appear, and he helps calm the civilians. The police thank him again, believing they minimized the damage because of him. Kusanagi disagrees, saying it was thanks to the police and firefighters. He was simply helping out. The policeman admits he's an awesome student. They apologize for their rude behavior during the last calamity, admitting their pride caused it. Kusanagi tells them not to worry and to stop thinking about it. The policemen are amazed by his maturity and thank him again. Sanada steps forward and thanks him as well, noting she keeps relying on his powers, even though he's just a student. He assures her not to worry, as he agreed to help. Kusanagi points out that the number of monsters keeps increasing, and this time, they're stronger. Sanada agrees, thinking they need a plan to counter the calamity. She mentions her senior is doing his best to take action. As she speaks, the kids from earlier approach Kusanagi and thank him for saving them. He's happy to see they're safe. The little kid asks if he's the great sage, and the older one apologizes, saying his brother is obsessed with the great sage. Kusanagi notices the toy and realizes it's an Ichikami figurine. He tells the kids he's really the great sage, and the kid smiles, already knowing. Kusanagi remembers his past life, where someone requested Ichikami to let him make a doll of him. The guy excitedly shared he wouldn't just make a doll but photo cards and key holders too. Ichikami doubted anyone would want such things. The guy told him people needed the great sage's support in their hearts, and such items would be great for kids. Ichikami didn't fully agree, but the guy called him wrong, believing it would keep people safe for 100 years, not just 50. He begged for Ichikami's permission. Kusanagi smiles, realizing the guy was right. He knows mere dolls can't save people, but people need him again now. At a shady club in the capital, a few men report on the Black Mage to their leader, Kuroya Kuto, president of the Underground Mage Guild, Black Rebellion. He gets up after hearing about an illegal mage who doesn't belong to any guild. Furious, he learns the Black Mage dares to go against him. He asks his lackey if he's correct, and the terrified underling answers yes. Kuroi orders them to find the Black Mage's real identity, using military force if necessary. Someone asks if they have permission to kill him. It's the executive manager Kaga Shuji. Kuroi answers they can only kill him after torturing him. Kaga becomes excited, making an evil expression. Ruka asks Kusanagi about his magic power level. Yuika says the same, as she has been curious for a while. She wonders if it is 100,000 or maybe even 500,000. Yuika knows it's possible for someone like our boy. He answers it's 99,990,000 with an expressionless face. Everyone is speechless at first. Yuika doesn't believe it, and Katsuragi agrees with her as well. Ruka remembers that even Ichikami's magic power is about 1,000,000, so she doesn't believe him. Kusanagi is surprised to learn this. They all explain that people call 1,000,000 the highest limit for this reason. They wonder why he doesn't know such a common thing. The protagonist questions if his power is just 1,000,000. He tries looking it up on the internet but becomes confused. He smiles and admits he doesn't know how to use a phone. Since it's not worth the effort, he decides to give up. He gets a call from Shido. The boy asks what's wrong, and Shido apologizes for the disturbance, asking if he has some time to spare. Kusanagi answers positively, so the policeman asks if his friends are near him as well. Kusanagi tells him they are here. Shido requests him to put the phone on speaker. Kusanagi is completely clueless about it, so Yuika helps him turn it on. The policeman explains that since the number of monsters and calamities keeps increasing, he decided to create a specialized anti-monster squad, known as the Special Magic Team. He wants our boy to be the leader of the squad. Yuika is astonished to see her friend getting such an opportunity. She believes it's such a special title that mages would die to reach. She guesses her friend isn't going to refuse such a thing, but to her surprise, Kusanagi ends up refusing the offer. Yuika questions why, growing angry. The policeman requests them to listen to his explanation first. The protagonist wonders why Yuika is angry on his behalf, but decides to hear the explanation. Shido shares that there are too many issues going on, and the police can't handle everything alone. Also, since the monsters are growing in strength, it's hard for them to keep up anymore. He knows the boy understands his words. Kusanagi knows it's because the mages of this time period have really low magic levels. He wonders what happened to the nobles. Shido shares that the heads of Mizuha, Homurai, and Kaichi are still stuck in an overseas meeting, so the only one left is Fuka, but he's not available either for many weird reasons. Kusanagi suddenly remembers he never met Yuika's parents before. She tells him they still haven't returned from the meetings. Shido explains the special squad will have many police officers and a few students from the academy. He chooses Yuika, Ruka, and Katsuragi as members of the new special squad. He assures them he's willing to handle all the troublesome stuff, like clerical work and negotiations. So all of them just need to focus on getting stronger and leading the police mages. They'll get proper rewards, and their school credits will increase too, making it easier to find employment in the future. Shido starts begging, trying to convince the boy to become the captain. He hopes the protagonist agrees. Kusanagi becomes a bit annoyed but decides to do it. Shido finds it hard to believe but looks glad. The others agree with it as well. Ruka doesn't want Kusanagi to handle everything alone, while Katsuragi is just into hard challenges. Even though the protagonist is still unsure, he ends up going with it since he wants to train more mages as well. The news channels start criticizing the noble mage family, the Fukas. They didn't only leave behind their real duty because of some school disaster, but the noble family was also very slow with the subjugation of monsters. The nobleman hears the news and calls the reporters dumb, since they're assuming noble mages can handle anything. Someone calls, so the noble mage gives him permission to enter. His butler appears and shares that the Metropolitan Police Department sent him a document. The noble mage reads the information about the special magic team being established. He calls it stupid and thinks useless people are into doing unnecessary things. He feels a bit disappointed but guesses this might help shut up the public. He orders the butler to call his dumb kid here. The butler understands him and leaves. At the police department, the protagonist and his friends join the special squad. They all hold a meeting, and Shido starts explaining something to everyone. The protagonist is surprised to hear the word dozens, but Shidu apologizes and explains that they did have candidates, but they didn't receive any applications for some reason. Shidu believes they'll get more applications once our boy starts producing real results. Kusanagi was expecting things to turn out this way. Since it's weird for a literal student to be the team's captain, some friction was bound to happen. Shidu hands over something and shares that it's a temporary mage badge. He admits it's an external cooperation but explains they're all public servants now. So, if anyone doubts it, he can just show this badge to them when needed. He adds another thing. The badges are only given when someone is from a unit, and since all of them are still not qualified as mages, the badge is just temporary. Shidu officially ends the student treatment with Kusanagi and addresses him as Captain Kusanagi. He leaves everything to the boy. The protagonist smiles, as it's been ages since he stood before people his own age. He goes to the front and introduces himself once more. He announces that he is the captain of the special mage team and promises everyone that he is willing to make everyone in his team stronger than even the heads of noble families. His friends and the police members are surprised, as it's something hard to believe. Kusanagi understands why they're doubting him, but decides to give solid proof to help clear the doubts. He asks Shidu if there are any magic power measuring devices available in the police station. The guy answers positively but becomes confused. As he brings a few measuring devices, Kusanagi orders Ruka and Katsuragi to step forward and measure their power levels. They decide to follow his orders. As they both pour out their magic into the machine, the protagonist tells everyone that Ruka's magic power level was only 10,000 last time, while Katsuragi had 8,000 magic power. Ruka becomes speechless as she gets a result of 30,000 magic power. Katsuragi is amazed to see 28,000 on the measuring screen as well. The policemen are astonished, as it is the magic power of the highest grade mage class. Kusanagi asks them to be patient and orders Yuika to measure her powers. She listens to him but feels a bit anxious. Yuika wonders what she should do now, as she believes the gap between her and her older sister might be too big. She knows she worked really hard, but at the end of the day, she thinks she is just an ordinary person with no talent. She becomes more anxious and doesn't want to see the results. Yuika calms herself down as she doesn't want to run away from such challenges anymore. She stops caring about the results and pours the magic into the machine, determined to always be true to herself. Shidu and Sanada's jaws drop as they see the results. Yuika feels a bit anxious but opens her eyes to find out it is 26,000. Shidu remembers her magic power was just 2,000 according to the records, and it's hard for him to believe there is a way to increase magic power to such an extent. Kusanagi makes it clear to everyone in the room that increasing magic power is possible. It just requires talent and the absolute determination to never give up and keep working hard till the end. He looks at Yuika with a smile and pats her head, letting her know how proud he is feeling and telling her she did an amazing job. Ruka feels happy as she watches their interaction. Kusanagi praises the other two as well, but they think this much was expected. Especially for Ruka, she believes this kind of improvement is normal for someone like her since she belongs to the Mizuha family, so there's no need for praises. He ignores her words and pats her head as well, praising her for all the hard work. Katsuragi knows his friend looks out of this world but is surprised to see him act this way without any fear. Yuika becomes anxious since she knows how terrifying her sister looks when she's angry. Ruka tells the protagonist she's not a baby, and he understands her and pulls away his hand. Katsuragi was a bit scared just now, and Yuika also thanks God her sister remained calm. Our boy tries to pat Katsuragi next, but he becomes embarrassed. Ruka remembers she was never treated like this all her life before today. Even her father never patted her head or did such a thing for her. A fat, ugly guy enters the room as he finds out everyone was here. He shares that he has been searching for Shidu everywhere and wonders why he hasn't received any proper greetings. Shidu tries to explain himself and tells the fatso he thought the guy wasn't coming today. The fat dude tells him his mind changed, so he decided to come. Shidu thinks about introducing him to everyone and announces he is Shu, a mage noble from the family of Fuka. Shidu secretly informs our boy that he didn't have a choice, as they needed the approval of the mage noble for the special team's establishment, so he was forced to enlist their names. He feels sorry about it. Kusanagi remembers the Fuka family ignored the request for reinforcements during the disaster that happened at his academy. Shidu tries to explain that happened because the nobles have a weird habit of maintaining authority, so they feel ashamed answering such requests since it's not something a mage noble would usually do. Shu speaks up and tells them he learned he was going to see Japan's leading magic unit. He wonders why there is a bunch of students in the room instead. Shidu introduces Kusanagi and reveals he is the one who defeated the boss monster and took care of the calamity that happened at the school. For his amazing achievements, he has been chosen to lead the team as the captain of the unit. Shu carefully looks at him and wonders how a trash student who doesn't even belong to a noble family stopped the school disaster. He steps on the protagonist's foot and arrogantly tells him he is nothing more than a piece of trash. He feels enraged to see our boy as the captain. The guy makes it clear not to act cocky, even if he's just a student. Yuika and Ruka question why he's acting this way, and they order him to step back, while Katsuragi threatens to blow him away. Shu wonders why ordinary people are trying to order him around. He recognizes the two sisters and remembers they belong to the Mizuha family. He's surprised to find out not everyone here is a piece of trash. Shu starts smirking and announces that he will be the one to lead the unit, but Shido tries to make him understand Kusanagi has already been chosen to lead the unit, so it can't be changed. Shu decides to challenge the protagonist and announces that the one who defeats the boss of the next calamity will earn the right to lead the unit. Shido tries to stop him, but the fatty decides to make his own rules and thinks it's settled. Shido apologizes for his behavior, but Kusanagi assures him it's fine, since anything he says would have been completely useless on such an idiot. He thinks it's fine, as he just needs to win. Yuika and the others get fired up. She's not going to let the guy become their captain. The other two become determined and decide to go all out as well. He wonders why they sound so fired up over such an idiot. At the police department grounds, Kusanagi thinks about his next step. He remembers the police officers mostly had about 10,000 magic power. He expected this, and decides to talk about magic power first. He starts explaining and talks about the importance of magic power. He tells everyone he knows they only use it to produce magic attacks, but it has other purposes as well. He calls Katsuragi and orders him to attack with everything he has. He becomes a bit confused, but the boy asks him to hurry up. Katsuragi tries throwing a punch with everything he has, hoping the protagonist doesn't complain about it later. The punch gets stopped by a weird barrier. He explains he is using the power of a magic barrier. If anyone has a lot of magic power, they can naturally use a magic barrier. Katsuragi keeps throwing punches, but nothing lands. He continues to explain they can use magic without even thinking about it if their magic power is huge enough. He calls it automatic power. Katsuragi finally gets tired and finds out his punches are completely useless. The protagonist orders everyone to keep one thing in mind. Increasing the magic power capacity is the most important goal for any mage. He starts pouring his magic into the policemen one by one to help them understand how to sense magic power. Everyone begins their training, and they all work hard to get stronger. Kusanagi realizes they really need some equipment besides the training. He wonders if it's possible to get some anti-monster equipment. Judging by Shido's reaction, our boy finds out it might be nearly impossible to get his hands on one for now. Shido assures him he will manage something if he waits a little longer. Kusanagi is aware he won't find any good craftsmen in this time period, so he decides to make one himself, even though he has never done that before. He is positive he can make one himself. He opens his drawer as he tries to find something useful. He finds a cheap ring, but notices it is still in good condition, which means it might be something important. He believes it might work, but it's still not enough. The protagonist starts thinking about a store he could shop at. His phone starts ringing suddenly. He notices it is a call from Ruka. He wonders what she wants since she rarely calls him. Kusanagi picks it up but questions why she's so silent. She shares her opinion and believes only he is worthy of leading the unit. He becomes confused and asks if she's trying to encourage him. She says he's correct. Kusanagi smiles as he finds out she is an awkward person. He decides to ask her something. Kusanagi invites her to go shop with him tomorrow if she doesn't have anything else to do. He doesn't know much about buying accessories, so he needs help. Ruka questions if he's inviting the others as well. He answers negatively and believes going in large groups is unnecessary. She is a bit hesitant, so Kusanagi asks if she wants to go. She agrees to go with him. He calls her a lifesaver and asks where they should go. She suggests Harajuku, so he decides to meet her at the station around noon. She hopes they can see each other tomorrow and cuts the call. Kusanagi feels glad as he can buy rings for everyone in his squad now. He wonders if he should spend his day crafting anti-monster equipment with the ring he just found. He starts pouring in his magic and believes it will somehow work. Yuika calls her sister for dinner but gets no reply and becomes a bit concerned since her sister never behaves like this. Yuika decides to check, so she announces that she is coming in. She finds her sister with a cute dress in her hand and becomes speechless. Ruka asks what's wrong. Yuika apologizes and informs her that dinner is ready. Ruka tells her she will come in a bit. Yuika has never seen her sister so excited before. She wonders if Ruka is planning on going out and assumes it is a date with our boy. The next day, Kusanagi reaches the Harajuku station. Yuika spies on him from behind a wall and tries to keep her distance while concealing her identity so he doesn't find her. She feels weird spying on them in such a way, so she apologizes to them in her heart. Ruka finally appears in a beautiful dress, and everyone starts staring at her. She asks our boy if he had to wait. He shares that he just got here, so it's fine. The dudes staring at them call her beautiful and assume she is talking to her boyfriend. They become a bit jealous while Yuika questions what's going on as she finds out her sister and Kusanagi are on a date. Ruka asks what he's looking for. Kusanagi answers that he wants a ring. She wonders if it's a gift. He calls her correct, but shares he needs several. Ruka is surprised, assuming something else. She questions if he has that many partners. He answers positively, but she reminds him Japan is not a polygamous country. He assures her he already knows that. Ruka advises him to buy inexpensive ones if he is planning to buy in bulk. She remembers the perfect place, so he decides to leave it to her. They visit multiple shops while Yuika observes them both from a distance. After a few hours of trying, Ruka admits it is really hard to find rings that are sturdy, inexpensive, and not too fancy. Kusanagi feels a bit annoyed since whenever they finally choose a good ring, something is always missing. He checks another one and realizes it looks pretty expensive as well. Yuika drinks her juice from a distance and wonders what they're both talking about. She feels a bit jealous seeing them stand so close to each other. The manager approaches them with a smile and asks what they're looking for. She is willing to give him a suggestion if he is planning to give his girlfriend a gift. Kusanagi tries to clarify she is not his girlfriend, but as soon as he speaks, Ruka cuts him off and tells the manager she is not his girlfriend with a cold expression. The manager anxiously apologizes and lets them look around as she goes away, feeling embarrassed. Ruka tries to stop her while the boy feels a bit annoyed. They finally sit down, and Kusanagi shares how exhausted he's feeling from all the walking they did, especially in a crowded place like a mall. He's finding it hard to choose a good ring and wonders if there is something wrong with his criteria. Kusanagi notices the expressions on Ruka's face. She admits she doesn't know how to show affection, and she's aware he already knows about her trash personality. He calls her correct, and Ruka remembers she doesn't even know how to interact with her little sister. She caused her many problems because of this. She suggests it is better if he does the shopping with Yuika instead, since she is just getting in the way. He calls her wrong and says he already knows she did her research and learned the locations of multiple stores before coming. She even thought properly about which ones he should choose. She took the trip so seriously, even though it's his problem. He assures her she is a great help to him with a smile on his face. Ruka starts blushing and feels better. Yuika notices her face and remembers she never saw her sister with such expressions. She starts feeling down and wonders why she's spying in the first place. Yuika decides to go home. After a few hours, Kusanagi happily exits the mall as he was finally able to find good rings. She is still a bit confused about why he needed 5 of them. He shares he needed one for each partner. Ruka believes his partners are going to be really happy when they receive the gift since he took his time to pick the rings. He mentions it is for the unit's equipment, so there is no reason for them to be unhappy about it. She is a bit confused to hear this but finally understands why he bought so many. He shows his gratitude for all the help she gave and thanks her properly. Ruka thinks it's fine. She is glad she was able to help him out. He decides to repay her for the effort, but she assures him he doesn't need to do anything. He pulls out the ring from earlier and asks her to give him her hand. She feels a bit shy and questions what he wants to do. He grabs it and shares it as the first special ring he made himself. He hopes she takes good care of it and smiles. Ruka is glad but starts leaving. He tries to stop her, but she doesn't give him a chance and leaves. He wanted to explain more about the anti-monster equipment, but decides to do it some other time when he gets the chance again. As she walks away, Ruka suddenly stops and stares at the ring. She hugs her hand as she admires the ring and starts blushing uncontrollably. The next day, Kusanagi announces he will hand out the anti-monster equipment now, so they can come and take one. Sanada and the other policemen wear it and feel a magic reaction. They're amazed to see magical equipment for the first time. He explains it is called anti-monster equipment, and he imbued wind magic into it, so if they use their magic powers, they can use the ring to produce wind magic up to level 1. Shido is amazed. He starts questioning how the protagonist got his hands on such a thing. Kusanagi reveals he is the one who made them. Shido finds it hard to believe, since craftsmen capable of making such precious equipment barely exist anymore. He is astonished to find out our boy can make such a thing with ease. He admits Kusanagi amazes him every time. Yuika notices her sister didn't take a ring. She notices Ruka is already wearing a ring she has never worn before. Yuika assumes it is from their date and becomes anxious as she wonders what happened after she decided to leave. Kusanagi believes they all lack proper transportation. He doubts cars are fast enough, so he calls them unreliable. Shido thinks he's right since they always arrive late. Kusanagi demonstrates how to use the wind magic spell, Aerial, using the anti-monster equipment. He believes it will help reduce the time they spend traveling significantly. He explains it is not strong enough to be used as attacks against monsters, but they can fly with it, so they should give it a try. He guides them by sharing they need to visualize jumping in the air since Aerial involves flying and acceleration. Sanada and Shido start flying using the special ring. Kusanagi notices Yuika flying as well. He praises her for it, but she believes this much was expected since she has been training to learn magic manipulation for quite a while now. She stares at the protagonist. Yuika starts feeling guilty all of a sudden for spying on her sister earlier. Kusanagi notices her expression and becomes confused. He approaches Yuika and says he wanted to ask something from her. He questions if she is aware of Ichikami Minato. Yuika answers positively, as he is the person she likes the most. He asks her about Ichikami's power level. She answers it was around 1,000,000. He was capable of using many spells but died fighting against the demon god during the Great Calamity. He's curious about what happened after he died. She answers most great mages died as well, and her noble ancestors were among the people who worked hard for the revival of society. The Mizuha family played a huge role in everything. She says all of this with a proud expression, and continues to share that barely any data or documents were left after the last calamity finally ended. That's the reason magic studies were built again from zero. Kusanagi is aware the death rate of mages was quite high around that time, but he remembers leaving a lot of books behind. He stored the information about magic in different places to prepare for the future. He wonders why the knowledge of modern-day magic is so bad and full of errors compared to what he left. The power level of mages these days is extremely low. He wonders if someone is behind all of this. Yuika notices him zoning out and asks if he's fine. He assures her it's nothing. She asks him to keep in mind, if he is worried about something, he shouldn't hesitate to share it with her. She is aware she isn't very useful, but still tells him to ask for her help. Kusanagi thanks her for the consideration and calls her a big help. He knows she's going to keep whatever he shares a secret, but he still needs to be cautious about the black mage issue. There is a possibility she might get in trouble if he involves her, so he decides to never bring it up. He is aware she might just end up losing consciousness if she finds out he is the legendary Ichikami Minato. Yuika assumes he is hiding things because she is not reliable enough. She decides to get stronger so she can be more useful to Kusanagi. She becomes determined to do her best. 1 week later, Kusanagi orders everyone to get ready and fire. Sanada is able to throw level 2 holy magic called Holy Crest. Shido, now capable of using level 3 magic, while Katsuragi and the Mizuha sisters are able to throw level 4 magic. Kusanagi feels happy as he learns everyone has gotten stronger. Even Sanada, who didn't know how to use offensive magic before, can now attack with offensive magic spells as well. The most surprising thing for him is the compatibility between the Mizuha sisters. He knows people would think it is only natural since they are both sisters. Yuika and Ruka destroy the training ground with their level 4 magic. Yuika suddenly remembers some bad memories but starts smiling as she has finally earned her sister's respect. Kusanagi praises everyone for their hard work, but tells them not to get lazy just because their magic levels increased, since the levels don't necessarily mean they have gotten stronger and better at using magic. He decides to give an example and orders Ruka to use a level 4 magic spell on him. She understands him and follows his instructions. Ruka throws a level 4 attack at him, but Kusanagi only uses level 1 earth magic as a counterattack. As both magic attacks clash, everyone is surprised to see that level 1 magic was able to neutralize level 4 magic. He explains the magic levels only help with the amount of magic power that can be infused with an attack. It doesn't mean higher level magic is stronger. Even with level 1 magic, if the mage is able to infuse maximum magic power, even level 4 magic is easily beatable. He mentions the attributes of magic matter as well. Water is always weak to earth. He orders everyone to avoid getting trapped by the idea of levels. He explains they need to understand magic power and master the spells they have. If they follow his instructions, they can become stronger. Everyone listens carefully as Kusanagi reveals they shouldn't forget about their partners either, since combined powers can become even stronger. They all yell out as they become motivated, but out of nowhere, the fatty appears again and feels pity for them. Shido asks why he's here for no reason. Shu thinks no calamity is happening anytime soon, so he's bored. Shido advises him to clear out a few monsters if he's not planning on training, but Sho rejects the idea as it is too much work for him. He leaves all of it on the police department while smiling wickedly. Kusanagi's friends become annoyed, but he feels nothing. Shu hopes the calamity arrives quickly as the sky starts turning red. Yuika notices it first and points out something is wrong. Shu realizes it really is the calamity and gets fired up. He reminds everyone that the squad that is able to defeat the boss first is going to be chosen as the leader of the special unit. He announces the beginning of his challenge. Kusanagi's squad becomes fired up as they are determined not to lose to an ugly fatso like Sho. Fatty and his men start using the equipment to fly away with their wind magic. He becomes cocky and calls everyone a loser as he leaves. Yuika calls him unfair, but Kusanagi reminds her that they can do the same as well. He orders everyone to properly prepare and put on their headsets. As the whole team starts flying, Kusanagi reminds them that it's their first fight as a squad, so they need to remain cautious. They all start moving. Shu leaves behind a car driving on a road. He calls it slow and laughs. Katsuragi calls him fast, and Yuika doesn't understand how the fatso can move this quickly with such a huge body. Kusanagi believes it's because they are all good at wine magic, so it's going to be tough for his squad to keep up. He knows he can easily overtake them, but doesn't want to destroy the purpose of being in a team. He decides not to rush since the citizens look completely fine. Shu starts making fun of them and mocks them for calling themselves a special squad since they can't even overtake him. He keeps calling them losers. Yuika notices his expressions and assumes he is mocking them, even though she can't hear his words. The fatty finds a few people and announces he is here. He warns them about the calamity and starts killing a few monsters with his teammates. They all shoot wind magic and kill a beast. The civilians try to find a safe spot and ask the fatso for help, but he ignores them completely and keeps shooting wind magic towards the monsters. As the civilians are about to get caught up in his wind magic, the protagonist appears and shields them with his barrier. He asks the fatso what he's trying to do with a cold, terrifying expression. The noble brat and his men become so scared they almost piss their pants. He tries to understand what's happening as he can't even move his arm. Kusanagi's squad appears and confirms if the civilians are holding on fine. Yuika questions what the fatso just tried to pull off. She becomes angry and orders him not to drag ordinary people into a fight. Shu and his teammates are finally able to move again. He wonders if Kusanagi did something to his body. He brushes it off and believes it was nothing. Fatso calls it their fault for getting in the way of a mage noble like him. Yuika becomes irritated and orders him to repeat that. He uses his wind magic and starts flying off with his buddies while leaving the safety of commoners to Kusanagi. He is determined to defeat the boss. As the fatty leaves, Kusanagi observes him and is confident he could easily destroy the fatso in mere seconds. But he doesn't want to make it look like he is afraid of a stupid challenge. He suddenly realizes this might be a good opportunity for something. Kusanagi orders his squad to defeat the monsters while he protects the citizens from any kind of harm. Shido wonders if he is confident about the challenge since it sounds hard to protect so many civilians all alone. Kusanagi assures him he's confident since he is the leader of their special unit. Shido believes his words and thinks his question was stupid. Yuika motivates everyone to start defeating the monsters as they already rely on the protagonist so much. Everyone agrees with her, so our boy orders them all to start moving and win for him. They all move forward using their wind magic and start fighting the monsters. Yuika uses level 3 magic spells to destroy some strong monsters. She remembers being scared when faced with a similar situation before, but now she is surprised by her own capabilities as she can easily defeat demon soldiers. Yuika has finally gotten stronger. Kusanagi senses the magic energy around him and finds out both humans and monsters are mixed in, and many civilians are still stuck in a dangerous situation. He is aware of the situation's difficulty but believes he can take care of it because he is Kusanagi Minato. He moves forward with his wind magic to save everyone. Shu and his men keep blasting wind magic while ignoring the civilians. Ruka and the others maintain their formation and remain determined not to fall behind the fatso. Yuika starts sensing a weird magic energy out of nowhere. She looks back and finds a demon appearing behind her. The delusional fatty doesn't hesitate for even a second and runs towards the demon to stop the calamity and win his stupid challenge. He decides to use his level 4 magic for it. His men try to stop the fatso as level 4 magic is not even going to scratch an opponent like the demon. Shu doesn't listen and believes they don't know anything because they have never fought a demon before in their lives. He is confident he will definitely win this battle since he is a noble mage. Fatty launches a level 4 wind attack, but the demon pulls out his level 4 fire magic in response and completely destroys the fatty's pathetic attack. Shu finds it hard to believe he was overpowered just like that. As the fire attack almost hits him, he starts running with his lackeys. Some civilians get caught up in it. They scream for help, but Shu ignores them and keeps running to save himself. Kusanagi appears and uses earth magic to stop it. His squad joins in, and they all defend the civilians from the fire attack. Kusanagi smiles and praises them for it. Yuika approaches the fatty. He is relieved he didn't die. With a cold expression, she questions why he just ignored the citizens and only saved his own life. He calls it their fault for not running away to safety. He believes they don't deserve to live if they are going to slow down a magic noble like him. Yuika becomes so angry hearing his stupid words, she is unable to control herself anymore, so she smacks his face as hard as she can. The fatty goes flying away after such a slap. She calls him prideless and pathetic for a magic noble. Shu questions why she slapped a nobleman like him. Yuika advises everyone to leave his pathetic ass behind and continue defeating the rest of the monsters appearing in the city. They all agree and start moving while Sho whines about being completely ignored by her. Kusanagi observes them while bringing the civilians to safety. He notices they are acting very noisy in front of the enemy. He guesses it's fine since they were able to calm down quickly. Kusanagi decides to go look for more survivors who need his help. He thinks about remaining cautious, as the boss can appear at any time. As the demon monster appears, Shu and his lackeys hide behind a wall as they finally accept they can't defeat such a powerful monster all by themselves. The teammates advise Fatso to start retreating. Shu knows the demon monster is just too powerful for him. Even though he is a noble, he doesn't believe he can defeat it. The Fatso suddenly gets an idea. He decides to let the other squad wear down the monster when they engage in a fight, and then, Once the monster is weak, he plans to intervene and take all the credit by finishing it off. The lackeys praise him for his amazing idea. He thinks it's normal for a genius like him and guesses they should stay hidden and wait for the perfect time. His men agree with him. Shido and the whole squad face the demon monster coming their way. Yuika is able to sense how strong the monster is. She doubts they can win this fight but becomes determined to do whatever she can. The whole squad starts attacking the demon persistently. They wonder if it's finally dead. But as the smoke clears, the demon comes out unscathed. Yuika finds out it didn't even scratch it. Ruka suggests they need to use level 4 magic or lower level magic with the proper amount of magic power behind the attack. The demon starts summoning fire attacks from his magic circles. He attacks them, and as they all try dodging it, Yuika learns it has gotten stronger than before, twice as strong as the magic she has. Yuika admits the difference in power is just so big. They have no chance of winning like this. She wonders what she should do next. Kusanagi notices his squad is stuck in a bad situation. He decides to give them advice. Kusanagi orders them to work together. She answers they are already working together. He advises her to combine her powers in the truest sense. He hints that she and Ruka hold the key to victory. Yuika becomes confused and anxiously asks what he means, but he orders her to figure it out herself. Yuika tries to stop him from leaving the call, but she gets attacked by fire magic and gets busy trying to defend herself. Ruka believes Kusanagi's words hold a deep meaning, so they all need to think about it as a team. Yuika thinks her sister is correct, since Kusanagi has always led them to great things. She finally understands what she needs to do. Yuika points out the demon takes a long time casting its magic spells, so they should just avoid its attacks and ignore it for now, as they need to defeat smaller enemies as well. Yuika asks Shido and the policeman to take the east while they continue attacking from the west. She will provide a signal for when the demon throws any kind of attack. They all understand her instructions. As the powerful demon begins throwing an attack, Yuika warns and signals everyone about it. They all dodge the monster's attacks with Yuika's help. Kusanagi observes everything while saving civilians. He was expecting Ruka or Katsuragi to take the lead, but finds out Yuika is also good at it, since she can read people well. He thinks she can lead people. Yuika starts feeling tired and realizes their magic power and level might not be enough to win. She wonders what she needs to do now. Yuika tries to recall Kusanagi's words and suddenly understands she misunderstood everything. She doubts such a ridiculous method is going to save them, but she left behind her common sense a long time ago, so she decides to give it a try. She knows it is a do-or-die situation. Yuika requests everyone to lend her their magic power. Fatso observes them from behind and wonders what they're planning to do. The whole squad gets ready for something. Shido tries to confirm if this is really possible. Yuika is not sure herself but knows they don't have any other choice. Ruka puts her faith in Yuika. Katsuragi and Sanada decide to give it their all too, as they can just think of something else if this plan fails. The demon raises its arm and produces a level 5 fire magic blazing pillar. A huge wave of fire starts falling down on Kusanagi's squad. Fatso and his men call the squad useless losers, but his lackeys ask him to look at what's happening. He is surprised to see the whole squad moving forward towards the demon. Sanada unleashes her level 3 sacred healing magic to heal all the members of the squad. Kusanagi calls it a brilliant plan, since it is hard to dodge a level 5 spell. With this, Sanada can heal everyone from all the damage they are going to deal with, which is very smart. Yuika and Ruka stand together against the beast and charge their attacks. They release the water magic. Kusanagi is glad they finally understood. If they can't defeat it with their individual capabilities, they can combine their powers to achieve victory. He smiles and calls it a grand magic spellburst stream as a huge wave of water completely destroys the demon in one go. As the smoke clears, Shido is surprised to learn the Mizuha sisters were capable of casting a level 6 spell together. Katsuragi points towards the demon. They are shocked to see it is still holding on to its pathetic life. Shu and his men see the opportunity and try finishing it off so they can claim victory. Kusanagi stops them using his drain tentacles. The Fatso doesn't understand what's happening with him, as all his mana gets depleted. He loses all his strength instantly. Kusanagi appears from behind and takes back his magic tentacles. He feels a bit annoyed by their behavior. The demon finally fades away. Katsuragi and the others are relieved. Shido thinks it was probably about to die after taking such an attack. As the calamity finally ends, the sky turns back to normal. The whole squad is happy to see they finally won. Sanada praises the Mizuha sisters and thanks them. Ruka and Yuika lose consciousness and fall down. Katsuragi becomes concerned and asks what's wrong. They are both unable to move at all since they used up all their magic. Yuka tells her sister they actually won. Ruka agrees with her and feels relieved. Kusanagi praises his team for their efforts, smiles, and confirms they were the ones who stopped the calamity. He labels it as their first real mission, and is happy they showed their true worth and didn't disappoint him, even though they fought for the first time like this. He believes his squad is going to keep growing stronger. He praises Yuika for her amazing growth so far and points out she gave excellent commands during the calamity. She even understood what he meant by grand magic, and he wonders if she already knew about this technique. Yuika confidently answers she didn't, and she learns it is called grand magic. He is surprised to learn she didn't know this, and doesn't understand how she pulled it off without even knowing. She thanks him for giving such an amazing hint, and shares that the rest was just her gut feeling. Kusanagi is shocked as he realizes he was wrong about Yuika. He guesses she might be way more special than he initially expected. Kusanagi ends the questioning and points out she succeeded on the spot, which is very incredible. He believes the harmony and compatibility between her and Ruka also played a huge role in it. He notices the watch and tells everyone it is finally time for something important. Kusanagi grabs the remote and turns on the TV. Some special members of the police department, including Shido, are involved in a conference. One of them speaks up and explains they created the Special Mage Team, also known as SMT, to prepare against the growing number of calamities and demon monsters. The news reporter questions why they chose a student who was involved in the calamity at the academy as the squad's leader, asking if what he's saying is true. Shido steps up to answer this question. He introduces himself as the proxy representing the special squad's leader and confirms the squad leader really is just a student. This is hard for everyone to believe. They are against appointing a minor as a squad leader. Shido defends Kusanagi and explains he has abilities that even surpass the magic nobles. He reminds them that the magic nobles are completely useless and didn't even join them to help. The police were left in a dire situation and had to save the citizens all by themselves. He adds that Kusanagi appeared and saved everyone from the calamity. Shido believes Kusanagi is a savior sent by God, who is going to protect this era from the monsters. Shido doesn't trust anyone else with the leadership role. Kusanagi, while watching this on the TV, becomes a bit embarrassed. He was hoping Shido wouldn't make a huge deal out of him. The important government officials call it absurd and troublesome. They think it's wrong to ignore the magic nobles and establish a squad behind their back. If this happens, the noble mages will lose their jobs. The men admit the noble mages are pretty useless since they didn't even respond to the calamity. They are aware of the Fuka clan's horrible reputation, and even though some of the clan leaders are not in the country, it is still their job to respond to the calamity, so they are ignoring their own jobs. The police head speaks and shares they place their trust in the noble mages, and they didn't create the special squad to undermine any of the noble families. Someone enters the conference room and tells everyone to step back. It is the ugly fatty and his lackeys. He calls the current leader an incompetent loser and believes a magic noble like him deserves to be the real leader. He calls them out for their rudeness in holding a press conference while completely ignoring him. His minions show support for his claims as well. Shido doesn't understand why he's here out of nowhere, even though he lost the challenge. Shu and his minions act like there was no challenge. He lies about having no such promises. He calls his words the magic noble absolute and tells everyone to just listen to him. A news reporter moves forward to ask a question. He gives her permission to ask anything. She informs everyone that she learned he didn't help any civilians during the calamity that happened recently. He instead kept dragging innocent people into his fights. She asks if this is true. Shu becomes anxious and answers that nothing like this happened, but the other news reporters call him out for his lies since they have proof of his wrongdoings. The officials question if a magic noble is really doing such horrible things. They call it unacceptable since the citizens are always the top priority. They don't let his actions slide this time. Fatso becomes terrified and orders everyone to shut up. He doesn't accept his fault and blames it on the civilians for getting in the way of a magic noble like him. He calls everyone peasants and orders them to stop talking. Shido believes everyone already knows that the current magic nobles are corrupt. He points out how important it is to have heroes like Kusanagi, who will lead the nation and protect people from monsters. Heroes who will fight with zero selfish intentions. He thinks Kusanagi is perfect to be their squad leader. Shido points towards the fatty and tells everyone they don't need corrupt and selfish magic nobles who don't care about the citizens. The news reporters take Shido's side, while the head of the police department becomes concerned. Fatso leaves frustrated and makes it clear to everyone that he will definitely take his revenge and make them regret what they said to him. Kusanagi smiles awkwardly as he sees the fatty leave. He is surprised Shido didn't hold back at all this time. Yuika shows everyone the videos about the calamity that were posted on the internet. She reveals that the magic noble Fatso is getting a lot of hate for his actions. Kusanagi becomes a bit terrified of the internet since things spread very quickly. Yuika suddenly gets surprised. Kusanagi asks what's wrong, with an anxious expression. Yuika shares that all of their faces got caught on camera. Kusanagi becomes frustrated as it is impossible for him to hide his real identity after this. He was hoping to not stand out as much as possible, but knows things will become more complicated for him after this. After a few days at the meeting room, Kusanagi becomes surprised as he sees the huge crowd of people gathering. He wonders what's happening. Shido shares that the higher-ups are giving their approval easily now, out of nowhere, and the number of people hoping to volunteer has suddenly increased as well. Shidu anxiously smiles and believes this is happening because of the information that got spread on the internet and the press conference that happened recently. Shidu starts apologizing for not holding back during the press conference. He is aware he made a mistake, and he somehow wants to make it up to Kusanagi. Our boy was hoping he could train more people but didn't want to stand out this much. Yuika appears from behind and grabs his arm. She suggests he should just get used to it since it's hard for the world to take its eyes off of someone as special as him. He calls it troublesome, and hopes he can avoid attention after this at least. At night, somewhere inside a mysterious place, a man tied to a chair gets asked a question. A guy holds his knife near the victim's throat and orders him to reveal everything or he's dead. The guy with red hair becomes terrified. He gets asked about the Black Mage but tries to clarify he already told everything he knew. He shares that the Black Mage is a young kid who can cast strong magic spells. The man slashes the red-haired dude with his knife and threatens him to reveal everything or he's dead. The victim becomes terrified and begs for his life. He finally recalls something else. The red-haired dude shares that the police are consistently checking the Magic Academy to learn more about the Black Mage, so there is a rumor he might be a student. He swears he doesn't know anything else about the Black Mage. The kidnapper believes in his words but calls it disappointing. The victim hopes he will get released now since he revealed everything. The mysterious man assures him he will, but kills him and clarifies he will get free from life's grasp instead. The victim bleeds out and dies. The mysterious four-eyed man becomes angry as blood splashes onto him. He calls it filthy and starts rubbing off the blood. He was able to learn the Black Mage might be a student. He gets excited and starts smiling wickedly as he wonders how terrific a young kid's screams will sound. He hopes the Black Mage is waiting for him. Kusanagi lands in Shinjuku while wearing a mask to hide his face. He defeats a monster and starts looking around. Our boy spots a few kids with a camera in their hands. One of the kids starts recording the dead monster Kusanagi just killed, and they both call it the work of the Black Mage. One of them is a bit frustrated that he couldn't make it on time to film Kusanagi. Our boy was hoping the hype and interest people had in the Black Mage would have decreased by now, but he realizes he is totally wrong as he finds many people searching for him, even in such residential areas. The police are involved as well. He is glad the police are dealing with monsters and disasters properly now compared to when he was reincarnated. He guesses the people don't need the Black Mage anymore. Kusanagi notices something happening on the ground. A few thugs corner a helpless man and demand 10 million yen from him. They order him to just sell his organs if he can't pay up. The man tries to defend himself and clarifies he only took 200k yen, but the thugs start using their magic and call it interest on the loan. They try teaching him a lesson, and as they are about to attack him, Kusanagi jumps in and shields the man from the thugs. The helpless guy uses this opportunity to leave. The thugs become angry and question if he thinks he's some kind of cool hero. They try fighting Kusanagi, but he decides to give them a taste of pain so they stop acting this way. They get beaten up and apologize afterward. The men promise they won't do anything to resist. The Black Mage wonders why the police aren't dealing with illegal mages even now. The thugs recognize it's the Black Mage. They start talking about the rumors they've heard. One of them mentions the underground syndicates are after our boy. They get anxious about being on another gang's turf. Kusanagi hears them talk and asks about the organization. They become terrified and try to act dumb. The thugs say they don't know anything while begging him to let go of them. They promise they won't tell anyone they met him. The Black Mage wonders how much they know, so he decides to let them go if they reveal everything. The thugs agree, and one of them reveals the Black Rebellion is an underground organization of mages who are hidden from the public. He shares they have their hands in all sorts of horrible crimes like money laundering, controlling the Yakuza, gangs, or mafia. The organization is behind all of it. The thugs share that the Black Rebellion even has connections with the media and politics, so they have the freedom to do whatever they want. The thugs smile awkwardly and tell him there's a Black Rebellion branch nearby as well. They came here in hopes of getting a job there. He beats them up and starts leaving the sketchy alley. Kusanagi remembers Sanada mentioned something about the increase in illegal activities. He was finally able to learn the Black Rebellion is behind all of this. Our boy calls it interesting and gets a bit excited. He decides to leave the calamity and the increase in monsters to his student version instead, and clean the underworld whenever he goes out as the Black Mage. He guesses he should start with the Kabukicho branch first, since it is the nearest. Our boy reaches the place and sees a crowd of men and women doing sketchy business. He is surprised by how lively the modern entertainment district looks. Kusanagi feels a bit annoyed but moves forward and starts by sensing the magic around him. He can't tell which ones belong to the organization since he is dealing with humans this time. Our boy decides to start by arresting a few criminals doing sketchy activities around the area. He finds two selling drugs in a dark alley. They notice him and get ready to attack, but the protagonist beats the crap out of them and tries getting any information out of them. He is barely able to learn anything but decides to report it to the police so they can take care of the rest. He beats a few more men and learns the organization is gathered at a place called Western. The man assures him he's telling the truth and hopes he can leave now since he revealed all the information he had to offer. Kusanagi beats him up and leaves, hoping the information he got is correct. At the Western bar, a pretty woman with purple hair enters and sits near the bartender. He asks for her order. She gives him some cash and hopes he can provide information. He takes it and lets her speak. The mysterious girl questions the bartender about the Black Rebellion's hideout. The bartender calls her question wrong. She becomes a bit concerned. He corrects her and says she should be asking about what's going to happen to her next. The purple-haired girl realizes it is a trap. She looks back to see a few thugs getting up. One of them knew someone was sniffing around, but he didn't expect it to be a beautiful woman. She realizes she has made a huge mistake by believing in false information. The thugs attack, but one of them orders to keep her alive. The helpless girl attacks as well in hopes of saving her life. She doesn't waste a second and rushes toward the exit but gets hit by fire magic from behind. The woman falls down and becomes injured. The thugs like her tough attitude and decide to use her for her beautiful body. She becomes hopeless and apologizes to her brother in her heart, as she couldn't do much. As the thug almost grabs her, the protagonist enters the bar, surprising everyone. He completely ignores what's happening and goes right toward the bartender. Our boy asks if the Black Rebellion members are in this bar. A thug approaches him from behind and questions if the protagonist is aware of the situation he's in right now. He tries to attack while throwing insults but gets punched in the face by our boy. The thug goes flying away and hits the club's wall. He struggles to get up and loses consciousness. The other thugs and the girl are all left speechless, their jaws completely dropped. The purple-haired woman knows no normal human can hit someone this hard. She doesn't understand how he did it. The girl wonders if he used some sort of magic, but she didn't see him enchanting anything either. She wonders who he is. Kusanagi is glad the intel wasn't completely useless, as he was able to find many low-level mage thugs in the Western Club. He calls the Black Rebellion thugs pathetic scums for ganging up on a woman, continuing to insult them. The thugs become terrified but try to stay calm, as they still have the number advantage. One of them orders everyone to gang up on the protagonist since he is completely alone, believing they can win if they all attack together. The thugs start throwing multiple fire attacks, but our boy tries to hold back and just dodge. The purple-haired woman doubts he can win since the numbers have a huge advantage, especially since they are fighting indoors. She assumes he can't cast any strong spells, which means there's no chance he will win. The girl shouts and warns the protagonist to just run away. As he is about to get attacked, the protagonist loses his patience and dodges everything swiftly to get closer to the thugs. He approaches them and starts throwing hands. Our boy beats the crap out of them one by one and knocks everyone out in mere seconds. The purple-haired woman is left speechless. She couldn't keep up with whatever happened because the boy moved extremely fast. She wonders if he used some kind of magic. The thug starts crying and questions who he even is. He demands answers, so Kusanagi answers that he is the Black Mage, the man who is going to destroy the Black Rebellion gang. He knocks out the last guy as well and walks toward the girl. She is still surprised by how fast he destroyed everyone and wonders if he's some kind of elite or legendary mage. Kusanagi comes closer, and she's able to learn he looks like a high school student. She calls his eyes striking. He becomes a bit worried and asks if she's okay. He finds out she is not injured. With a confused expression, the girl assures him she is okay. He walks toward the bartender hiding behind the table. Kusanagi demands information about the Black Rebellion, but the bartender rejects his request because he is afraid they will hunt him down if he reveals anything. Our boy lands a strong punch and destroys the table to scare the bartender. He demands information again and makes it clear this is the last chance he is giving. The bartender becomes terrified and decides to reveal everything to save himself from Kusanagi. He shares that the Black Rebellion's base is actually in Tokyo, with branches everywhere, even beyond Kabukicho. He has heard the head of the Kabukicho branch is not a person anyone should mess with. The leader of the gang is a mage, and he holds a lot of influence in the underworld. Some people even say he is controlling Japan from the background. Kusanagi asks about the branch, but the bartender swears he doesn't know anything about it. He explains that low-level guys like him just get crappy jobs and don't know anything about the branch location. The protagonist is a bit disappointed, as he's back to zero again. He decides to find more illegal mages to gather information about the branch. As he's about to leave, the woman stops him and shows her gratitude since he saved her life. She doesn't know what kind of unimaginable things she would have gone through if he hadn't been there. He assures her not to worry, as he was just passing by. He believes it is her own fault for putting herself in such a dangerous situation, since she got involved herself. She calls him harsh, and he says she is correct but shares he's only harsh on adults. The woman assumes he's planning to search for the Black Rebellion. She is curious and questions what he's aiming to do once he finally finds the gang. With a cold expression, He answers that he will destroy it. She is a bit shocked to see how serious he is. She learns he wants to destroy the gang completely, but doubts he can do it all by himself, even if he is strong. She knows she can't do it alone either, so she decides to make a request. The woman asks our boy if he wants to join her. She confidently shares that she is a detective with more access to valuable information and holds many connections as well. She is aware she doesn't have the kind of strength he holds. The woman is a bit shocked to learn the Black Mage is a lot more powerful than whatever she heard from the rumors. She believes she can achieve her goals as well if she can somehow team up with him. Kusanagi understands it and questions if she is demanding his strength in exchange for her valuable information. The woman calls him correct and believes it is the perfect partnership. She moves her hand forward and requests his cooperation. He is aware that he is in dire need of some intel, but contemplates whether she is worth trusting. He guesses it's fine, as he can always just ghost her if things don't go according to plan. He agrees to it and shakes her hand as he decides to team up with the woman. She seals the deal and introduces herself as Leona. Our boy just shares that he is a black mage. She calls it hard and wonders why he doesn't have a shorter name. He gives the girl permission to call him whatever she wants, so she decides to go with Chrono. He agrees on Chrono. He questions why the thugs were after her. She shares that her aim was to somehow find the Black Rebellion's hideout. He calls her stupid for being so careless. She thinks they're both in the same boat, but he lets her know he can protect himself properly. She admits she has many weaknesses, but she didn't see any other choice since nobody dares to go against the Black Rebellion. Leona explains that these days the rogue mages are doing whatever they want in Kabukicho without any consequences, since the police are too busy dealing with the calamities. Kusanagi remembers that Sanada explained this earlier. He learns she is in a tough situation. Leona tries to keep herself calm and reveals her younger brother was attacked by the rogue mages. Ever since their parents died, she had to take care of her brother all by herself. She worked really hard to provide a nice life for her little brother. She's aware she couldn't offer him any time and attention, which would have probably made him lonely, but her little brother never complained about it once. She remembers one day a few burglars broke into their house out of nowhere. Unfortunately, her brother saw the criminals, so they tried to take his life. Her expression changes. He asks if her brother survived. She shares he was injured and hasn't regained consciousness ever since that day. He knows even sacred magic is not enough to wake someone up from a coma. She becomes frustrated and tells him the doctors have no idea when he might wake up. Her brother is only 9 years old. She believes he deserved a normal life. Leona remembers the guys behind all of this were Black Rebellion lackeys. She was able to find and arrest all of them, but she's not going to be satisfied until the whole gang is destroyed. He asks if her aim is just revenge, but she calls him wrong and determinedly shares that she wants to correct things so no one has to go through the same thing she did. She's aware she doesn't have the strength to do it, but she believes he can definitely stand against the Black Rebellion gang. Kusanagi guesses her story is true, but wonders if she brought the whole thing up to stop him from betraying her in the future. He calls her a tough woman for her actions but smiles, as he is into desperate women. He warns her not to drag him down, but she assures him she has already located many potential hideouts, so he shouldn't underestimate her information network. She just has too many on the list and thinks they might even be Yakuza or the Mafia. That's the reason she was trying to move forward with caution. He demands the information about the hideout locations. She asks about his plan. The boy answers he will just go pay a visit. She warns him about how dangerous it is and doubts he can avoid getting killed, even if he holds a lot of strength. He assures her it is completely fine since he is the legendary Black Mage. She decides to give him the information, but tells him she will go check with him. He warns her about the danger, but she's stuck on going even if she gets killed. He questions what her brother will do if she loses her life. She thinks it's fine, as he will get insurance money if she ever dies. He calls money worthless and advises her to never say such a thing again, as family is the most important thing. She doubts he can understand how she feels to be weak since he holds power. She frustratingly shares how horrible it is to live a good life, but still get oppressed by pathetic scums like the gang members. Even when people like her are cornered, they don't have enough power to fight back. She questions why her brother went through such a thing, even though he is completely innocent. She starts crying and goes silent. He starts moving, so she asks what he's trying to do. He demands the hideout locations and assures her the gang members are going to pay for their crimes. She stops crying and finally cheers up. She gives him the information but thinks it will be hard going everywhere on foot. He assures her not to worry about it and holds her from the back. Our boy orders her to hold on tight. She starts blushing uncontrollably. In a random building filled with gang members, a man walks toward the window out of curiosity. Another thug asks what's the issue. Suddenly, the window breaks, and Kusanagi lands inside the room with Leona in his hands. He kicks one of the thugs standing beside the window and surprises everyone. The gang of thugs gets shocked as they see one of their members get knocked down. Kusanagi wonders if this is the real Black Rebellion's hideout. Leona tries to calm herself but feels extremely anxious, as she thought she was about to die. The thugs demand answers and question who they are. They grab their weapons and get ready to kill the protagonist. He remains unfazed and observes the Yakuza haven't changed much compared to his previous life. The boss steps forward with a cigar in his hands. He questions who the protagonist is. He answers he is the Black Mage. The boss becomes enraged and orders everyone to attack the protagonist. He advises Leona to stay close. A thug attacks him with a sword, but our boy stands fearless. The thug gets shocked as his sword is sliced in half. He doesn't understand what's happening. A few more thugs approach him from behind and start shooting bullets. Kusanagi pulls out his magic barrier and deflects everything with ease. The thugs feel hopeless as they realize guns and swords are completely useless. They start calling the Black Mage a monster, but he ignores them and approaches the leader. He asks once more to confirm if the guy really is the boss. He also questions if their group has any ties to the Black Rebellion. The boss starts shaking and remains silent for a second, but then shouts at Kusanagi and insults him. He makes it clear the Black Mage won't leave unscathed. He warns the protagonist not to underestimate the Yakuza like this. The gang starts shooting and attacking again, but Kusanagi remains unfazed and calls them stubborn for not understanding. Leona thinks he shouldn't expect cooperation from such people. She doesn't understand how they're still unharmed after so many attacks. He senses none of them are real mages, so he guesses they have no ties with the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi decides to clean up the whole mess. The boss warns him he's messed with the wrong people, but our boy doesn't let him finish and moves forward to land a kick. He beats the crap out of them and sends them flying with just one kick. The Yakuza finally give up. Leona is shocked it ended so quickly. Our boy is annoyed they couldn't learn anything, so he decides to move to the next location. Leona learns how strong the Black Mage really is. She starts to believe he might be enough to destroy the Black Rebellion for good. He grabs the woman and holds her in his arms. She becomes anxious as she realizes they're about to leave again. He jumps out of the window while carrying her. She screams in fear and asks him to stop, but he continues to move forward. They reach their next destination and make a grand entry through the window once again. In mere seconds, our boy defeats the whole gang. They all bow down to him and beg for mercy. Once he's outside again, he wonders why they keep getting attacked every time. He calls the Yakuza completely stupid. She agrees with him, but clarifies no gang members will ever listen to him. Leona frustratingly requests him to stop barging in through the window every time. She thinks they're just ambushing the Yakuza at this point, but she's had enough of all the flying. He understands her and shares he didn't follow any rules since they're dealing with Yakuza. She calls him illogical, so he decides to agree with her and play by the rules this time. They both reach another location and knock on the door. A bald guy comes out and questions who they are. The boy shares he's here to learn about the Black Rebellion. The bald guy shuts the door close and orders them to get lost. Kusanagi becomes annoyed and slams open the door with just a kick. The gang members become alert and question if they're getting raided by a single man. They order him to reveal which clan he belongs to. But Kusanagi clarifies he's just here to learn more about the Black Rebellion. The bald guy loses his patience and moves forward to throw a punch. Our boy was hoping he could talk peacefully for once, but since he has no other choice left, he fights back and easily destroys the bald guy. The other gang members get surprised. Kusanagi ignores the lackeys and tries to find the boss himself. A man named Ushiro moves forward and reveals he's the boss. He questions why our boy barged in like that. He gets straight to the point and asks if they have any ties with the Black Rebellion. The boss understands his question, but his lackeys find it disrespectful and pull out their weapons to fight our boy. Ushiro orders his men to stop. They try to say something, but he makes it clear to them that they can't handle a person like Kusanagi. He decides to answer the question and reveals he has zero connections with a pathetic organization like the Black Rebellion. He clarifies that honor is very important for his clan. The protagonist asks about their hideout. Ushiro confirms if he will leave once he learns the location. Kusanagi promises he will. Leona and our boy sit face to face with Ushiro. The gang of thugs surrounds both of them. She feels anxious and wonders why she got dragged into such a situation. Ushiro introduces himself again, so Kusanagi also reveals he is Chrono. Leona introduces herself as well. The boss points towards a map and explains the Black Rebellion's hideout is somewhere around where he's pointing. He finishes the conversation and assures them he doesn't know any other details. Kusanagi checks and finds out it matches the one Leona suggested. He realizes they would have eventually found the hideout if they continued searching for it. He finally acknowledges she is a lot more reliable than he expected. The Black Mage asks the old man if he's sure about sharing such information since he belongs to the same industry. Ushiro clarifies he isn't and reveals they are actually enemies. He assures our boy his clan is not so low and pathetic as to go around harming respectable people. Kusanagi wonders why he got attacked at first, but the old man believes he doesn't look respectable since he's going around raiding Yakuza offices. Ushiro tells him his clan has rules and principles, so there's no need to compare them with scums like the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi is amazed to find a Yakuza like Ushiro in this time period. He decides to leave just as promised since he accomplished his goal already. As he's about to go out, Ushiro questions if he's aiming to face the Black Rebellion. He warns our boy that they have influential individuals who control the country on their side, so it won't be easy. Kusanagi grabs the woman and assures the old man he has faced many opponents like that. He flies away with Leona in his hands. The old man observes him from behind and praises his fearless behavior. He believes the kid might be able to take down the Black Rebellion. In a random warehouse, a few men gather to make a deal for a special weapon. One of the lackeys checks its quality and assures his boss it's good. The red-haired guy orders his men to hand over the money. Some mysterious guys in black suits take it, and one of them shakes hands with the red-haired guy as they both make a deal. The guy in the suit calls Japan amazing for being so kind to criminals, and the other guy confirms it really is the best country. As they're both laughing, Kusanagi jumps in through the window with Leona in his hands. The men get shocked, but they all pull out their magic circles and guns without wasting a second. Kusanagi realizes he has finally found the gang he was looking for. He uses magic perception and learns that all the Black Rebellion men are mages, while the Mafia party also has a few mages on its side. Leona hides behind a container and pulls out her phone to record everything. The red-haired dude questions who Kusanagi is. Our boy is tired of hearing the same thing again and again. He answers that he is the Black Mage, and he plans on destroying the Black Rebellion. The men get confused hearing his words. They start laughing uncontrollably as they doubt a kid like him can do anything all by himself. He ignores their laughter and throws a huge fire attack. Some of them get blasted away. He makes it clear that he is determined to take the whole gang down. The men become enraged and start throwing multiple magic attacks without holding back. Our boy effortlessly deflects everything with his barrier. He knows they won't try anything higher than level 2 magic, as it will destroy the warehouse. He thinks about using combative spells, but realizes it will be useless since he's dealing with a huge number of men. The lackeys are surprised to see their attacks had zero effect. The bullets end up being useless as well. They start wondering why he's still unscathed, as they have never seen such magic before. Kusanagi is disappointed. He knows he isn't even using his magic. He finds their panic funny. The guy in the suit suddenly remembers they still have that special weapon he brought earlier. They suddenly become cocky and warn our boy not to be so confident. He notices the change in their behavior. As the men begin wearing masks and pull out the special weapon, Kusanagi notices what it is and quickly orders Leona to run outside. She listens to him and leaves. The thug throws a gas bomb, but our boy uses his magic to stop it midway. It blows up and poisonous gas leaks out. The men doubt he can save himself from such a thing, no matter how strong he is. They think the game is over and feel relieved the Black Mage dropped dead. They begin moving forward to check how his dead face looks. As the smoke finally clears, they both get surprised as the boy comes out unscathed again. The gang members find it hard to believe and question how he's still alive. He explains no magic can save him from poisonous gas, but it is just gas in the end, so he can simply use his wind magic to circulate the air around him. He finds it stupid and lets them know a powerful mage like him won't fall down so easily. The men become terrified and try calling for backup, but no one picks up. Kusanagi calls it useless, as he has already taken care of it. He reveals he has already destroyed all of their hideouts, so they're the only ones left. Kusanagi orders them to get ready and beats the living crap out of them. He feels satisfied after completely destroying Kabukicho's Black Rebellion, so he decides to go look for Leona. Our boy suddenly notices someone behind him. A man comes out from the shadows with Leona as his hostage. He's surprised the protagonist took care of everyone all by himself. He admits it is impressive and smiles wickedly as he shares he hopes to negotiate with the Black Mage. As soon as Minato, also known as the Black Mage, finishes taking down the Black Rebellion organization members and neutralizing the poison gas, he rushes toward the warehouse exit to check on Leona, only to find her held hostage by an evil mage. The perpetrator demands that Minato negotiate for her release. Minato quickly assesses the situation, noting that the distance between them is too great for him to reach her in time, even with combat magic, unless he can exploit a gap. Just as he prepares to activate a first-level spell to force the attacker to drop his knife, the man notices and warns him not to try anything reckless if he values Leona's life. Surprised that his opponent can perceive his magic, Minato acknowledges him as a worthy adversary and even praises his skill. From what he observes, Minato suspects that the man is suppressing his full power, but estimates his magic level to be around 40,000, marking him as a high-level mage. Meanwhile, Leona tries to apologize to Minato, whom she also calls Chrono, but he reassures her that he will save her. Growing irritated at being ignored, the assailant threatens to kill Leona for real if Minato doesn't take him seriously. After exchanging more words, Minato diffuses the tension by agreeing not to make sudden moves. Satisfied, The attacker introduces himself as Kaga Shuji, the head of the Black Rebellion's Kabukicho branch. He reveals that his mission was to investigate the Black Mage, either to recruit or eliminate him. Kaga admits to torturing individuals associated with the Black Mage, only to be disappointed upon discovering that the person he has been hunting is a kid aiming to dismantle the Black Rebellion's branch. Frustrated, Kaga tightens his grip on the knife and accidentally cuts Leona's neck. Realizing what he has done, he apologizes. Not out of remorse, but because he got too emotional while handling his weapon. He even takes a moment to admire the sight of her blood dripping from the blade. After witnessing Kaga's unstable behavior, Minato asks for his negotiation terms. Kaga, momentarily forgetting, then declares that he would rather torture and kill Minato in exchange for Leona's life. If Minato refuses and tries to escape, he promises to kill her instead. With that, he forces Minato to choose between his life and Leona's. Without hesitation, Minato agrees to endure the torture. Overjoyed by his resolve, Kaga mocks Leona, asking if she finds Minato's courage admirable. Internally, Minato knows that no attack will work on him due to his magic barrier, so agreeing to the torture is his best option. However, Kaga demands that he deactivate the barrier, claiming that his suffering will be meaningless otherwise. This revelation surprises Leona, who now understands how Minato has been able to block attacks so far. She worries about what might happen if he truly lowers his defenses. Minato, on the other hand, is shocked that Kaga is aware of his barrier and realizes his mistake in using it so openly earlier. Despite the risk, he deactivates it and asks if Kaga is satisfied. Without hesitation, Kaga launches a first-level lightning spell, targeting Minato's vital points. Leona pleads for him to stop, but Kaga, caught up in his sadistic pleasure, refuses. After a relentless assault, Minato feigns unconsciousness, while Leona blames herself for being too weak to help. Seeing an opportunity, Kaga prepares another attack while taunting her. Determined to protect Minato, Leona tries to disrupt Kaga's spell, but he quickly sees through her plan. After knocking her down, he belittles her, calling her a weakling who doesn't know her place. He even blames her presence for Minato's downfall and moves in to finish her off, relishing the idea of watching her die in despair. At the last second, Minato springs to life and lands a devastating sucker punch on Kaga, disfiguring his face. In shock, Leona asks how he survived the attack after deactivating his barrier. Minato explains that he had secretly maintained a small, hidden barrier just before the attack hit him, making it appear that he had dropped his defenses completely. Amused by his cunning, Leona nervously chuckles, remarking that only Minato could pull off such a trick. With the immediate threat neutralized, Minato heals Leona's wound with light magic, assuring her that she's safe. Feeling immense relief, Leona silently thanks her luck for having the Black Mage on her side. However, Kaga, now sporting a magically reconstructed face, rises again, infuriated by their arrogance. Impressed that Kaga didn't pass out from his speed-based combat magic, Minato remains on guard. Realizing that simple torture isn't enough for someone like Minato, Kaga decides to burn both him and Leona to death. As Kaga prepares a powerful fire-based attack, Minato finally grasps the full extent of his opponent's power, noticing that Kaga has been holding back all along as the intensity of his magic level keeps rising. Once the sigils for the spell are complete, Kaga unleashes a level 4 fire lightning compound spell, Fire Spark, aimed directly at Minato and Leona. Moments before the attack reaches them, Leona panics, convinced that Chrono won't be able to block it. Minato, however, remains calm and only activates his magic barrier when the fire gets dangerously close. To Leona's astonishment, a first-level defense spell completely nullifies a fourth-level attack with ease, leaving her in disbelief. Watching Minato effortlessly douse the fire, she feels an unexpected sense of relief just being by his side. The more she observes him, the more curious she becomes about the Black Mage's true identity. Realizing his fire attack has failed, Kaga bursts into laughter, praising Minato's strength. He admits he knew fire magic wouldn't work against someone like him, but he still has a few tricks left. Meanwhile, Leona, still confused, asks Minato why Kaga's magic hasn't faded yet, as it should have disappeared by now. Minato explains that Kaga is using sustainable magic, which allows him to maintain his spell for longer by continuously replenishing it. He likens it to how he uses wind for flight magic. Annoyed by his lengthy explanation, Leona reminds him that there's no time for lectures. Just as she warns him that the barrier might disappear soon, she realizes it's still intact and wonders how that's possible. Minato reassures her that, like Kaga, he can also use sustainable magic, so there's nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Kaga panics. Sensing his hesitation, Leona boldly tells him to surrender while he still has a chance. Kaga feigns fear before dropping the act and resuming his assault. Acknowledging Minato's strength, he finally unveils his hidden trick, increasing the power of his sustainable fire spell around Minato's barrier. Suddenly, Leona starts feeling weak, her body heavy, and she struggles to breathe. Kaga explains that by surrounding the barrier with fire, he has burned away all the oxygen inside. Without air, they will suffocate, and as the fire's temperature rises, even Minato's barrier won't hold forever. He offers Minato a choice: suffocate inside the barrier or burn outside it. Minato, unimpressed, yawns. Frustrated, Kaga demands to know if he even understands the dire situation. Minato calmly assures him that he understands it better than he does. Kaga insists that, regardless of Minato's abilities, Leona is already on the brink of death, and there's nothing he can do to save her. At that moment, Leona suddenly regains her strength, confused by the sudden change. Kaga, equally shocked, watches in disbelief. Minato explains that while fire magic can alter the atmosphere, it seems Kaga forgot that magic itself exists in the air. Furious, Kaga demands a clearer explanation. Minato elaborates on how magic barriers interact with atmospheric magic, then demonstrates by manipulating the wind around the room, suffocating the flames with air. Watching his plan crumble, Kaga panics, lamenting his failure. Before he can collapse, Minato steps forward, refusing to let him escape unconsciousness. He mocks Kaga's love for torture, then casts a spell, sending him into the dark zone. Kaga suddenly finds himself trapped in a void of absolute nothingness. No sound, no light, just endless darkness. Panicked, he screams for help, but no one responds. Meanwhile, Minato returns to Leona, who informs him that someone has already reported the warehouse to the police. Wasting no time, Minato lifts her and takes off, ignoring her protests as they escape before the authorities arrive. Once they reach a safe vantage point, Leona finally accepts that the Kabukicho Black Rebellion branch has been destroyed. Minato, already looking ahead, talks about cleaning up the next district. Calling him Chrono, Leona asks if she can be his ally. Though she knows she is powerless and might slow him down, she offers her intelligence and connections to help him achieve his goals. After some hesitation, Minato admits he has a weakness for people's requests and ultimately agrees, much to Leona's delight. She eagerly assures him that she will handle public relations and recruitment, so he won't have to worry about those tasks. A few hours later, the morning news reports the warehouse incident, confirming that the Black Rebellion members have been arrested, with the Black Mage credited for their capture. Just as the broadcast continues, a breaking news alert interrupts the program, announcing a video declaration from an anti-illegal mage organization led by the Black Mage, which also happens to be aired nationwide. When the video plays, a hooded figure, thought to be the Black Mage, appears on screen, introducing his organization as Shadowbringer and proclaiming himself as the Black Annihilator, dedicated to exterminating illegal mages associated with the Black Rebellion. Right after the introductions, he warns that from now on, he will not tolerate injustice, no matter who the perpetrator is. Watching the broadcast, a high-ranking member of Black Rebellion flies into a rage, furious at the audacity of the Black Mage. His partner, however, remains calm, dismissing the Black Mage as insignificant and not worth getting worked up over. Reassured by his words, the enraged man composes himself and places his faith in his powerful noble magic partner and the head of the Fuka family, Fuka Jin. After his heated encounter with the boss, Fuka Jin returns to his quarters and watches the news, where reporters tear into the magic nobility, criticizing their incompetence and disgraceful actions during press conferences. Despite their failure in managing the recent calamity, the Special Magic Unit has proven far more effective, leading both the media and the public to question whether magic nobles are even necessary. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, Jin smashes his teacup against the TV and orders his butler to summon Sho. As the butler hurries off, Jin seethes with anger, vowing to teach these lowly commoners the consequences of mocking the so-called useless magic nobility. Meanwhile, across the world, the bustling streets of New York City erupt into chaos as monsters suddenly appear, attacking civilians. What was once a thriving metropolis becomes a scene of terror as people flee for their lives. Within minutes, first responders arrive, relaying updates to their base as they attempt to contain the attack. Despite their efforts, the sheer number of monsters proves overwhelming. One officer holds the creatures at bay while the other frantically calls for SMAT reinforcements, only to learn that the calamity is spreading everywhere, and that backup will not arrive anytime soon. Explosions rock the city, leaving hundreds dead and thousands injured. Amid the destruction, a monstrous leader emerges, preparing to unleash a level 5 blazing column fire spell capable of engulfing the entire city in flames. Just before disaster strikes, a highly skilled noble magic user arrives, countering the attack with a level 5 titanic bubble water spell. The noble, identified as Mizuha Tushiru, father of Yuika and Ruka, effortlessly neutralizes the monstrous leader's attack before descending onto the battlefield. The first responders, in awe of his abilities, receive orders to assist Tushiru in containment efforts. Ignoring the crowd's admiration, Tushiru focuses solely on the battle, casting an even stronger water spell to subdue the monstrous leader. The overwhelming force of his magic eventually drowns the creature before it can retaliate and ends the battle in Tushiru's favor. With the battle won, the first responders eagerly surround Tushiru, praising his efforts. Ever the stoic professional, he brushes off their gratitude, insisting that he was merely doing his duty. Soon, the mayor of New York personally thanks him for minimizing the destruction. As Tushiru prepares to return to Japan, murmurs spread through the gathered crowd. Skeptics scoff at the idea of a low-tier Japanese noble acting high and mighty, mocking Japan's weakened state. Tushiro, overhearing their words, chooses to ignore them, instead turning his thoughts to the challenges awaiting him back home. His daughters joining the special magic unit and Japan's declining reputation. Elsewhere, Yuika, Ruka, and their friend are recovering on the training field, still reeling from their brutal sparring session with Minato Kusanagi. Complaining about how impossibly strong he is, Ruka notes that Minato isn't even using his full strength. Before they can dwell on the unfairness of it all, Sanada and a group of trainees arrive, proposing a new strategy. If they all attack Minato together, they might stand a chance. Encouraged by their numbers, Yuika rallies the squad, confident that even Minato cannot withstand an onslaught from over 100 trainees. Unfortunately for them, Minato overhears their conversation. Appearing suddenly behind them, he casually asks if they would like to test their theory. Frozen in fear, Yuika quickly denies everything, insisting they were just making small talk. Unamused, Minato declares their break is over and issues their next challenge: defeat him using everything they have. Seizing the opportunity, the squad launches an all-out assault, convinced that overwhelming numbers will secure their victory. Minato, however, barely lifts a finger, shielding himself with a basic level 1 barrier. When Yuika smugly tells him that won't be enough, he effortlessly upgrades to a level 4 high magic barrier, leaving the trainees dumbfounded. Determined to break through, they intensify their attacks, but Minato's defense absorbs every single blow with ease. As frustration sets in, it dawns on the squad just how terrifyingly strong Minato truly is. When it's his turn to attack, Minato gives them hell, effortlessly overwhelming every one of them. As soon as the dust settles, the trainees groan in pain, sprawled across the field in complete defeat. As training concludes, Yuika and Ruka check their phones, and their expressions turn pale. Minato, noticing their reaction, asks what's wrong. Both sisters look at him, dead serious, and tell him that their father is back home in Japan. After leaving their father's house, the Mizuha sisters arrive at their family villa for an important discussion. A brief and awkward silence fills the air before Tushiru finally speaks, asking them about the special magic squad they recently joined. Yuika confirms that they are indeed working with the unit. As the tension between them grows, Tushiru urges them to tell him more about their squad. Relieved that their strict father is at least asking, they eagerly describe the squad's positive contributions to society, adding that their new friends are incredible people. Ruka enthusiastically chimes in, boasting about how much their magic power and spell levels have improved in such a short time, all thanks to Minato Kusanagi and the rest of the squad. Tushiro, intrigued by their praise for Minato, acknowledges the individual's exceptional skills and contributions to society. However, as he sips his tea, one of the girls makes a comparison between Minato and their father, suggesting that Minato might even rival a magic noble like him. At this, Tushiru calmly sets down his cup and issues an abrupt command. They are to leave the special magic squad immediately. Shocked, the sisters demand an explanation. Tushiro, maintaining his composure, explains that the reputation of magic nobles is already declining, which could have negative consequences for Japan. He insists that magic nobles, not the special magic squad, are the backbone of the country. Therefore, their leader, Minato, is doing more harm than good simply by existing. With this in mind, Tushiru forbids any further association with Minato. Furious, the sisters protest, calling his reasoning ridiculous. Unmoved by their frustration, Tushiru orders them to obey him as they always have, and turns to leave. Before he can go, Yuika, who has always followed her father's commands without question, firmly says no for the first time. She declares that she will never abandon the special magic squad or Minato, as she believes he has the power to change the world. She argues that while nobles have grown complacent, the squad trains them relentlessly, preparing them for real battles. Had their father asked them to cooperate, they would have gladly done so, but demanding their obedience is a mistake. Hearing this, Tushiru coldly disowns her, forbidding her from ever calling herself a magic noble again. Ruka, ready to step in, watches as Yuika merely nods and walks away without another word. Just before exiting, Yuika gives her father a final smile, assuring him that from now on, she will simply be Mizuha Yuika. He no longer has to worry about her tarnishing the family name. Once she is gone, Tushiru mutters something about Yuika's defiance, and Ruka warns him that she has changed. Hoping to at least keep one daughter by his side, Tushiru is instead met with further disappointment as Ruka follows Yuika's lead, renouncing her status as a noble. Tushiro repeats his disownment, telling her never to use the family name again. Ruka happily accepts, thanks him for everything, and walks out, leaving him standing alone, muttering to himself. Now free from their father's authority, the sisters change out of their noble attire into casual clothes and head toward a hotel, discussing their newfound freedom. As they walk, Yuika asks Ruka if she is truly okay with leaving their family behind. Ruka reassures her, saying that as her big sister, she would never leave Yuika alone. Touched by her words, Yuika smiles, and the two share a heartfelt hug. Their joy is short-lived as they soon face difficulties checking into a hotel. After exhausting all options, they resort to speaking with the manager, but their efforts are in vain. A full day of searching leads them nowhere. Every hotel, rental property, and even internet cafes refuse to accept minors. Ruka could have lied about her age, but Yuika, being too young, made that impossible. Defeated, they settle into a small cafe to rest and sip their drinks. Yuika laments how ironic it is that they have money from their squad activities but nowhere to spend it. As they talk, two intoxicated young men approach their table, attempting to hit on Yuika right in front of Ruka. Before the situation escalates, Ruka glares at them and warns them to back off or face serious consequences. The men, sensing the danger, immediately apologize and flee. Once they are gone, Yuika grins at her sister and suggests they have some fun while they're stuck outside. When Ruka asks about their accommodation problem, Yuika insists they can figure it out later. Deciding to make the most of their first night as independent sisters, they spend the evening shopping for clothes and stuffed animals, singing karaoke like carefree drunks, and simply enjoying themselves. By twilight, reality sets in once more, but Yuika expresses her gratitude to Ruka for making the night special. She admits that having Ruka by her side makes everything feel less daunting. Accepting the compliment with a smirk, Ruka reminds Yuika that they still have to find a place to stay. As they wonder who might take them in, Yuika receives a text message from Minato. He clumsily asks her how to use his phone, claiming he has forgotten again. The sisters exchange knowing looks before deciding to visit Minato, hoping he will let them stay at his place in the meantime. When they eventually do get to visit Minato, the sisters ask if he'll permit them to stay at his place in the meantime. Before answering their question, Minato invites the Mizuha sisters into his living room so they can discuss what happened. After getting the full story, he asks them how they feel about their rebellious act. The girls admit that they were impulsive and immature. As Minato observes them, he notices not only how honest they have become with themselves, but also how much they have grown closer as sisters. When they finish reflecting on their situation, Yuika apologizes for troubling Minato and asks again if they can stay with him since they have nowhere else to go. Minato pauses to consider the consequences of letting them stay. Since he has no romantic interest in either of them, he decides that their presence isn't a problem and agrees to let them stay. However, before they get too excited, he warns them that his apartment is small and not as luxurious as what they're used to. To his surprise, the girls don't care at all. Instead, they frolic around, chatting excitedly like children. Watching them, Minato makes an unintentional remark about how easily they adapt, which unexpectedly flusters the girls. Suddenly, they find themselves lost in silly fantasies about living under the same roof as the strong and cool Kusanagi Minato. Ruka's imagination runs wild to the point where her heart races with unfamiliar feelings, forcing her to calm herself down. Ignoring their flustered state, Minato casually asks if they plan to shower before bed. The girls instantly overreact, acting as if he's some kind of pervert. Remaining unfazed, Minato repeats the question, and this time, they answer calmly. Yuika goes first, leaving Minato and Ruka alone in the living room. As they talk, Minato praises their bold decision to leave home, admitting that he didn't expect it from them. Ruka agrees, saying she is just as surprised as he is. It's the first time they've ever defied their father, who has always been strict and unwilling to tolerate any form of independence. She expects that, rather than changing his ways, he will double down on his efforts to uphold his ideals. Minato reminds her that Tushiru has a terrible impression of their squad, so there's no telling what actions he might take against them in the future. Before Ruka can respond, Yuika steps out of the shower in her nightwear and urges Ruka to go next. Ruka quickly gets up and enjoys the most refreshing bath she's had all day. While she's gone, Yuika tells Minato how surreal it feels to be in his home. Minato, unfazed, reassures her that even though it's his first time hosting guests, he isn't worried. Yuika sincerely thanks him for letting them stay, and Minato brushes it off as no big deal. She chuckles, and when he asks what's funny, she says she's always known him to act like everything is normal, no matter the situation. Minato assures her that as long as they are part of his squad, they will always be his friends, and he will never abandon them. Hearing this, Yuika's heart starts pounding, but before she can dwell on it, Ruka emerges from the shower, looking elegant in her nightwear. Minato gets up to take his turn, leaving the sisters sitting in silence, processing everything that just happened. The next day, Minato meets with Shido, his handler, and receives the updated training schedule for his unit. After their routine meeting, he informs Shido about Yuika and Ruka staying with him. Shido, upon realizing Minato is living with two girls, flares up and questions why he seems so indifferent about it. Bewildered, he wonders if this kind of arrangement is normal among young people these days. Determined to teach Minato some common sense, Shido lectures him about how Japan doesn't practice polygamy and bombards him with half-truths about culture and tradition. On his way out of the office, Minato considers finding a bigger place to live. 3 people in his small apartment will be too cramped. Before he leaves, he spots Sanada training alone in the yard and decides to check in on her. Calling out to her, he asks why she's still training. Sanada explains that she feels like she's lagging. Now that she has improved, she is finally able to use offensive spells, but she still isn't satisfied. She tells Minato to stop being so formal with her since she's his subordinate, and he quickly adjusts. Minato encourages her to try firing an offensive spell. When she hesitates, he reassures her, saying he'll offer guidance. Taking his advice, Sanada takes her stance and casts a spell. After watching her attempt, Minato praises her efforts and tells her to keep training. If she does, she'll grow even stronger. Sanada thanks him, but admits she still feels weak compared to the rest of the squad. Minato reminds her not to underestimate herself. He has seen how hard she works. She then confesses that she only joined the police force because being a holy mage is rare. She doubts she will ever measure up to her squadmates because she believes she is the weakest. Realizing she is venting, she apologizes for burdening him with her insecurities. Minato, instead of brushing it off, asks why she chose the police force in the first place. Sanada explains that her grandmother was a holy mage who saved many lives during past calamities. Inspired by her, she joined the force in hopes of following in her footsteps. After sharing her story, she continues to doubt herself, saying she has no real goals or ambitions like everyone else and is no good at anything. Minato immediately corrects her, listing her strengths, her healing abilities, offensive magic, and dedication to improving. He tells her that it doesn't matter why she chose this path. What matters is what she does with it. His words strike a chord, and Sanada realizes that the results of her training are already showing. Overcome with emotion, she bursts into tears of relief and happiness. After calming down, she apologizes for being a pathetic adult, but Minato dismisses the idea, telling her that age doesn't matter. Grateful for his encouragement, Sanada starts seeing Minato as her hero for repeatedly saving her from self-doubt. Later that night, Minato prepares to begin his secret mission as the Black Mage. Before heading out, he meets Leona, who informs him that she has gathered intel on the dark rumors surrounding the magic nobles. Impressed by her efforts, Minato asks Leona to share the information, but she insists that he put on his Shadowbringer uniform first. After being rejected by the Black Mage, Leona reports her findings on illegal mages and shadowy magic organizations. She reveals that the magic nobles are allegedly involved in numerous criminal activities, including money laundering, collusion, and embezzlement. Some families, especially the Fukas, are rumored to have direct ties to the Black Rebellion crime syndicate. Minato asks if she knows who leads the Black Rebellion. According to the rumors, Leona says it's Kuroi Akuto, a former magic noble who was notorious before being publicly expelled. Hearing this, Minato finds the magic noble's connection to the Black Rebellion even more suspicious. However, Leona reminds him that no solid proof that ties the Fukas or any noble family to the syndicate exists. Since no one talks and valuable information is scarce, she suspects potential whistleblowers are being silenced. Knowing this, she warns Minato to be careful if he plans to dig deeper. With their discussion over, Minato asks her to send all the information she has to his phone. When she asks about his next move, he simply tells her he's going out to serve justice. Without another word, he leaps off the rooftop, contemplating how best to punish the villains without mercy. After a few hours of enforcing justice, the Black Mage returns home, resuming his life as Minato Kusanagi and chilling with his new roommates, Yuika and Ruka. The 3 sit in silence, each focused on their tasks. With nothing else to do, Minato decides to research Ichikami Minato and the calamities from 50 years ago, now that he's learned how to use a smartphone. After some searching, he finds that Ichikami's history remains mostly identical, but modern mages are depicted at a much lower power level, which seems odd. Additionally, he notices vague and incomplete records about magic nobles and their ancestors, with little mention of their high magical abilities or training methods. Seeing this, Minato, who retains his memories as Ichikami, laments that if his magic tome still existed, mages wouldn't have declined this much. Yuika mentions that no books or data remain on high-level magic training, almost as if someone deliberately erased them. Minato speculates that the current Mizuha head might know something, but since information on the calamities is so scarce, arranging a meeting will be difficult. For now, he racks his brain, trying to understand what calamities are and when they first appeared on Earth, but no clear answers emerge. Yuika notices his frustration but chooses to ignore it and continue her work. The next day, while training the Special Magic Unit, Minato and his team receive an urgent report about a detected calamity and are immediately ordered to respond. They rush to the site, only to find Shu Fuka, Jin Fuka's son, and his lackeys standing over the corpse of a calamity monster. Although confused, Minato keeps his composure as Sho smugly criticizes them for arriving late, bragging about how he and his group handled the monster before they arrived. When Sho notices Minato's stern expression, he assures him that no civilians were harmed, so he should relax. He continues boasting about how things would have gone badly if he hadn't intervened, then arrogantly advises them to be more vigilant next time before walking away. Once he's gone, Yuika asks Minato what Shu's deal is, but Minato has no idea. Over the following days, more calamities occur, and each time, Sho and his crew arrive just before the Special Magic Unit, taking credit for the victory. Every time, Sho mocks them for being too slow, reinforcing his claims that the world still needs the magic nobles. Yuika loses her temper when Sho insults their unit, calling them useless. After he leaves, she complains that this is the 5th time he has pulled off this stunt, making it obvious that something is going on behind the scenes. Around this time, Shido informs them that they may have been sabotaged, as their intelligence reports are consistently delayed. Since Minato cannot sense calamities from afar, he struggles to think of a solution. Meanwhile, Yuika throws a tantrum, pointing out that Shu always avoids fights when a demon-level boss appears. At an impasse, Sanada pulls out her phone and shows her teammates that the Fukas are receiving overwhelming online support. This is suspicious, considering they were heavily criticized not long ago. She also discovers that Jin Fuka has called a press conference, which is about to start. Minato and the others gather around to watch what he has to say. At the press conference, Jin thanks everyone for attending and states that the purpose of the meeting is to address the recent failures and disappointments of the magic nobles, particularly his son, Sho. In a surprising move, Jin bows deeply and publicly apologizes for Sho's disgraceful behavior. The reporters, who never expected a magic noble to apologize, are left speechless. Jin continues, taking responsibility for failing to raise Sho properly and promising to make amends. At the same time, the media begins discussing reports of Sho handling multiple calamities before the Special Magic Unit could arrive. Realizing his plan is working, Jin stands tall and discusses the shortage of competent magic nobles. However, he reassures the public that they are implementing measures to address the issue. As the conference trends online, half the comments support the Fukas, which irritates Yuka. She vents to her colleagues, questioning if all their hard work was for nothing, only to be ridiculed by the public. Before she completely loses her temper, Minato urges her to stay calm, reminding her that their mission remains the same, regardless of public opinion. He asks them to trust him to handle the situation. A few days after the conference, Shido is summoned to a high-level meeting. His superior informs him that the Special Magic Squad is in jeopardy, as complaints against them continue to rise due to their growing conflict with the magic nobles. When Shido attempts to explain Shu's questionable actions, his superior dismisses his concerns, accusing him of antagonizing the magic nobles. He blames Shido for supporting the Special Magic Squad's creation and making enemies of the nobles, saying the consequences are entirely his fault. Shido then asks if there's any insight into why their operations are being obstructed. This time, his superior scolds him for suggesting sabotage, making it clear that the squad's survival depends on improving public perception and repairing relations with the magic nobles. If they fail, the Special Magic Squad will be shut down. Meanwhile, Jin Fuka watches events unfold, satisfied that everything is going according to plan. He knows that the public, easily swayed by spectacle and manipulation, will believe whatever he tells them. With public opinion on his side, Jin is confident that he will soon crush the Special Magic Squad completely. After about a week of silence, Minato and his squad sit on their school's rooftop, complaining about their idleness while eating lunch. At one point, Ruka reminds them that the Fukas are handling the recent calamities, but then Ryuji Katsuragi points out that there are insiders within the police department sabotaging the Special Magic team. Minato agrees, explaining that some officers are directly connected to the magic nobles and see the SMT as an obstacle to their plans. The ever-clueless Yuika asks how that is possible. Minato explains that their actions must have negatively impacted the reputation of the magic nobles. Internally, he knows there is a connection between the nobles and the Black Rebellion, meaning the SMT gaining public support is highly inconvenient for them. Frustrated, Yuika lashes out, blaming the magic nobles for their incompetence and arguing that they should work harder to fix their reputation. Once she calms down, she wonders if her father is involved, but Ruka reassures her that she doubts it. Just then, Minato finishes his lunch, stands up, and tells the group they are going to the Mizuha residence to find out for themselves. The sisters hesitate, arguing that they are not on good terms with their father. Minato tells them they can stay behind if they want, but unable to resist, they agree to tag along. Before long, the team arrives at the Mizuha villa and is met by 2 female guards at the gate. After introducing themselves, they are immediately turned away. When Yuika and Ruka ask for an exception, the guards inform them that the master has forbidden his disowned daughters from entering the premises. Just as the sisters admit defeat, Minato steps forward, introduces himself as the captain of the SMT, and states that he has questions for Tushiro. The guards instruct him to schedule an appointment, but Minato insists that he just needs to ask a few questions. Frustrated, he considers forcing his way in, but before he acts, Tushiro himself arrives. After assessing the situation, he allows them inside. As they walk to the meeting room, Minato makes a playful remark about Tushiro's youthful appearance, asking if he is the sister's brother. The girls quickly correct him, stating that despite his looks, he is their father. Once seated, Tushiro starts the meeting by accusing Minato of leading his daughters astray. Minato responds by pointing out that blaming someone else for his children's independence is a bad parental habit. He then asks Tushiro why he is not proud of his daughters for maturing. Tushiro silently observes him, realizing Minato is not here to play games. Without further delay, Minato gets to the point and asks if Tushiro is pressuring the special magic team. Tushiro denies any involvement, stating that magic nobles rarely cooperate, meaning Fuka is acting independently. After Tushiro comments on Minato's resolve, he acknowledges Minato's reputation as a student with the power of a noble and a hero who has stopped multiple calamities. Skeptical of these claims, he challenges Minato to a test of strength. Tushiro releases a massive burst of mana to display his power, and to his shock, Minato matches it effortlessly. The rest of the team, including the sisters, are left trembling under the overwhelming magical pressure. Once the display is over, Tushiro praises Minato for being able to match his power. Minato dismisses it as basic magic control, but notes that Tushiro held back significantly. Impressed by Minato's keen observation, Tushiro acknowledges his insight. Minato then asks why modern mages are weaker compared to the past. Tushiro questions the basis of his inquiry, and when Minato references the events from 50 years ago, Tushiro states that mages have been deliberately weakened for restraint and regulation. Confused, Minato asks for further explanation, but Tushiro cryptically replies that he will understand soon. He then asserts that magic nobles are necessary, prompting Minato to question whether the Fukas are necessary as well. Tushiro remains silent. Seeing no further answers coming, Minato stands up, thanks Tushiro for his time, and ends the meeting. Before leaving, the others mention that they are still struggling to move due to the mana pressure from earlier. Minato helps them up, and as they exit, he tells Tushiro that he is grateful for not having to expose any corruption within his family. If he had, Minato would have acted differently. As a final note, Minato tells Tushiro that his daughters are important friends to him. When Tushiro asks what he means, Minato simply walks away without answering. A few days later, the Special Magic Squad finally receives their new uniforms, made of anti-monster material resistant to most spells. Shido announces that they can now operate at full capacity. With preparations complete, Minato gathers his team and tells them it is time to settle their score with the Fukas. Meanwhile, at the Fuka estate, Jin Fuka and his son Shu celebrate the imminent downfall of the Special Magic Team. Jin boasts that with the Black Rebellion's help, he will soon take control of Japan. Their celebration is abruptly interrupted when men in suits from the police force burst into the room, ordering everyone to freeze. The commotion is broadcast live, with a news reporter covering the shocking arrest of a magic noble. Hovering in a helicopter at eye level with Jin, the reporter announces to the public that this is the first time a noble has ever been charged in such a manner. The police arrest Jin on charges of bribery, intimidation, and abuse of special authority, informing him that his property is being searched. Jin, furious, protests that a noble should not be treated like a common criminal and demands to see the evidence. At that moment, the Special Magic Team arrives on the scene. Minato steps forward, holding up his phone, and calmly informs Jin that they have all the evidence they need. Jin's son, Shu, immediately recognizes the man presenting the evidence as Kusanagi Minato of the SMT and demands to know why he is there. His father, Jin, dismisses the evidence, claiming it is fake. In response, Minato pulls up images on his phone, displaying undeniable proof of Jin engaging in bribery, collusion with illegal mages, and even conspiring to commit murder. Seeing this, Jin becomes defensive and accuses Minato of fabricating the evidence. To disprove his claims, Minato plays a video showing Jin and Sho refusing to help stop a small-scale calamity that was endangering civilians. He then asks if Jin will also call the video a fabrication. Realizing he has been caught, Jin erupts in fury, demanding to know who dared to spy on him. His butler steps forward, confessing that he is the one who betrayed him. Enraged, Jin grabs the butler by the neck, cursing him and demanding to know why he would betray the man who has fed and clothed him for years. As it turns out, the butler had secretly met with the Black Mage, who confronted him about his loyalty. The Black Mage challenged him, asking if his duty was to stand by and watch as the family he served grew more corrupt. Left with no words, the butler was given a choice, to continue serving corruption or to do what was right. Now standing before his master, the butler declares that Jin is unfit to be a magic noble and must be removed. Jin, seething with rage, conjures multiple magic circles and threatens to kill everyone in the room. Before he can act, Minato destroys the circles and blasts a hole in the wall, making it clear that there is no escape for a corrupt noble like him. Jin laments the downfall of everything he has built, but Minato coldly reminds him that he brought this upon himself. As a final act of desperation, Jin boasts about an overseas base he has prepared for situations like this, claiming that once he escapes, he will be untouchable. But before fleeing, he declares that he will kill everyone trying to arrest him. Jin, his son, and their lackeys unleash a barrage of magic attacks on the police, but Minato shields the officers with a barrier and orders them to stand back while the special magic squad handles the situation. Minato then fires another blast, opening a second hole in the wall. This time, the news chopper hovering outside captures the event live. The reporters announce that the Fuka family is actively resisting arrest, raising serious questions about the role of magic nobles in society. With the public now watching in shock, the reporter asks the citizens if they can still trust magic nobles to protect them. However, she quickly reassures them that Japan still has the SMT and their leader, Kusanagi Minato, to fight for justice. Outside the mansion, the Fukas and the SMT prepare for battle. Minato squares off against Jin, while Sho and his lackeys face the rest of the team. Before the fight begins, Shu mocks the SMT, asking if they believe they can win with such small numbers. Unlike the idle nobles, Yuika responds that their squad is already handling other calamities elsewhere. Furious, Sho vows not to hold back and threatens to kill them all. Yuika calls him a disgrace to the magic nobles and declares that they will never forgive him for his crimes against the people. As the fight commences, Jin taunts Minato, asking if he really thinks he can defeat a magic noble. Minato responds that there is no reason to lose to weaklings like him. Enraged, Jin fires a powerful plasma beam at the news chopper, attempting to silence the media. Minato blocks the attack with a barrier and scolds Jin for sinking so low. Jin, unfazed, replies that as long as he profits, he does not care how low he must go. This only deepens Minato's disgust. Meanwhile, Yuika, Ruka, Sanada, and their teammate gradually overpower the Fuka lackeys. Seeing his men struggling, Sho panics. He refuses to accept that magic nobles are losing to commoners and orders his men to unleash their strongest magic attacks, demanding they kill the SMT members no matter what. With the enemy preparing their most powerful spells, the Mizuha sisters combine their magic to unleash a level 6 Grand Water magic attack, Burst Stream. The devastating spell overwhelms Sho and his lackeys in a single strike, leaving them defenseless at the mercy of the SMT. Defeated, Sho falls to his knees and, in a desperate bid for survival, calls his actions a momentary lapse in judgment. He promises to change and begs for forgiveness. Seeing through his deception, Yuika pretends to accept his apology. The moment she and Ruka turn their backs, Shu reveals his true nature, cursing them as fools and launching a surprise attack. However, the sisters anticipate his betrayal, swiftly countering and pinning him down. They coldly ask if he truly believes they would forgive someone with no intention of changing. With his last attempt to escape foiled, Sho collapses in tears. Meanwhile, Minato, sensing that his team has subdued the other Fukas, turns his attention back to Jin and informs him that his so-called pride and joy of a son has finally been defeated. Realizing his empire is crumbling before his eyes, Jin finally gets serious about his fight against Minato. After a brief stare-down, Jin strikes first, attacking Minato with a level 1 aerial wind spell. Minato dodges effortlessly, as if it were nothing. Frustrated, Jin follows up with a level 2 wind spear attack to catch him off guard, but again, Minato avoids it with ease. Unwilling to give up, Jin unleashes a level 3 wind cutter, only for Minato to dodge yet again. By this time, the reporter in the chopper, broadcasting the fight live, marvels at the magic power Jin displays, but then starts to worry about Minato as she asks the viewers if they think he will be able to withstand these relentless attacks. Determined to end the fight, Jin increases his magic output and unleashes a level 4 Tempest Wind spell, creating a wormhole that threatens to suck in everything nearby. When Minato dodges once more, Jin amplifies the spell, transforming it into a level 5 Grand Typhoon, powerful enough to tear through anything in its path. Around this time, Minato's team, fully aware of how dangerous the attack is, urges him to call off the fight and capture Jin another time. Ignoring their pleas, Minato conjures a 4-layered high magic barrier and successfully dispels the typhoon before it even touches him. Ruka is left stunned, struggling to believe their leader just blocked such a devastating spell, while Ryuji, already familiar with Minato's gutsy nature, watches in admiration. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live feed are left in awe, finally understanding the sheer power of magic nobles, especially after witnessing Jin cast a level 5 spell with ease. However, the real shock comes when they see Minato effortlessly counter it. As the fight continues, the reporter keeps the audience engaged with commentary. During a brief pause, Jin grows suspicious of Minato's lack of offensive spells and wonders if he is simply stalling for reinforcements. To confirm his theory, Jin taunts Minato, asking why he is holding back. Minato smirks and replies that he is just trying not to end the fight too quickly, wanting to enjoy himself a little longer. Encouraged by Minato's confidence, Jin decides to show his full power. He claims his current magic power is around 200,000 mana points, and warns Minato not to wet his pants when he realizes the difference in their strength. Hearing this, the SMT members scoff, convinced Jin must be lying. After all, even a mage with 100,000 mana points is rare in Japan. Concerned, Ruka and her sister consider stepping in, but Minato gives them a sharp glare, signaling them to stay out of the fight. The trio instantly understands and holds back. Jin, sensing their hesitation, laughs and warns that if they had stepped any closer, he would have killed them without hesitation. With that, he summons 5 powerful magic circles and finally releases the immense power he has been suppressing. His entire body glows with overwhelming energy, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Watching in horror, the SMT members fear Jin is going overboard. Unfazed, Minato remains unimpressed. Jin asks if he can grasp the sheer magnitude of his magic, but Minato does not respond. Instead, he silently watches as Jin prepares to unleash a spell he calls Neo-Magic, designed to crush anything in its wake. A green portal materializes high above, pulsating with increasing intensity. For the first time since the fight began, Minato smiles, intrigued by this unfamiliar spell. Upon summoning the portal, Jin seizes the opportunity to explain his ultimate ability. He calls it atmospheric magic and boasts that it can flatten a human in an instant. Amused, Minato challenges him to attack. Furious at his arrogance, Jin intensifies the spell into a level 6 atmospheric magic spell called Air Press. The massive pressure distorts the air around it, making it impossible to escape. Minato stands his ground as the magic portal engulfs him. Jin bursts into laughter, convinced Minato has been crushed. Even the SMT members momentarily believe their leader is gone. For over a minute, Yuika and Ruka call out to Minato, desperately hoping for a response. Just as they are about to accept his death, his voice cuts through the silence, causing the sisters to gasp in shock. Minato scolds them for declaring him dead so soon. Jin, stunned, demands to know how he survived. Minato casually explains that he simply balanced the internal and external pressure to nullify the spell's effects, similar to how deep-sea creatures survive extreme ocean depths. Jin, still reeling, asks how Minato was able to use atmospheric magic, his signature spell. Minato grins and tells him that he simply watched and learned. Jin is dumbfounded, but Minato reminds him that if he had not wasted time explaining his technique, he might have actually hurt him. To mock him further, Minato uses sound magic to distort the pressure in Jin's ears, causing intense pain. Jin recoils, demanding to know what Minato did. Minato smirks and explains that sound magic, another application of wind magic, was used to increase the sound pressure around his ears, making him miserable. As the fight unfolds, Yuika finally begins to understand something crucial about Minato. Meanwhile, Jin, feeling utterly humiliated, loses all restraint. He unleashes even more power, declaring that he will no longer hold back. He claims that his 200,000 mana points were just a warm-up, and that, once he goes all out, his magic power will surge to 500,000 mana points. Shido and the SMT members, sensing the surge of energy, realize that Jin is not bluffing this time. With the second round about to begin, Jin roars, commanding Minato to despair as he prepares to unleash his most devastating attack yet. For a few seconds, Jin charges an overwhelming amount of magic energy, leaving the SMT members in shock. Even Ryuji, who is usually unimpressed by opponents, admits that Jin is not someone they can face. Shido, realizing they underestimated the magic nobles, warns that Minato may not be able to win against such immense power. Jin, now at full power, begins boasting about his strength. Minato, unimpressed, yawns, making Jin pause in confusion. The magic noble asks if Minato is too dull to grasp his power, but Minato remains silent. Jin continues yapping about his ultimate spell and finally fires a mini-green atmospheric portal at Minato, who does not even flinch. Frustrated that his attack is not intimidating Minato, Jin intensifies his power, summoning 6 more green magic circles. The sheer energy radiating from them is enough to make the SMT members uneasy, as this is the first level 7 spell they have witnessed this year. With tension growing, Yuika chooses to believe in Minato, silently urging him to defeat Jin. With his ultimate spell complete, Jin mocks Minato, saying he should have attacked earlier when he was still charging. Now he tells him it is too late for regrets and that despair is his only option. Annoyed, Minato asks if he is finally going to attack. Instead of answering, Jin continues his pointless speech before finally unleashing his most powerful spell, the level 7 atmospheric magic, Plasma Break. The sheer force of the spell destabilizes the chopper hovering above, while the SMT members scramble for a way to counter it. Ruka, desperate, tells Minato to run, but he stands his ground. Jin gives Minato one final chance to flee, warning that if he does, his friends will die instead. Unfazed, Minato accepts the challenge and prepares to counter. Before the Plasma Break spell grows out of control, he invokes a level 4 spell, creating a core amethyst. Jin, mocking his choice, asks if he really believes he can resist his magic with something so insignificant. As Jin laughs, Minato fires the amethyst crystal at the core of Plasma Break, waiting for the result. To everyone's shock, the Plasma Break is instantly neutralized. Jin, along with the SMT members, stands frozen, trying to comprehend how his ultimate spell vanished so easily. Staring in disbelief, Jin demands an explanation. Minato casually responds that wind magic is weak against earth magic. Because Plasma Break was a slow spell, it was easy to neutralize with the amethyst crystal. He then insults Jin's ignorance, leaving the magic noble reeling from the realization. Still unable to process what happened, Jin demands a further explanation. Minato elaborates that while the core amethyst is not particularly strong offensively, its high-density magic allows it to absorb opposing attribute spells, neutralizing them even with a rank difference. Jin, still in shock, asks why Minato knows such a ridiculous spell. Minato smirks and reveals that he created it just for fun. Hearing this, Jin completely breaks down, unable to believe that the spell he spent decades perfecting was defeated by something his opponent invented on a whim. With the fight effectively over, Minato steps forward, telling Jin to prepare for his punishment. Before Minato can do anything, however, Jin quickly surrenders, claiming his magic is depleted and he cannot move. Minato assures him that he has no intention of beating up someone as pathetic as him. Instead, he prepares to flick him on the forehead. Underestimating the power behind it, Jin dismisses the attack. The moment Minato releases the flick, however, Jin is sent flying several feet back, instantly passing out from the impact. The SMT members stare in stunned silence, questioning whether their leader is even human. With Jin incapacitated, the police move in to secure him. Meanwhile, the news reporter in the chopper announces the historic defeat of a magic noble at the hands of SMT Captain Kusanagi Minato. The country erupts in celebration, with citizens singing Minato's praises. In the aftermath of the battle, the SMT members gather around Minato, congratulating him on finally taking down Fukujin. Watching the police drag Jin away, Minato cannot help but feel disappointed in the state of Japan's magic nobles. In the end, they turned out to be nothing more than frauds. Before Jin is completely out of sight, Minato asks him what the magic nobles did after Ichikami Minato's death 50 years ago. Jin remains silent, prompting Minato to ask if they destroyed the magic tome that existed back then. He demands to know why they would do such a thing. Jin finally responds, saying that commoners could never comprehend the lofty thoughts of magic nobles. Confused by this cryptic answer, Minato asks him to elaborate, but Jin simply smirks and tells him to figure it out himself before being taken away. A few hours later, Minato is forced to hold a press conference alongside Shido and the head of the team. When the conference begins, he delivers a brief statement about his battle with Fukujin. His words quickly make headlines, and overnight, his popularity skyrockets. A few days later, Minato finds himself on a beach in Hawaii, lounging under the sun, still wondering how he ended up there. As he contemplates, Yuika, dressed in a swimsuit, approaches and asks him what is on his mind. Before answering her question, Minato thinks back to his most recent meeting with Shido and the team members. In a flashback, Ryuji asks Shido why they are going to Hawaii. Shido explains that, as they all know, the SMT has become incredibly popular recently. With the overwhelming attention they are receiving, things are slowly getting out of hand. As he speaks, Yuika finds a video of Minato being surrounded by girls, realizing that they are now being filmed even at school. She informs the team that their videos are going viral across various SNS platforms, and Ruka adds that the internet is flooded with news about the SMT as well. As the team expresses concern over their growing exposure, Shido confirms that all of Japan now has its eyes on them. Because of this, he has arranged for them to take a break in Hawaii while the situation is sorted out. He also credits Minato for strengthening the team and securing support from the Mizuha clan, which will help handle disaster responses in their absence. With that reassurance, he urges them to take this opportunity to rest before leaving them to prepare for the trip. Back in the present, Minato, upon hearing Yuika's question, stands up and tells her he was simply lost in thought. Satisfied with his response, Yuika shyly draws attention to her swimsuit, asking if she looks weird in it. Without hesitation, Minato tells her she looks cute. The unexpected compliment catches Yuika off guard, making her blush furiously. As if that were not enough, Minato continues, saying the swimsuit suits her style and looks great on her. Overwhelmed, Yuika thanks him awkwardly and turns away to regain her composure. Shortly after, Ruka appears in a dark-colored swimsuit, irritated that Minato has been avoiding her all day. When he looks puzzled, she asks if there is something he would like to say. In response, Minato tells her he was simply admiring her beauty, pointing out that her pale, clear skin makes the swimsuit stand out and enhances her elegance. Embarrassed by the detailed compliment, Ruka turns away, her face flushed red, and thanks him. Meanwhile, Ryuji, who has been standing beside Minato the entire time, marvels at how effortlessly and sincerely Minato compliments the girls without any ulterior motives. Moments later, Sanada arrives, wearing a white flare dress. As she apologizes for keeping them waiting, Ryuji is taken aback, realizing for the first time just how curvy she is beneath her uniform. Curious, Sanada asks Minato what he thinks of her outfit. Before he can respond, Ryuji silently prays that he does not comment on her figure. With all eyes on him, Minato simply tells Sanada that she has a great sense of style. Doubting his sincerity, Sanada presses for clarification, prompting Minato to emphasize how beautifully the outfit complements her natural elegance. Caught off guard, Sanada blushes just as deeply as the others, flustered by the excessive praise. Shocked by Minato's uncanny ability to make everyone blush, Ryuji jokingly calls him amazing, but then asks if he thinks he might be overdoing it. Unbothered, Minato replies that he is simply being honest, and that if someone deserves a compliment, he sees no reason not to give one. Since he finds all three of them beautiful in their swimsuits, he feels compelled to say so. Though Ryuji acknowledges there is nothing wrong with this, he cannot help but feel secondhand embarrassment at how overwhelmed the girls are. To make matters worse, Minato suddenly turns to Ryuji and begins complimenting his well-proportioned physique, urging him to take pride in his appearance. Unamused, Ryuji immediately shuts him down, warning him never to praise another guy in front of the girls again. With the tension dissipated, the Special Magic Squad spends the rest of the day enjoying various activities, including volleyball, jet skiing, sunbathing, and taking countless photos. By nightfall, Minato steps out to grab a drink from a convenience store. However, before he gets far, he notices Yuika, looking unusually shy, and decides to take a walk with her. As they stroll, they reflect on how much they have fought recently, and how the break feels surreal. A brief silence follows, during which Yuika recalls the ring Ruka was wearing earlier, and wonders if her sister is dating Minato. Before her thoughts spiral, she reminds herself that Minato has told her he is not seeing anyone. Minato, sensing her sudden change in behavior, stays silent, waiting for her to speak. Gathering her courage, Yuika asks Minato about the type of person he likes. When Minato admits he has never really thought about it, she playfully lists herself, Ruka, and Sanada as examples, urging him to pick one of them. After a moment of consideration, Minato responds by choosing all three, praising their beauty, hard work, and admirable qualities. Annoyed by his vague answer, Yuika points out that his response is different from romantic feelings. Minato, confused, says he thought admiration and love were similar. Taking a moment to reflect, he then tells Yuika that if he had to choose, she is the one he likes the most. Hearing this, Yuika freezes in shock as Minato sincerely lists all the things he appreciates about her. Blushing furiously, she crouches down, overwhelmed. Concerned, Minato kneels beside her, asking if she is all right. Still flustered, Yuika mumbles that even though she knows Minato does not see her romantically, hearing those words from him makes her incredibly happy. If anything, it only confirms how deeply in love she is with him. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Shido analyzes social media data and realizes the situation is escalating. There is not only a growing wave of criticism against the magic nobles, but also an increasing public demand for the SMT to take charge of disaster and monster threats. Additionally, the mysterious vigilante known as the Shadowbringer is gaining popularity, with many online debates speculating about a potential showdown between him and Minato to determine who is stronger. With all these developments unfolding, Shido finds himself at a crossroads. At the Japanese International Airport, a particular plane lands, carrying two magic noble family heads who are visibly irritated by the chaos that erupted while they were away. The first is Homurai Hinata, the head of the Homurai family, while the second is Kaichi Riku, the head of the Kaichi family. As they alight the plane, both grumble about the mess they must now clean up. About a week later, Minato and the girls return to Japan to resume their normal lives. One evening, while Yuika prepares dinner, Minato comments on how quickly their vacation ended. Ruka, sitting beside him, reassures him that both the SMT and their school have imposed strict media restrictions, so they should finally get a break from all the paparazzi. At that moment, Yuika pops her head out of the kitchen and asks them to help carry the plates. Minato immediately gets up to assist, and soon the table is filled with delicious food. During dinner, Yuika asks if they are ready for school, which resumes the next day. Minato tells her that with the police and school on their side, the attention surrounding them should have died down. After some small talk, Minato suggests they ignore the attention, assuming people will soon lose interest. Unfortunately for them, Minato quickly realizes how naive that thought was when, the next day, girls from various classes flock around him, bombarding him with questions about whether he has a girlfriend. When the pressure becomes overwhelming, Yuika and the others ignore the students and invite each other to lunch. On the way to lunch, Yuika remarks that the attention was even worse before their vacation, as outsiders would sometimes sneak into the school just to catch a glimpse of them. The conversation continues until Ruka casually mentions that they are running low on toilet paper. Minato suggests they stop by the store after school to restock and pick up some bath salts, something Yuika enjoys. As soon as Minato mentions this, the gathered students overhear and realize that Minato is living with the Mizuha sisters. Embarrassed by the backlash, Yuika grabs the others and rushes them to the rooftop for lunch. There, Ryuji confirms that the trio truly live together and concludes that it is fine since they are with their team leader, Minato Kusanagi. In any case, he assures them that if they ever run into any trouble, they can count on him for support. The girls thank him for his kindness, and with that settled, Ryuji advises Minato to drop the formalities when addressing each other. He asks if Minato is okay with them calling him by his first name. Since Minato is an easygoing guy, he tells them to call him whatever they like. Just as Yuika is about to say something, she suddenly pauses, realizing how significant it is for the three of them to be living together. Before she spirals into overthinking, she quickly shakes her head, convincing herself that it is fine as long as nothing improper happens. Ryuji and Minato, puzzled by her sudden shift in behavior, exchange glances. When she finally calms down, Yuika turns to Minato and asks if he ever feels nervous about living with the two of them. With no immediate answer, they finish lunch and go about their day in peace. By nightfall, while Ruka and Minato are fast asleep, Yuika remains awake, puzzled by how easily they can sleep. She wonders if she is the only one feeling self-conscious about their living arrangement. As the silence becomes unbearable, she throws a small tantrum before forcing herself to sleep. Moments later, Ruka also wakes up, thinking the same thoughts her sister had earlier. She admits to herself that she is still not used to sharing a room with Minato. Unable to fall back asleep, she sits up, trying to figure out why their current situation bothers her so much. When no answers come to mind, she looks over at Minato, who is peacefully sleeping on the floor. The sight of him makes her blush, and when inappropriate thoughts begin creeping into her mind, she quickly pulls the blanket over her head. Thinking back to how Ryuji and the others casually call Minato by his first name, Ruka wonders why she still refers to him as Kusanagi. Her thoughts flash back to the time she nearly choked while trying to call him by his first name on their way to school. In the end, she could only manage to say Kusanagi before muttering some nonsense that left Minato confused. In another instance, when she found herself alone with him during lunch on the rooftop, she still could not bring herself to say his first name. Recalling several more embarrassing moments, she cringes and scolds herself for being too much of a coward to do something so simple. The next morning, on their way to school, Minato notices Ruka looking downcast and asks if she is feeling unwell. Ruka assures him she is fine, but once again refers to him as Kusanagi. This time, Minato stops her, reminding her that they are not strangers. He urges her to stop calling him by his last name and just say Minato. Blushing, Ruka finally gathers her courage and calls him by his first name. Elsewhere, the magic nobles gather in a secret spot to discuss their recent decline in reputation. To start the meeting, Homurai Hinata discusses the recent decline in the magic nobles' popularity and blames it on the special magic squad. While she thinks of a way to resolve this issue, Kaichi Riku, the depressed dude, asks her how she plans to deal with the captain, Kusanagi Minato. Unable to answer his question, Hinata turns to Mizuha Tushiru and seeks his opinion. Well, Tushiru tells them he only seeks to align with their lord's will, and Hinata gets irritated by how cryptic the Mizuha head can be. When she compels him to provide more information, Tushiru tells them Mianto doesn't recognize him. With this, Hinata asks if this means Minato is unaware of their existence, and Tushiru says yes. Upon realizing that Minato doesn't know about them, Riku decides to put him to the test, so they can see if he'll be useful to them. If they feel he's trash, then they'll take him out without mercy. The next day, Minato explains the location of the next great calamity to his team members, which is set to happen in Osaka. So far, the calamities, aside from the smaller ones, follow the same pattern as 50 years ago. Even though that's been all over the media, Yuika says the frequency has drastically shortened, and the Great Calamity, which used to happen just once a year, has now become difficult to predict, even with the police on alert. Also, given the fact that the disaster response is a mess, and there's no dedicated squad like the SMT in other regions, things are only going to get harder for all of them. Around this time, Shido's eyes beam with pride as he proudly informs Minato that the police force is setting up a second SMT in Osaka. As it turns out, they collaborated with the self-defense forces and the police to enhance the disaster response, and many of the trainees there are begging to have Minato train them. With all that said, Shido smugly asks Minato if he'll grant their wishes and go to Osaka to train them. Unable to refuse, Minato makes Shido even happier by agreeing to go and train them. Thereafter, he tells Minato that there's a person who's lived through the Great Calamity 50 years ago waiting for him there. Currently, Takigami Shizuku, the person waiting for him, is one of the few anti-monster equipment artisans still existing, and is very much interested in talking to Minato. In time, Minato agrees to meet her, and Shido then adds that Takigami is the one who crafted the SMT's uniforms. With the arrangements made, Minato makes his way to the airport and stops for a quick goodbye meeting with his team members before boarding the plane. Moments before his plane leaves, Minato reaches into his pockets and gives each of his team members a bangle, warning them to make sure they keep the bangles on until he gets back, and not to take them off for any reason. Finally, when he asks them if they'll be fine without him, the other three assure him that they've gotten stronger as well, so he can head on to Osaka with no worries. With that said, Minato waves his buddies goodbye, telling them he'll be counting on them, and finally boards the plane to sit in his first-class seat. During his first moments in there, Minato thinks about a few random things that happened while he was in Hawaii, but then stops to think about the fact that he's flying first class, citing that Shido really did well for him this time. Just then, he senses a few odd people entering the plane, people he's never seen before, and wonders who they are. When Hinata and Riku sit pretty close to him, Minato instantly recognizes them as strong magicians. So far, quite a few of them seem to be on board, but with the tough security, Minato feels they shouldn't be an issue. As soon as the plane's done boarding, it takes off, and Minato's served a very sumptuous and delicious meal, which he admires and devours delightfully. Soon after finishing his food, Minato lies back to enjoy the top-notch window view and relax like a chill dude. Sadly, before he even gets to fully relax, a few illegal mages who boarded the plane earlier get up from their seats and hold several passengers, including Minato, hostage. To keep everyone in check, the criminals threaten to kill everyone if the passengers don't follow their commands. However, Minato, Hinata, and Riku remain silent and in their seats, as if waiting for something to happen. With the plane hijacking progressing, Minato does a head count on the illegal mages and soon realizes there are 10 of them. If he takes them one by one, he figures that the other passengers would be in serious danger. Also, given that using high-level magic might destroy the plane, Minato concludes that he can't handle the idiots alone, so he's going to need outside help. Around this time, the entire plane is thrown into pandemonium, with the passengers begging the hijackers to spare them and the illegal hijackers shutting them up so they don't die. As soon as they get the entire plane under their control, one of the stupid mages walks up to Minato and demands that he release the other members of the BR, as they will not tolerate the unjust treatment of superior mages. With no response given, the dude gives Minato 5 minutes to contact those on the ground and make them release their comrades instantly, or they will start killing the hostages one by one. Before starting the timer, the bastards check in with the pilot to make sure he heard everything they just said. With no time to waste, Minato contemplates his next move. Before he makes a rash decision, he exchanges knowing glances with Riku and Hinata, who are secretly charging up their mana, and waits for their signal to strike. Just then, one of the illegal mages catches him acting suspiciously, and the other dude threatens to kill Minato if he moves. Seconds later, with the illegal mages distracted, Hinata and Riku swiftly approach the mages and take them down one by one, as fast as they can. Once they're done taking down the bastards holding the passengers hostage, all three of them, Riku, Hinata, and Minato, lock eyes with each other for a moment before they all move around the passenger compartment to take down the remaining bastards manning that spot. At a point in their battle, the bastards retaliate by trying to shoot someone like Hinata down. Sadly, Hinata's leagues above them in magic power, so she, alongside Riku and Minato, continues maiming and putting down these unruly idiots. Soon after, one of the illegal mages holds a flight attendant hostage, and after getting their attention, threatens to crash the plane if they don't stop taking out his comrades. Noticing the lapse in the fool's concentration, Minato lunges at him and kicks the shit out of him, rescuing the flight attendant from his grasp. At the same time, Hinata and Riku take down the other two and leave the other passengers in awe. as most couldn't believe that these three odd-looking people just beat the bastards and saved them. While the passengers rush over to thank the strangers for saving them, Hinata calls the illegal mages pathetic for losing too quickly and making the fight boring. Minato, on the other hand, senses something's up in the cockpit, so he quickly tells the others that it's not over yet and rushes over to the cockpit door without any explanation. Inside the cockpit, Minato and the other two find another illegal mage holding the pilot at gunpoint and threatening to shoot him if they come any closer. Tired of having to deal with these low-life magicians, Hinata lands a devastating sucker punch on the fool and sends him begging for mommy. Unfortunately for them all, the idiot fires a shot at one of the plane's controls, and Minato, who's already protected the pilot with his shield, realizes they're in deep shit, as almost immediately, the whole plane loses balance and shakes everything inside vigorously. Having performed all the evasive maneuvers he knows, the pilot tells the three that they're cooked because not only are the controls not responding, but the radios are also broken. If nothing's done to change this, they're going to crash into the mountains and die. Hinata, upon hearing this, is thrown into instant panic as she shakes the pilot and begs him to do something about their situation so they don't die. Around that time, one of the windows breaks, and the pressure from the below-zero air outside soon creates a vortex inside the cockpit. Upon realizing how cold the air is, the co-pilot complains about freezing to death before they even crash. Realizing how bad things have gotten for them, Hinata asks the others for ideas, and Riku advises that they all just die together. After scolding the depressed bastard for saying scary things, Hinata starts to wonder if they're finally meeting their end. With all their options exhausted, both the pilot and the co-pilot accept their fate and urge the others to prepare for death. Just then, Minato, who's been keeping silent the entire time, smiles for the first time, ignoring the pilots, and assures them that he will save everyone. Hearing this, the pilot warns him that this issue isn't something a mere human can fix as they're all fated to die that day. Tired of hearing the pessimistic pilots yapping, Minato walks towards the broken window in the cockpit and, ignoring the pilot's warnings and questions, jumps out of the plane. Hinata, who thinks Minato just made a run to save his life, soon regrets her sentiment when the plane starts losing altitude pretty quickly, threatening to destroy everybody on board within minutes. Around this time, the passengers were already saying their final prayers, hoping they all make it to the Lord's side when it ends, and the pilot, on the other hand, keeps on trying to pull the plane's nose up so they can avoid crashing into the sea. A few seconds before the plane finally hits the ocean, after everyone's lost hope, a miracle happens as the plane not only regains its balance, but also regains altitude as quickly as possible. With this happening, both pilots can't believe their eyes as they wonder what the hell just happened to the plane. Hinata, who suspected Minato all along, tells them that Minato's the one who just saved their lives, and if she's correct, then he's the one supporting the entire airplane all on his own. By that time, Minato's seen right under the airplane carrying over 230 tons of weight and controlling the whole thing towards the nearest airport. To understand how he did it, Minato says that he first created a barrier covering the underside of the plane using a massive amount of magical power and then enhanced his physical strength with magical martial arts. Then, at the same time, he adjusted the airplane's trajectory using wind magic so that he can control it toward a safe landing spot. Since this is his first time supporting a plane, Minato runs into some challenges along the way. With the plane, which weighs 230 tons, now several thousand meters above sea level, the pilot still finds it hard to believe that a single human can support the aircraft like it was nothing. Upon seeing what Minato can do, Hinata recognizes him as a beast and instantly becomes interested in him. By then, the flight attendants, as well as the passengers, all rest easy after they're told by the pilot that everything's okay. Even a father and his little daughter both cry tears of joy when they realize they get to live to see another day. Despite the celebrations and joyful tears, the pilot warns everyone not to be too happy just yet, as he's just discovered that their landing gear won't even activate. In other words, if they're to hope for a safe landing, then it's all in Minato's hands. With that said, the pilot locates the landing strip on the nearest airport and tilts the plane's nose towards the tarmac, hoping Minato has some kind of plan to handle the landing. As the half-destroyed plane approaches the tarmac, Minato, who's still hauling its arse underneath, activates a level 6 void magic spell, High Magic Wall, uses this high-level barrier to cushion the plane's descent, and then slows it down fast enough for it to come to a complete stop. Once Minato somehow manages to make the landing, the entire cabin erupts in joy, with strangers hugging each other and the pilot saluting the captain of the SMT, Kusanagi Minato, as a true soldier would. As for Riku and Hinata, they just keep staring at the captain, unimpressed by his efforts and waiting for their final meeting with him. As soon as he alights the plane, reporters from all over flock around him, asking for a brief statement, so the world can know how he managed to save an entire plane from crashing. At this point, Minato just gets pissed at the bastards for disturbing his peace as he just returned from the most stressful flight of his life. Thankfully, before he loses his mind, the security team shows up to shun the media personnel, promising that a press conference will be held later, and then ushers Minato to Takigami's residence so he can see her. Right before leaving, Hinata and Riku intercept him and compliment him, hoping they can butter him up for later. To their dismay, however, Minato doesn't take the credit and instead praises both of them for doing an equally good job. Realizing their plan isn't working, the duo makes some more offhanded comments and goes their merry way, with Hinata sternly hoping they meet again. Soon after their departure, Minato is shown the way to Takigami's meeting room. There, he's invited in by the elderly Miss Takigami and greeted warmly as a guest. Once they're seated, Takigami informs Minato that she summoned him earlier just because she's interested in his recent accomplishments and his magic techniques, most of which resemble those of her mentor and ally, Ichikami Minato. If anything, void magic is a rare art, and it's one that Ichikami excels in. Given its tedious nature, only a few sorcerers can use it properly, and it's often dismissed as a useless magic technique. Despite all that, Takigami is still shocked to see that Minato can wield it, so her curious self asks Minato to tell her how he can use the same magic as Ichikami. After hearing everything she had to say, Minato chuckles and talks about her being unable to change, in the same way Ichikami would talk to her back when he was alive. Confused, Takigami asks if they've met before, and Minato boldly tells her they've met each other more times than he cares to count. Now, to answer her question, Minato tells her that he can use Ichikami's magic because he's Ichikami Minato himself. Although she's a little surprised to hear this from a random stranger, Takigami keeps her cool and mentions that there have been many in the past, relatives, friends, lovers, and even secret children, who claim to have connections with Ichikami Minato, trying to cozy up to him. However, in all her years of handling those frauds, she never once expected someone to claim they were him. Thinking he's just another fraud, Takigami apologizes for her impending rudeness, seeing as she reached out to him, and then politely asks poor Minato to leave her residence. Before getting to that, Minato tells her that he met a pair of brothers earlier, and discovered that the younger one had a doll of Ichikami. Confused, Takigami asks what he means by that, and then Minato reminds her of what she said herself back when Ichikami was alive about her wanting to make a doll of him. At this point, Takigami starts sweating as she asks Minato how he even knows about such a private thing. After a brief silence, Minato tells Takigami that she once said that his doll gives children strength, and even until that day, Ichikami's still saving people. With everything Minato's said so far, Takigami slowly starts to believe he's the real Ichikami Minato, and even asks him if he's truly the real Ichikami. Disappointed that she still doesn't believe him, Minato decides to tell her a story. After several more minutes spent reminiscing on old times, Takigami finally believes Minato is the reincarnated Ichikami Minato. When Minato scolds her a little for doubting him, Takigami tells him that believing in something like reincarnation isn't that easy in the modern world. Although Ichikami's always been the unorthodox type, she still can't believe he returned in her lifetime. Upon updating him on the calamities that befell the world after his demise, Takigami then expresses just how glad she is to see him again in her lifetime and tears up a little. Once she's done crying, Minato calls her, knowing fully well that she knows what happened in the past 50 years, and then explains his observation about the knowledge of magic not being passed down, the fact that sorcerers have weakened over time, the misinformation about Ichikami Minato, as well as these so-called magic nobles who appeared out of nowhere, right before asking her to tell him what exactly happened while he was away. By this time, Takigami, nervous, receives a text and checks it out, only to gasp in surprise, making Minato ask what the matter is. Realizing it's something she can't share, Takigami instantly ends their meeting, citing that it's already late, and then urges Minato to stay the night there so they can continue the discussion the next day. Lucky for her, Minato obliges and soon retires to his room for the night. Around midnight, Riku sneaks into Minato's room, not making a sound, and swings his sword at Minato's body, hoping to kill him instantly. Unfortunately for him, Minato pulls the ultimate Uno reverse card when he suddenly appears beside the bed, talking down on Riku's tactless attempt to attack someone in their bed. Mind you, at the time, Minato didn't even know his attacker was Riku. However, once he gets a good look at his face, he instantly remembers the attacker to be Riku. But before Minato can get chatty with him, Riku attacks him again, and Minato dodges the attack this time. Soon after, Riku kicks Minato out the window of his room, and Minato lands safely in the yard outside. Without wasting a single second, Riku shows up in front of Minato in the yard outside and activates a level 1 earth magic, Rock Break. At the same time, Minato activates his level 1 void magic barrier, and does his best to block Riku's attacks. However, right after landing a few attacks, Riku skillfully slices through Minato's level 1 magic barrier and sends him retreating a little so he can take the fight seriously. Before getting to round 2, Minato compliments Riku's blade for cutting through his barrier like that, and then asks if it's anti-magic equipment. With no response given, the duo charges up their mana and prepares to begin round 2. However, just as they're about to clash, Hinata shows up and orders them to stop fighting. At this point, Minato tells her he knew she'd be involved in such bullshit, but then Hinata ignored his bullshit and urged him not to resist their summons. To keep him in check, she pulls up live video feeds of her henchmen creeping dangerously close to Minato's friends in their various residences, and threatens to unalive them while they sleep if he doesn't cooperate. Realizing he's been had, Minato calmly asks them to state what they want, and Hinata starts by introducing herself and Riku. Soon after the introductions, she tells Minato that the only demand they have is for him to join them as a magic noble and gain status, rank, honor, wealth, power, and even women if he wants. More importantly, if he decides to join them, Hinata assures him that he'll be able to protect his friends and attain the ability to give absolute orders. On the other hand, even if he escapes his predicament, Hinata promises that the magic nobles will hunt him for life and make life hellish for him and his friends. With their demands stated, Hinata demands to know Minato's answer before they move forward. Eventually, Minato refuses to join their cabal of lazy magicians, and Hinata, pissed off by his reply, picks up her phone to give the order. Soon after mumbling a few shitty things about Minato's buddies being used as collateral, she orders the men at the locations to go ahead with Plan B, so that Minato can never be arrogant again. Just as the men are about to carry out Plan B, the bangles Minato gave his subordinates before he left for Osaka glow up, with all the members still fast asleep, and conjure a yellowish magic-like version of Minato's silhouette. Seeing this, Hinata's men get scared shitless as they try to figure out what the hell they're seeing. Sadly, before they can comprehend what's happening, the magic-like Minato versions activate some level 5 high magic drain void magic and take out all the enemies like they are nothing. A few minutes later, Hinata notices some unusual radio silence from her guys and does her best to get them to respond. Sadly, after seconds of no response, Riku concludes the worst has happened and the team has been wiped out. Enraged, Hinata asks Minato to tell her everything he did, but then Minato fires back, telling her that she should have seen something like this coming. Unless she's a total fool, that is. Despite realizing that Minato's an annoying little pest, Hinata still commends the way he handled the hijacking and the hostage situation, stating that with everything he's done so far, he's passed the first test. Puzzled by her words, Minato asks her if the hijacking was also their doing, but then Hinata lets him know they would never pull such a stupid stunt just to force him into participating in their little game. With that said, she urges him to move on to the second test while charging up her mana, together with Riku, for the real round 2. At the same time, Minato, who's been edging for a good fight, playfully asks if he can opt out of the fight, and as you'd expect, Hinata objects right before lunging at him, together with Riku. For her first attack, Hinata throws a kick at Minato, which he blocks easily, and then she ricochets to a safe so she can unleash her next attack, a level 4 fire magic attack she calls Flare. As soon as she unleashes the magic attack, a loud explosion is created, but unfortunately for her, Minato is left unscathed. By this time, Riku swoops in through the chaos for his sword attack, aiming for Minato's neck, but still doesn't land a single hit just because the captain himself blocked the attack with a mini barrier he erected around his neck. Upon surviving this attack, Minato sighs as he figures a normal person would have died from that hit. Just then, Hinata tells him not to get too cocky, and then unleashes yet another level 5 fire magic attack, Blazing Column at the captain of the SMT. Knowing what's coming, Minato compliments the Blazing Column spell as a good one, but to eliminate it, he creates the Water Azure Splash spell using level 3 water magic and completely cancels it out. Seeing what Minato can do, Hinata finally understands why the rumors said he can cast spells without chanting. To even think he neutralized her level 5 spell with a level 3 water spell, Hinata figures Minato must be making a mockery of her magic. Around this time, Riku attacks Minato again, but he dodges this attack and challenges them to take their fight to the skies. Without hesitating, Hinata takes him up on his offer and flies towards him, together with her dog, Riku. At this point, Hinata admits that although they underestimated him earlier, they won't be holding back this time. With that said, they both unleash the strongest spells in their arsenal, with Hinata conjuring a level 7 fire magic spell, Demon's Blaze, and Riku conjuring a level 7 earth magic spell, Comet. Soon after boasting and making big claims about him being unable to defend against her ultimate technique, The duo sends their attacks toward Minato to deal double the damage. Unimpressed by their weak-ass magic spells, Minato creates a level 7 void magic spell, Vanish, which encapsulates both ultimate techniques and dispels them into nothingness. Around this time, Hinata and Riku are astounded as their brains can't even process what just happened. To help them comprehend their failure, Minato tells them that he just disintegrated and dissipated the magical energy so he can minimize damage to the surroundings. Hearing this, Hinata calls bullshit and even disqualifies him, as she feels Minato's just cheating his way out of a real fight. So far, she says everything up until that point was just a farce, so now that it's come to it, she promises Minato that she's going to show him her true power. Sadly, before she gets to showcase how strong she is, there's a sudden change in the atmospheric energy around them, and they all notice it. As they try to figure out what the hell's happening, the sky turns red, signaling to Minato that the calamity has finally befallen Osaka. In his mind, though, he feels that although too many things are happening at once, this can't be just a mere coincidence. As the red skies spread over Osaka, Takigami notices the ominous glow from her window. After staring for a moment, she shuts her blinds. Meanwhile, Hinata sees the calamity unfolding but chooses to ignore it, eager to continue her fight with Minato and destroy him. Before she can act recklessly, Riku holds her back, reminding her of their mission. Realizing he is right, Hinata restrains herself, while Minato, knowing he must address the calamity, tells them their fight will have to wait. With that, Minato flies toward the abandoned district of Dotonbori, left in ruins since the Great Calamity 50 years ago. As he surveys the area, he compares its condition to Shibuya, noting that monsters continue to emerge even without an active calamity. Given the dangers, he assumes no humans would be foolish enough to be lurking around. Detecting swarms of smaller monsters throughout the city, Minato quickly realizes he cannot handle them all alone. If left unchecked, these creatures could infiltrate human settlements and wreak havoc. He needs a solution, and fast. Just as he considers calling for reinforcements, Riku and Hinata arrive, offering to help. Minato welcomes them, teasing that they must have given up on trying to kill him. Riku explains that their earlier battle was merely a test, and since Minato passed, they are willing to work together for now. With a sigh, Minato accepts their aid, knowing his problems with them are far from over. As the streets fill with monsters, the trio advances to intercept them. Hinata, eager for battle, makes a dramatic entrance and prepares for what she calls a monster massacre. She unleashes her level 5 blazing column magic, incinerating an entire horde of creatures in one strike. Riku, equally skilled, takes down his fair share. Meanwhile, Minato, hovering above, launches a level 5 void magic bullet barrage, clearing out the lesser monsters while waiting for the boss to appear. While scanning the battlefield, Minato spots an elderly man walking with a cane. Concerned, he lands and asks if he is all right. The old man remains silent, prompting Minato to offer to escort him to safety. However, before Minato can take his hand, the man pushes him back, frowns, and, after a brief pause, thanks him for his concern but insists he is fine. Something about the man feels familiar, but before Minato can place him, a subordinate helps the old man into a black sedan, which drives away. Shortly after, Osaka's self-defense and disaster response teams arrive in droves, establishing a perimeter around Dotonbori's exit to prevent the calamity from spreading. Their swift coordination impresses Minato, reminding him of what Shido told him about their preparedness despite their relative inexperience. As the forces set up their defenses, Minato lands beside an officer, who mistakes him for a lost child. However, upon recognizing him as the captain of the special magic team, the officer immediately allows him to assist. A monster suddenly creeps behind the officer, but Minato swiftly burns it to ash, saving his life. He warns them not to let their guard down before asking for a status update. The officer reports that the police and SDF have sealed off Dotonbori and are prioritizing civilian safety. Unfortunately, he admits they are not equipped to handle the boss monster, as their forces alone are no match for it. Minato reassures them, promising to take care of the boss himself. The soldiers express their gratitude, and Minato surprises them further by revealing he has backup: Riku and Hinata, magic nobles from the Homurai and Kaichi families. Shocked, the soldiers ask if the SMT and the magic nobles are now working together. Without answering, Minato notices a renewed sense of hope among the officers, who place their trust in both elite forces. Just then, a dark, ominous purple miasma spreads through the air. The soldiers suddenly feel an overwhelming heaviness in their bodies, struggling to move. Amid their confusion, a massive figure slowly emerges from the fog. The officers immediately recognize it: the chief demon, the boss monster. This creature alone possesses enough power to level Osaka, and against it, they, as mere humans, stand no chance. Minato, however, remains unfazed. Smirking, he scolds the chief demon for taking so long to appear. His calm demeanor shocks the police, who cannot fathom how he remains composed in the face of such a terrifying threat. Before Minato can engage, Hinata and Riku step forward, declaring that the chief demon is their prey, and that he should stay back and watch. Though disappointed they beat him to the fight, Minato relents, trusting them to handle an opponent of this caliber. With the battlefield set, Riku and Hinata brace themselves as they prepare for the fight of their lives. After pouting a few more nonsensical words, both Hinata and Riku recreate their level 6 magic attacks, Demon Blaze and Comet, and fire them at the chief demon, who stands motionless in the street, staring at them like fools. As both attacks close in, the chief demon obliterates them with his level 8 fire magic attack, Supernova, blinding the magic nobles and the soldiers with its intense light. Stunned, they struggle to comprehend how a lowly creature can wield such powerful magic. Forced to acknowledge the demon's immense strength, Hinata and Riku prepare to attack again. But before they can, the chief demon unexpectedly speaks, asking if there is a formidable sorcerer among them. One of the soldiers, though aware that chief demons possess greater intellect than typical monsters, is still shocked to hear it converse like a human. Seeing the fear on the soldiers' faces, Minato understands their reaction. A monster with human-like intelligence is rare, and the unknown always breeds fear. However, he decides to remain silent and watch as the nobles continue embarrassing themselves. After failing to land her first attack, Hinata throws another childish tantrum, vowing to reduce the demon to ashes. She unleashes a fire spell even stronger than Demon Blaze, while Riku, fueled by frustration, infuses his sword with level 8 gravity magic, Dimensional Blade. Seeing the nobles finally casting original spells, Minato gets excited, hoping their combined efforts will be enough to bring down the chief demon. As Hinata and Riku prepare to strike, the chief demon suddenly comments on someone's magic power. Assuming he means them, Hinata boasts about her strength, only for the demon to clarify that he was referring to Minato's overwhelming mana. Irritated by the insult, Hinata and Riku abandon their magic and recklessly charge the demon with their fists. To their dismay, the chief demon effortlessly dodges every blow, teasing them for being too slow. After playing with them for a while, he counterattacks, sending them sprawling. He then combines fire and wind magic to create a level 6 fusion spell, Flare Cyclone, which subdues the nobles in an instant. As Riku and Hinata struggle to their feet, trembling from the sheer force of the attack, Minato steps forward and tells them to leave the rest to him. Hinata tries to stop him, insisting that even if they, as magic nobles, could not defeat the chief demon, then there is no way he can. Riku suggests they retreat, but Minato remains unfazed, assuring them that a monster like this is nothing to him. Riku questions if Minato truly understands the overwhelming magic power radiating from the chief demon. Hinata, on the other hand, refuses to accept defeat, knowing they cannot afford to fail the person they wish to be useful to. Minato approaches the battlefield, teasing the chief demon, who, despite this, remains impressed by his magic power. Before the fight begins, the chief demon asks Minato to introduce himself, but Minato dismisses the request, questioning whether he is obligated to answer. Acknowledging Minato's point, the chief demon withdraws the question, remarking that associating with humans is ultimately meaningless for demon kind. With the pleasantries over, the battle begins. The chief demon immediately goes on the offensive, attacking Minato from all angles, but Minato effortlessly blocks every strike with his high-level magic barrier. Watching the fight, Hinata assumes Minato is struggling and begins gloating, claiming she knew he would not stand a chance. Before she can finish her sentence, Minato casually pushes the chief demon back and complains about how annoying he is. Both magic nobles are left speechless, realizing that the demon's relentless barrage of attacks has not left a single scratch on Minato. Riku, observing Minato's tactics, worries that remaining on the defensive will be ineffective, as the chief demon also possesses an exceptional defense. Meanwhile, Minato debates whether to use a new spell he recently developed, but hesitates due to the presence of the nobles. Instead, he decides on a different strategy and unleashes a level 9 void magic attack, Magic Sparkle, as preparation for his counterattack. Hinata, seeing the level 9 spell, is shocked, as she had always believed level 8 magic was the highest attainable. Minato then traps the chief demon inside the bright yellow void magic circles he created earlier and finishes him off in one swift move. Gasps of disbelief ripple through the crowd as the soldiers realize that Captain Minato just effortlessly defeated an opponent that even the magic nobles struggled against. As Minato descends, the soldiers erupt in praise, hailing him as incredible and even calling him the Messiah. Minato approaches the embarrassed nobles and casually remarks that the monster turned out to be no problem for him. Hinata, utterly defeated, acknowledges that they are nowhere near his level, and realizes that, in their current state, they stand no chance of subduing him. Minato then asks if they still want to continue their fight. Without hesitation, both nobles admit defeat and declare that Minato has passed their test. With that resolved, Minato presses them for answers. Riku agrees to explain everything but mentions that they need one more person present. Takigami. Immediately, Minato understands who he means. Moments later, Takigami arrives on the scene and asks if Minato had known all along that she was behind everything. Minato responds affirmatively, reminding her that she cannot hide anything from him. Now, she must explain why she tested him, why sorcerers have weakened over the past 50 years, and why she has been cooperating with the magic nobles ever since his death. Before giving Minato the answers he seeks, Takigami takes him and the magic nobles back to her house, ensuring they are comfortable enough to hear her out. Once they are seated, Minato asks if she knew about the magic nobles before his arrival. Not only does Takigami confirm that she did, but she also reveals she knew he was going to be attacked. Puzzled, Minato questions why she allowed it, but Riku responds, explaining that they only wanted to test Minato's skills and see if he would use his powers selfishly. Minato brings up the involvement of his allies in their so-called test, and Riku assures him they never intended harm, only issuing threats. Still, Minato presses further, demanding to know why they went through with it. Riku explains that Minato's very existence as part of the SMT undermines the magic nobles, creating a dangerous situation for Japan. Hearing this, Minato counters, stating that their current predicament results from their negligence. The SMT never sought to demean the magic nobles. Rather, it was the nobles who looked down on them. Overwhelmed by the accusations, Hinata throws a tantrum, but Riku, acting more maturely, tells her to stop because Minato is right. Despite acknowledging their inaction during the first calamity, Riku argues that the world still needs the nobles to maintain order. Takigami then intervenes, explaining that the root of the issue dates back 50 years after Minato's passing, leading to Japan's current state and the creation of the magic nobles. Following Ichikami Minato's death and the disappearance of most demons, Japan was overwhelmed by illegal mages. Their numbers grew so vast that even the police and self-defense forces were exhausted, making law enforcement impossible. Japan became a lawless country, and the few remaining legitimate mages fought against the illegal ones, but were ultimately defeated and killed. With the nation on the brink of collapse, hope seemed lost. Summing it up, Takigami explains that Japan's downfall was triggered by Ichikami Minato's death. Without him, the remaining mages struggled to rebuild and restore hope. After numerous discussions, they decided to establish the Magic Nobles, an entity meant to earn the people's trust and serve as a new symbol of hope, akin to Minato. Given that magic was highly dangerous in times of peace, the nobles confiscated all magical texts and documents, recruited those with talent, and eliminated those who refused to join them. By monopolizing magic knowledge, they banned oral traditions and rumors of magic, leading Japan toward peace. However, as a consequence, Japanese mages grew weaker, and imperial politics caused a decline in technology and knowledge, a pattern Minato finds all too familiar. Recalling the situation 50 years ago, Minato remembers the chaos, with people and mages dying, and magic being used for evil. He realizes things only worsened after his death. He then asks Takigami if the nobles truly have the political power to manipulate events as they do, given their supposed affiliations. After a glance at the nobles, Takigami quietly asks Minato if he remembers Mumyu Hifumi, his former subordinate, a sore loser, arrogant, yet incredibly talented. Once Minato confirms, Takigami reveals that Mumyu is now the chairman of the powerful Mumyu Group. Originally famous as the heir of the Mumyu conglomerate, he has been financially backing the magic nobles since their inception 50 years ago. Minato finally understands the nobles' influence, though he never knew Mumyu was an heir. Takigami chuckles at how indifferent Ichikami Minato remains toward power, money, and fame, noting that his sole concerns have always been magic and people. Takigami continues, stating that during Minato's era, Japanese mages were globally top tier, but their skills have since deteriorated. Hinata interjects, insisting that Japan only achieved peace due to their predecessors. Frustrated, Minato asks what she would do if another calamity arose. Unable to answer, Hinata falls silent. Riku then states that back then, they assumed the police alone could handle any crisis, with the magic nobles stepping in only as a last resort. Minato asks if they now recognize their mistake, and Riku remains silent. Minato then turns to Takigami once more, asking if she knew all of this. She confirms she has been involved for 50 years, but insists she is not a magic noble, nor does she wield their power or influence. For now, she is simply an anti-monster equipment crafter, content in her role. After uncovering the truth, Minato notes everything but suspects Takigami is still withholding information. To confirm, he asks if she has any more secrets, and she assures him she has told him everything. With this, Minato shifts gears and proposes an alliance between the Magic Nobles and SMT to handle DR more effectively. He clarifies that if they accept, he will not be subordinate to them. It will be a cooperative relationship. Given their performance during the last calamity, their collaboration is clearly necessary. Hinata scoffs, doubting that someone as strong as Minato would need their help. He explains that he has limits, and if the nobles join SMT, he will let past grievances go. He then asks if they have any objections to assisting the citizens. Riku, recognizing that they cannot defeat the chief demon alone, agrees that relying on Minato is their best option. Takigami also offers her skills as an anti-monster equipment crafter, and Minato welcomes her aboard. After much reluctance and another tantrum, Hinata finally agrees to the alliance, on the condition that Minato never mentions the chief demon incident again. He accepts their terms but also ensures they refrain from taking hostages whenever they need to speak with him, which they agree to. With everything settled, SMT and the Magic Nobles form an alliance for the first time in 50 years. Shortly after, Minato feels like he is forgetting something, but since he cannot recall it, he shrugs it off and carries on. Around the same time, the other SMT members wake up to find men in suits, beaten and tied up near their beds. Initially assuming they are burglars, they soon suspect it has to do with their bangles. By noon the next day, Minato finally arrives at the Osaka Prefectural Police School, where dozens of students eagerly await his arrival. In his first few moments there, Minato is startled by the sudden attention he's getting from the trainees, but thankfully, the on-site instructor orders the Minato fans to line up as they're no longer students, and then apologizes on their behalf for their unruliness. The instructor explains that many joined the police force because they admire Minato, adding that he understands their excitement given the SMT's impressive actions during the calamities. Hearing this, Minato sighs and quickly gets to training the recruits. Moments later, he gathers a few students and, after instructing them to ready their level 1 spells, orders them to fire at the wooden targets before them. While training is ongoing, Minato notices 3 girls ogling him and realizes that SNS and the media have strongly influenced many people. Aware of this, he figures that although their motivation might be impure, they're eager, so he won't go easy on them. With that in mind, he increases the regimen by making them run while sensing their magic, helping them enhance both their physical and magical power. After running for several minutes, the trainees start complaining, asking what he plans to do if they collapse. To reassure them, Minato states that he can use holy magic to heal them regardless of their condition, so they should stop complaining and keep running, because enemies won't care about their circumstances in battle. With that, the trainees push through, training as if their lives depended on it. After a week of enduring the same regimen, the Osaka police force's average magical power increases significantly. On the final day of training, Minato delivers a farewell speech, praising the trainees for enduring the harsh program and greatly improving their skills in just 1 week. He urges them to continue training even in his absence, as they are now the protectors of Osaka's peace. When he finishes speaking, he leaves the trainees and their instructor in tears. Soon after, it is revealed that Osaka's magic level has significantly improved, now rivaling that of Tokyo's officers, all thanks to Minato Kusanagi. Shortly after leaving the training grounds, Minato dreads returning to Tokyo, suspecting that another press conference or some other hassle awaits him. While he is en route, national news reports on the alliance between the SMT and the Homarai and Kaichi families' magic nobles, formed to combat calamities and monster threats. With thousands of people reacting to the news, the reporter notes rumors that major corporations may sponsor the SMT. For those worried about its impact on law enforcement, they are assured that the SMT is not an official Tokyo police department. As news of the SMT's good deeds spreads, people across Japan begin recognizing the organization's growing influence. In other news, reporters note that the Mizuha family has yet to make a public appearance, which is strange given their history of cooperating with the SMT. Speculation arises that they may be withdrawing from the alliance just as Japan is beginning to unite against the calamities. After his flight lands, Minato asks the girls if they can contact their father. Yuika explains that she has tried multiple times, but since they have been disowned, he may be unwilling to respond. Even so, Minato expresses concern that the family head has not publicly supported the alliance. Ruka had expected him to step forward once they allied with the other 2 noble families. Aware of how unusual Tushiro's silence is, Minato decides to check on him later. Noticing his deep thought, the girls call him back to reality, praising his success in Osaka and expressing their pride in him. Minato, realizing how much trouble he is in, joins them in conversation. Meanwhile, Shido, standing nearby, notes that Chrono didn't appear at night when Minato was absent. Although suspicious, he reasons that if Minato is truly the Shadowbringers' leader, Chrono, and an illegal mage, he will have no choice but to arrest him. Still, with every fiber of his being, Shido hopes his assumption is wrong, believing Minato is meant to be the world's savior. Later that night, while walking home and complaining about his busy team members, Minato is suddenly approached by 2 of Tushiro's attendants. They inform him that he has been summoned. Calmly, he follows them, soon arriving at Tushiru's villa. There, Tushiru angrily asks if it is true that both his daughters are now living with him, and then immediately threatens his life if he intends to harm them. Puzzled, Minato reassures the man that they are just friends, prompting Tushiro to press the issue, ensuring Minato will not lay a hand on them. To ease his mind, Minato firmly states that he would never do such a thing to his friends. He then wonders if Tushiro summoned him solely out of concern for his daughters. Despite everything, Minato realizes Tushiro has a strong fatherly side. Moments later, Tushiro leads Minato outside, and once they are airborne, he challenges Minato to a match. With time to kill, Minato accepts. Tushiro immediately attacks, unleashing the level 6 water magic, Geyser Wave, after charging his mana. In response, Minato counters with level 7 fire magic, Demon's Blaze, overpowering the water attack. Afterward, they descend, and Tushiro praises Minato for neutralizing water's advantage using equally ranked fire magic. Acknowledging Minato's strength, Tushiro finally entrusts his daughters to him. For a moment, Minato remains silent, watching the father walk away. Elsewhere, the furious BR boss from before throws a fit upon realizing Chrono is still alive. Fed up, he decides to abandon restraint, vowing to crush anyone in his way. He then turns to his latest ally, Tushiro, demanding reassurance that he will fulfill his expectations. Shockingly, Tushiro promises to annihilate Chrono. Around this time, the enraged boss, who's later revealed to be the former unruly magic noble Kuroi, declares that the next phase will be a full-scale war between BR and the Shadowbringers, urging the Black Mage to await his arrival. A few days before BR strikes, Minato and his SMT members return to school and face even worse glazing than before, especially now that their media appearances have skyrocketed. Minato feels exhausted as things get even more bothersome. Unfortunately, the others don't have it easy either. Yuika is constantly pestered by fans who just want to be with her, attracting not only admirers, but also envious individuals who despise her. Tired of Yuika receiving the attention they crave, 3 jealous girls decide they've had enough. When Yuika sneaks out of class under the guise of a bathroom break, they seize their opportunity to catch her off guard. After easing herself, Yuika complains in the hallway about the exhaustion from the constant attention, when suddenly, the 3 girls intercept her and drag her to an infamous corner of the school. There, they slam their feet against the wall to intimidate her before accusing her of being annoying and questioning why she's even in the SMT. When Yuika remains silent, the short, overweight girl suggests she must have received special treatment for being a magic noble. As if that weren't enough, the green-haired idiot chimes in, claiming Yuika seduced her way into the SMT. Unable to endure the insults, Yuika snaps, yelling that she worked hard to enlist in the SMT and would never resort to cheap tricks. Sensing her defensiveness, the red-haired ringleader of the sore losers presses further, demanding Yuika swear on her title as a magic noble that she has no feelings for Minato. Yuika stammers, but before she can betray herself, Minato suddenly appears, demanding an explanation. Startled, the girls hastily claim they were merely discussing how unfair it is for Yuika to receive special treatment. Their leader even dares to accuse Minato himself of being caught up in the supposed favoritism. Minato, without responding, turns to Yuika and immediately recognizes the shame she must feel from enduring their bullying. Meanwhile, the jealous girls start babbling about enlisting in the SMT, claiming they'd be a great help to him. Seeing through their ploy, Minato decides to play along. He holds back his scolding for now, and instead encourages them to join the SMT's induction course. Since they seem so eager, he promises to let them join once they pass. Unaware of how grueling the training is, the girls become ecstatic. Minato takes them to the SMT training space, informing Ryuji and Ruka that they'll be participating in the course. At first, Ryuji and Ruka are unimpressed, noting that the girls don't seem particularly skilled. However, Yuika, worried that Minato plans to let them join, brushes the thought aside to focus on more pressing matters. Noticing how chatty the newcomers are, Ryuji and Ruka grow even more suspicious of their intentions. When they ask Minato about it, he simply tells them not to think too much of it. He senses that these girls need this lesson. Training begins, and within an hour, the redhead nearly collapses from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Minato and the other seasoned SMT members bark out orders, pushing them to run as if their lives depended on it. He repeats the same harsh training he used with the Osaka police force. After forcing them to run a full track 4 times, Minato moves on to one-handed, magic-enhanced push-ups, training alongside the others while reminding the losers to push their limits. Next, they move on to casting spells continuously until they are completely drained. By this point, the jealous trio starts plotting their escape, unwilling to continue this insanity. Just as they're about to make a break for it, Minato calls them back, casually informing them that they've only finished the warm-up. Panicked, the girls start accusing Minato of harassment, with one even claiming he deliberately made the training unbearable just to torment them. In response, Minato points at the real SMT members, reminding the sore losers that even though they struggled at first, they persevered every single day to become the warriors they are now. He explains that the SMT works side by side with death, fights monsters, and protects the people with everything they've got. Then, he turns the conversation to Yuika, telling them that despite thinking she lacks talent, she works relentlessly to improve. To claim she used her looks and connections to get in is pure foolishness. He knows she would never stoop that low. Finally, he looks the redhead straight in the eye and makes it clear that Yuika is an important friend of his. He will never forgive anyone who tries to discredit her. Realizing their mistake, the three bullies beg for mercy and flee like the cowards they are. Watching them scurry away, Minato sighs at how spineless they are. Ryuji, still confused, asks him what just happened. Minato simply tells him not to worry about the sore losers. Later, as they walk home after training, Yuika thanks Minato for standing up for her, revealing that she heard everything he said. Minato shrugs it off, saying he was simply showing them reality and putting an end to their meaningless jealousy. Since he's sure they'll spread the word, she doesn't need to worry about it anymore. Yuika giggles, repeating his last sentence, before shyly admitting that she considers him an important person. Deep down, she knows that Minato's definition of important is different from hers. But for now, she's satisfied. She believes that one day, when she's strong enough to stand beside him, she will finally earn his love. With newfound determination, she tells Minato to prepare for the day she becomes strong enough to defeat him. With Yuika's bullying situation taken care of, life returns to normal for the SMT, until the next calamity strikes. As the hour of calamity arrives in Tokyo, the skies turn red, and monsters appear randomly in the streets. Recognizing the danger, people run for their lives as the creatures begin attacking. At the same time, Minato and Hinata, who happen to be on the scene, spring into action. Hinata eagerly claims some monsters as hers, incinerating them with her fire magic. With no time to argue with the short alarm clock, Minato focuses on the remaining threats, obliterating them with void magic. While this unfolds, first responders and a few foolish onlookers marvel at the sight of the SMT and magic nobles working seamlessly together, something they never expected. Ever since the magic nobles started cooperating with the SMT, their reputation has been gradually restored. A recent survey conducted by a statistics organization confirms this trend. For now, Chrono handles illegal mages while the SMT deals with calamities and monsters. However, because the SMT's core members are students rather than police officers, the organization isn't widely recognized as a law enforcement body. This misunderstanding sometimes leads to delays in emergency responses, fueling growing criticism of the police force. A few days after the calamity, Minato, disguised as Shadowbringer, secretly visits Leona's comatose brother, Kai, at the hospital. Under the cover of night, he sneaks into Kai's room and places his hand on the unconscious man's forehead, attempting to heal him using Angel Breath, a level 7 holy magic spell. Despite knowing that holy magic typically can't cure a comatose state, Minato hopes it will at least have some positive effect on Kai's body and mind. However, despite multiple treatments, there's been no change. He begins to suspect that holy magic is ineffective against this kind of condition. Remembering how hopeful Leona becomes whenever her brother's health is discussed, Minato refuses to give up. Just as he prepares to attempt another method, the door suddenly swings open. He swiftly hides. Leona enters, briefly sensing another presence but dismisses it as her imagination. She approaches her brother and continues the story she started the previous day, this time praising Chrono's incredible magic, reliability, and initiative. She admits that while she admires him, his coaching is absolute hell. His strict and merciless training methods feel downright demonic. However, as she jokes about it, her expression changes. Gripping Kai's blanket, she solemnly promises that she won't stop fighting until no one else has to suffer as he did. Even if it costs her everything, she vows to take down the Black Rebellion alongside Chrono. Overcome with emotion, she breaks down in tears, apologizing to her brother once again for what happened to him. Having heard enough, Minato quietly leaves the room and heads to a warehouse to meet Leona and the recruits she wants to introduce. Moments later, Leona arrives, presenting the new members to Minato, who surprises her by asking for proper introductions. She explains that they aren't just random recruits. These individuals sought her out after seeing her online posts and enlightenment campaign. She purposely provided limited information to test whether they were determined enough to find her. Now that they're here, she assures Minato that she has verified their identities and screened them thoroughly. The recruits, brimming with excitement, start to fawn over Minato, but Leona quickly tells them to calm down. With order restored, Minato makes it clear that while he's willing to train them, he won't go easy on them. Undeterred, the recruits confidently urge him to push them to their limits. Satisfied with their determination, Minato starts the training and nearly kills them with his grueling regimen. Initially, The recruits were overly enthusiastic, but their dedication soon became evident. Over time, under Minato's brutal training, they improved significantly. Within a week, Minato successfully formed a specialized tactical team focused on information manipulation and hacking, as well as an action team tasked with targeting and dismantling BR hideouts. As Shadowbringer's influence grew, he gained unexpected support from underworld organizations. Meanwhile, the Black Rebellion's hideouts suffered repeated destruction, confusing the police force about the true intentions of the Black Mage. However, Shido remains unwavering in his belief that all illegal magicians are criminals. In his mind, Shadowbringer is no vigilante, just another lawbreaker. Determined, Shido vows not to let these so-called heroes escape justice. At the same time, Kuroi, his usual irate self, throws another fit, furious at the Black Mage's continued defiance. Before he can break something, a subordinate arrives, informing him that everything is ready for their next operation. Despite this, Kuroi continues berating them for being slow and incompetent. Nevertheless, he remains obsessed with his goal. He promises that no matter what happens, he will personally corner and eliminate Minato and Chrono, even if it's the last thing he does. The next day, during the SMT's training, Shido, who's been observing the entire regimen, can't shake the suspicion that Captain Minato might be Chrono. Considering his age, abilities, and the timing of Chrono's appearance, it's almost impossible not to be suspicious. While Shido is deep in thought, Ryuji and the girls apologize to Minato for unknowingly breaking their bracelets while asleep weeks ago. After explaining what happened, Minato reassures them that it's fine and that the bracelets had likely reached their durability limit. However, internally, he realizes that a novice like himself can't make decent anti-monster equipment. He decides to contact Takigami later for better gear. Still, Ryuji and the others remain pissed at the nobles for launching a night ambush just to test them, all because they think they can do whatever they want. Understanding their frustration, Minato admits he's also angry about the nobles' sneaky tactics, but considering the future, cooperation with them is essential. With that in mind, he politely asks his subordinates to let this incident slide just once. Reluctantly, they drop the subject, but then turn their frustration toward themselves, blaming their lack of power for not even noticing the attack. At that moment, Yuika recalls how disoriented the magic nobles looked upon waking up and asks Minato about it. She doesn't know what kind of magic affected them, but they still seemed unaware of their situation. Minato explains that he used a drain-type spell to absorb their magical power and blur their memories. It's possible they don't remember anything before or after the magic was cast. With training over for the day, Minato suggests they all head home together, but his subordinates quickly refuse, giving various excuses. Since he's been ditched, Shido offers him a ride, which Minato accepts. On their way back, Shido brings up Shadowbringer's growing influence and tells Minato that, as part of the police force, he can't just sit back and watch. Sensing where this is going, Minato asks if Shido still suspects him. Shido sidesteps the question, listing a few qualities about the criminal before asking if Minato has noticed them too. Minato plays dumb, claiming he knows nothing. Though highly skeptical, Shido lets the matter drop for now. Minato then asks if Shido considers Chrono a villain, noting that he hasn't heard of him committing any evil acts. Shido admits he's heard Chrono is a good person, so why does he hate him so much? Minato presses. Shido responds that it's because he's still a criminal. To help Minato understand his stance, Shido shares his past. His father was a remarkable police officer with a strong sense of justice. While society vilified criminals, his father always believed they had consciences, and that confronting them with respect could help them see the error of their ways. Shido admired that belief, which inspired him to become a police officer. However, his father was killed while trying to negotiate with a criminal who had taken hostages. Unarmed and defenseless, he was mercilessly attacked with magic. Since he couldn't use magic himself, he was killed in an utterly one-sided fight. The criminal was later arrested and charged with robbery and murder. When asked why he killed Shido's father, he claimed he had been scared of the unarmed man. Remembering those words, Shido loses his composure, angrily declaring that real fear should belong to the victims, people like his father, who was murdered over something so trivial. With that said, he makes his stance clear. He will never forgive criminals. Even if they try to save others, they should not be pardoned. Otherwise, those who live honest lives will have nothing to believe in. As Shido relives his grief, Minato recognizes that this belief is deeply ingrained in him. After his outburst, Shido apologizes for getting emotional, then drops Minato off, saying he'll be counting on him the next day as usual. The next morning, the SMT members gather for training, but to their dismay, Minato is running late, a rare occurrence. After a few minutes of waiting, he rushes out of class, muttering about teachers who talk too much. As he hurries toward the training area, he ignores two shady-looking men staring at him from a corner. Seconds after Minato leaves, a massive screen broadcasting the news is suddenly hijacked. The image shifts, and Kuroi, the BR leader, appears across every major display in Japan. When he shows up, people instantly recognize him as former magic noble Kuroi. However, unfazed by the attention, he directly addresses the SMT and Chrono, revealing that he has a present for them. He claims that bombs have been planted all over Japan and warns the police not to interfere. Otherwise, they will be detonated one by one. To prove they aren't bluffing, Kuroi snaps his fingers. An explosion erupts from a building near Minato's location. Instantly, Minato springs into action, using a high magic barrier to shield civilians from the blast. Meanwhile, the SMT scrambles for information, only to find that their data is completely scrambled. To make matters worse, neither they nor the police can move quickly enough to respond. Yuika, growing frustrated, reports that they can't even contact Minato and wonders what the hell he's doing at a time like this. As confusion spreads within the police force, Kuroi issues his final demand. Chrono must come to the specified location alone. If he refuses, all the bombs will be detonated at once. Shortly after assessing the damage in the district, Minato decides and waits till it gets dark to act. By nightfall, he gets into his Shadowbringer costume and leaves for the designated place, a port warehouse that used to be a hideout. Upon confirming the location, Leona asks him over comms if he's really going through with this, and Minato assures her that things will be fine. With the stage set, Leona wishes him a safe return and hopes he doesn't die on them this time. After reassuring her again, Minato flies through the entire city and only lands when he reaches the designated warehouse. The warehouse lights up when he steps inside, revealing dozens of illegal BR mages. Their leader, Kuroi, welcomes him to his death, noting that he's been waiting for him. He then boasts that everyone in the room is a top-tier BR mage with advanced powers. In response, Chrono, aka Minato, asks if taking down everyone there will be enough to destroy BR. Hearing this, Kuroi laughs at Chrono's confidence. But before he can speak, one of his mages calls Chrono an idiot for thinking he can win alone. Annoyed, Kuroi grabs the idiot by the throat and scolds him, saying people have lost to Chrono for underestimating him, just like he did. Since he's there now and claims to be different, Kuroi not only promises not to hold back, but also threatens to kill Chrono flawlessly without letting his guard down. Puzzled, Chrono, about to jump into a fight with Kuroi, asks if he really thinks he can pull it off. However, before he can make any sudden moves, Kuroi stops him, warning that if he resists, the bombs around the city will be detonated. Knowing full well that Kuroi means business, Chrono stays put and waits for the next big move. Kuroi then orders his mages to kill him, and almost immediately, they all fire at Chrono. When none of the attacks hit him, Kuroi initially assumes Chrono set up a magic barrier, so he orders them to continue firing. When the same thing happens again, Chrono informs them that their attacks are useless. Level 3 magic won't work on him. Furious, Kuroi throws a fit, even attacking his own men and calling them useless for failing to scratch Chrono. Chrono, on the other hand, calls them trash, which prompts Kuroi to promise that this trash will be the ones to brutally kill him. Despite Chrono's power, Kuroi remains confident, stating that normally he'd have no chance. But now that he has his new guns, things will be different. Upon noticing the guns in Kuroi's hands, Chrono assumes they're just normal firearms, and arrogantly claims that guns won't work on him. But as soon as he's done talking, Kuroi fires a shot that grazes his right cheek, and to his shock, Chrono gets injured. Savoring the surprise on Chrono's face, Kuroi laughs maniacally and explains that his gun is an anti-magic weapon enchanted with magic that disassembles magic itself. After explaining what his bullets can penetrate, Kuroi fires 3 simultaneous rounds, all of which graze Chrono's body. Kuroi then admits it's been a while since he last shot, so he expected his aim to be slightly off. However, he is taken aback when Chrono subconsciously heals his wounds using natural magic. Mistaking it for holy magic, Kuroi calls him out for using it, but Chrono corrects him, stating that it's actually natural magic, which activates automatically to heal him. Regardless, Kuroi declares that healing won't change the situation. It just means he can hurt Chrono even more. Kuroi then fires 3 more shots while taunting Chrono, but he soon notices that all his bullets, just like before, only graze him. Despite this, Chrono effortlessly heals himself again. At this point, Kuroi starts to suspect something's off. None of his shots have landed directly, which seems impossible. He wonders if Chrono has been dodging, but quickly dismisses the idea, convinced that such a feat is beyond even Chrono's abilities. While Kuroi is lost in thought, Chrono secretly communicates with Leona and the others to confirm whether their secret mission is complete. Kuroi, noticing this, calls him out for daring to talk mid-battle and underestimating him. Now that the mission is done, Chrono conjures Grand Typhoon, a level 5 wind magic spell, using it to not only blow away all the illegal mages, but also blast a hole in the warehouse's roof, destroying the entire building. Seeing this, Kuroi immediately gives the order to detonate the bombs across the city, but to his dismay, Chrono reveals that his allies have already disarmed them. Now free to focus entirely on Kuroi, Chrono tells him that his bullets hurt quite a bit and promises to return the pain 100-fold. As the stage is set for battle, Kuroi prepares to fight, but before they can engage, the SMT arrives and stops the fight before it begins. Yuika reports that all the bombs have been disarmed, prompting Ruka to urge BR to stop their futile resistance. Chrono, wanting to keep his identity hidden, secretly commends the SMT for arriving quickly, but wonders if they were just waiting nearby without being detected. Regardless, the SMT immediately recognizes Chrono, the Shadowbringer leader, and acknowledges his immense magical power. Meanwhile, Sanada, who knows that Chrono is actually Minato, feels the urge to help him, worried that he might secretly be injured. With the tables turned, Chrono smugly challenges Kuroi to a fight. Just when they think they've won, Tushiru appears out of nowhere, acknowledging Kuroi's struggle and offering to help. Recognizing the traitor as their father, the girls exclaim in shock, desperately hoping there's a good explanation for this. So without fail, they ask their father why he's siding with a despicable human like Kuroi. Before Tushiru can answer, Kuroi claims it's because they're comrades in arms. Still confused, Yuika and her sister bombard their father with questions, desperate to understand what could have made him side with such an asshole. Eventually, growing tired of their persistence, Tushiru coldly tells them he's not obligated to explain anything. Disappointed, they fall silent and simply stare at him. Meanwhile, Shido calls for Chrono's capture, but Chrono questions whether this is really the time to treat him as an enemy. Other SMT members echo his sentiment, arguing they should be working together, especially since Minato isn't there. Realizing they have a point, Shido reluctantly agrees to cooperate. Just this once. A moment later, Kuroi throws special hand grenades at the SMT. Chrono yells for them to dodge, and they barely escape the blast radius, managing to keep most of their limbs intact. They quickly realize these aren't ordinary grenades. Chrono, stunned by the existence of anti-magic weaponry beyond guns, watches as Kuroi smugly opens his trench coat to reveal more hidden equipment. While Chrono deals with Kuroi, the sisters struggle with the reality of fighting their father. Seizing the moment, Tushiru, eager to test their strength, conjures a level 3 water magic attack, Azure Splash, and launches it at them. Ruka retaliates with a similar spell, but hers is too weak. Tushiru's attack effortlessly breaks through. With nothing left to do, the girls brace for impact. Just as all hope seems lost, Ryuji intercepts with a level 3 earth magic spell, Rock Wall, saving them from drowning. Afterward, the sisters thank Ryuji, and Tushiru acknowledges their improvement and teamwork. However, he warns them there's still no match for him, as his magical power is on par with Minato's. Despite this, Yuika refuses to back down. Determined, she and Ruka combine their mana to unleash a level 7 Great Water Magic, Geyser Wave, against him. Tushiro counters effortlessly with a level 8 spell, Tidal Wave, overwhelming them completely. He then remarks that while they manage to neutralize part of his magic, they're still far behind. As the sisters lie defeated, Kuroi complains about how one-sided the battle has been in his favor. He mocks Chrono, declaring that even the great Shadowbringer is powerless against anti-magic weapons. He sneers, suggesting Chrono has never fought against guns before. With Tushiro at his side, Kuroi claims Chrono stands no chance, even offering him the humiliating option to beg for his life. However, Chrono remains unfazed. Seeing this, Kuroi grows both agitated and paranoid, screaming at Chrono not to get cocky. He fires more anti-magic bullets, only for Chrono to dodge them all. Initially, Kuroi assumes it's luck, but the more he watches, the more doubtful he becomes. Meanwhile, Tushiru showcases his level 8 water spell again, asking for their opinion. Receiving no answer, he attacks Chrono, who dodges flawlessly. Kuroi, noticing something off about Chrono's movements, quickly unleashes his level 5 dark magic, Night Raid, sneaking behind Chrono for a surprise attack. Chrono, however, evades every sword slash, forcing Kuroi to shoot at him again, only for Chrono to dodge yet again. As Chrono catches his breath, another surge of water magic barrels toward him. He throws up a void barrier, but it cracks on impact. The SMT members, watching from the sidelines, are left dumbfounded by the sheer amount of mana being used. They start feeling useless for just standing there. Knowing they can't face Minato like this, they decide they need to act and earn his recognition. Shido, still harboring resentment toward Minato, sees an opportunity. With Chrono distracted and supposedly at a disadvantage, he believes they can finally neutralize him. Knowing reinforcements will arrive soon to help capture Tushiru and Kuroi, Shido refuses to let this moment slip away. He turns to Sanada, who is nearby, and urges her to help him take Chrono down. Sanada hesitates, questioning his reasoning. Shido insists that Chrono, an illegal mage fighting alone, must be arrested now. Initially she refuses, but Shido persists, practically begging. Unable to outright refuse, Sanada clenches her fists and faces forward, making Shido take this as her agreeing to his request. But instead of attacking Chrono, she suddenly supplies him with white magic. Kuroi, witnessing this, mistakenly believes the police force has just turned against their only ally, Chrono, and mocks them. In time, however, Shido, just when he's about to unleash the next attack, realizes Sanada just hit Chrono with first aid, a level 5 holy magic. Around this time, Kuroi calls out the police force for helping Chrono, an illegal mage, but then Chrono, who can heal his wounds with his passive magic, ignores him and wonders why Sanada hit him with magic that she knows he doesn't need. Upon further investigation, Chrono figures Sanada must be trying to communicate her feelings to him through magic, so he accepts the healing effects and continues fighting Kuroi. In the meantime, Shido, who's apparently brain dead, asks Sanada why she healed the criminal, and Sanada, tired of his bullshit, tells him it's because Chrono's fighting for their sake. When the idiot asks how he's doing that, Sanada tells him to think about why they, who can't even move, are still alive, or why Chrono's not moving an inch from that place. With Shido remaining quiet, she tells him it's because he's only trying to protect all of them. While poor Chrono keeps getting hit by Kuroi's bullets, Sanada tells Shido that if it weren't for Chrono, they'd have been Kuroi's targets, so that's why he's not running away from them. Even after hearing all this, Shido still tries to paint Chrono as the bad guy like the fool he is, as there's no way an illegal mage like him would save the police. Realizing the doubt in his eyes, Sanada reminds Shido that Chrono is only there alone with them to save the people and fight for others. By this time, Shido starts thinking with his brain, and because Chrono's not moving much from where he is and is covered in wounds, Shido starts to question his sentiment towards him so far. Very soon he starts realizing the truth in front of him when the girls tell him they will all fight alongside Chrono, irrespective of whether or not he's an illegal mage. To their dismay, however, Kuroi reminds them that nobodies like them won't change a single thing since they don't have that much magic power left in them. With the SMT members attacking him with all their might, Yuika tells him that although their mana might be small, there's still something they can do. With that said, they turn their sights to Tushiru, floating on his flying water bubble, and force him back down to their level. The minute he lands, Chrono attacks him with Demon's Blaze, and Tushiru, quickly seeing the sneak attack, counters it with Geyser Wave. Realizing the coordination between all of them, Tushiru realizes he doesn't have that many opportunities to attack Chrono, as he knows the SMT will get in his way. With that in mind, the SMT works on holding off Tushiru, with Sanada happily eager to help Minato. While the girls attack the father, Shido strengthens his resolve and joins them to hold Tushiru off, which eventually pisses Kuroi off. As for Chrono, he commends the SMT for holding Tushiru off, making the fight easier, and continues pissing Kuroi off so much that he threatens to kill them with full force, and shoots Chrono even more. This time, Chrono dodges the attacks flawlessly, leaving Kuroi dumbfounded and wondering how the hell Chrono even managed to dodge all the bullets. When he accuses him of using magic, Chrono assures Kuroi that he didn't use any magic and just dodged it. At this point, Kuroi loses his shit, telling Chrono not to joke with him as this isn't a movie. By then, Chrono tells him that although it's been a while since he encountered long-range anti-magic equipment, he couldn't fight that well. Upon hearing this, Kuroi starts shooting erratically, but then Chrono, who says he's already analyzed his attack pattern, dodges all the bullets without fail and moves closer to him. Realizing bullets don't work anymore, Kuroi pulls out his anti-magic equipment rocket launcher and prepares to blow everyone away with it. Sadly, before he can even pull the trigger, Chrono uses Night Raid to get much closer to him, shocking Kuroi, and uses Cruel, a special kind of dark magic different from normal magic, to send the bastard into a world of pain for 3 days and 3 nights. A fitting punishment for a villain like him. Having dealt with Kuroi, Chrono moves on to Tushiru to attack him next, despite having his team members immobile from exhaustion. Realizing just how well those guys held Tushiru off, Chrono smiles at them and urges them to leave the rest to him. With this, he focuses his full attention on Tushiru. But before he can fight him, Tushiru surrenders, and Chrono asks for an explanation. Just then, Leona reports through comms that they've got trouble as the police and magic nobles are swarming all over Tokyo's BR hideouts, adding that it's clearly planned timing. If anything, she reports that she's sure that the information was leaked by Mizuha Tushiru. This information then causes Chrono to ask Tushiru if he was a spy who infiltrated BR, and Tushiru says yes. Before their conversation continues, Kuroi gets up and tells everyone to stop fooling around. Judging by his condition, Chrono figures he must have dissolved Cruel with anti-magic equipment. With him as backup, Kuroi holds a detonator and threatens to destroy all the bombs he's placed nearby. Seeing this, the other SMT members complain that they can't move well enough to escape the bombs in time, but then Chrono and Tushiru, still up and running, Both activate Firewall and Emerald Aqua, both level 7 spells to protect the SMT members from Kuroi's bombs. However, after pressing the detonator multiple times, nothing happens. Kuroi just stands there, confused, claiming to have planted bombs everywhere. While he wastes time thinking, Leona, who has just arrived, tells him once again that they have already defused the bombs he hid nearby. As soon as he recognizes Leona as one of Shadowbringer's men, he makes some offhanded comments about them, calls them his slaves, and demands that they grovel and obey him. Pissed, Leona sucker punches him and finally tells him that she has gotten her payback. Despite this, the fool boldly states that he is just a cog in a machine called the BR, meaning the real bosses are still out there, continuing their evil deeds. Right after saying this, Kuroi collapses, leaving Chrono to wonder who the real mastermind behind BR is. Realizing he needs more research to confirm the person's identity, Chrono abandons the thought and carries Leona, intending to leave before the police arrive. Just then, Yuika tries to get him to wait so she can confirm something with him, but Chrono ignores her and leaps into the night sky, never to be caught by the SMT again. Soon after his departure, Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji are left puzzled over what kind of person the Shadowbringer's leader could be. In any case, Sanada, who knows Chrono's true identity as Kusanagi, is filled with gratitude toward her hero for saving so many lives that night. By the morning of the next day, the national news reports the capture and arrest of former Magic Noble and BR President Kuroi on charges including conspiracy to terrorize the city. Additionally, the police receive much praise for quickly defusing the bombs and demonstrating their high-level anti-terrorism capabilities. Watching the news, Hinata and Riku, seen somewhere in the city, scoff at the media's attempt to take credit for their efforts. Meanwhile, Minato returns to his normal life as the SMT captain. That same morning, he walks to the Mizuha residence with his team to see Tushiro. On the way, they ask him to explain his absence during the sting on Kuroi the previous night. Minato lies, telling them that something happened in his family. Luckily for him, they buy the lie but still urge him to contact them next time. Upon arriving at the Mizuha residence, they are warmly welcomed and provided a place to sit in the meeting room. Inside, the girls ask their father to explain the situation. Tushiro begins by telling them that he pretended to cooperate with Kuroi and infiltrated BR to clear the disgrace of the Magic Nobles and prevent rampant illegal magicians from having their way. Moving on, he reveals that not only was Kuroi a former Magic Noble, but he was also involved in numerous crimes and expanded his influence without restraint. Unable to overlook it any longer, Tushiro took action. Yuika then asks why he only infiltrated BR now. Tushiro explains that he received an imperial command from the police, who believed it would be easier for him, as a Magic Noble family head, to infiltrate BR since Kuroi had previously colluded with Fuka. Using psychological tricks, Tushiro gained Kuroi's trust with ease. He ends his story by explaining that although he is not officially part of the police organization, he was treated as an undercover investigator by exception and will not be held accountable for any crimes committed. Hearing this, the girls sigh in relief and criticize the police for treating their father this way. Meanwhile, Minato contemplates the organizations involved in this charade, the SMT, the police, who seemed deferential to the Magic Nobles, and even Mizuha Tushiro, who surprisingly went to such great lengths to achieve this. He also wonders why the police decided to act at this specific time when they could have done so earlier. To him, their reasoning for acting now lacks conviction and seems suspicious. A flashback to the night of Kuroi's subjugation shows Chrono and Leona discussing how the police, despite their weaker information-gathering ability, managed to figure out that more than half of the planted bombs were fakes. When Chrono asks if the criminals simply couldn't prepare enough real bombs, Leona admits it's possible, but still finds it too sloppy for a serious threat. In any case, the police acted unusually fast, almost as if they had prior knowledge. She feels there is something fishy about the incident, but for now, they have no evidence. Back in the present, Tushiro acknowledges his sins, begs for forgiveness, and announces that he will now publicly cooperate with the SMT and lift his daughter's disownment. Hearing this, the girls instantly cheer up, knowing they can proudly be Mizuha family members again. On their way home from the Mizuha family meeting, Ryuji comments on all the good things that have happened and finally feels at ease now that everything is resolved. Sanada, on the other hand, calls Minato and Chrono her heroes and wishes there was something she could do to thank them. Shido, knowing Chrono is an illegal mage, still cannot shake off the fact that he saved them that night. If Chrono turns out to be Kusanagi, Shido is unsure whether capturing him would be the right thing to do. Meanwhile, Yuika grows uneasy as she recalls seeing Chrono's eyes that night and realizing they were the same as Minato's. Unable to differentiate between the two, she starts to wonder if they are the same person. Minato, fully aware of what's happening, realizes things could get messy if this continues. That night, dressed as Chrono, he visits Kai in his hospital bed to continue healing him with holy magic. Receiving no response this time, Chrono urges Kai to wake up, reminding him that his sister is waiting for him. Just then, Leona walks in, prompting Chrono to hide outside the window. She gently tells her little brother that she has finally defeated the villains with Chrono, so there is no need for him to worry anymore. She promises that no one will hurt him again. Seconds after hearing his sister's voice, Kai calls out her name, and Leona instantly reassures him that she is right there with him. Now fully awake, Kai welcomes his big sister back and tells her he tried his best to stay strong while she was away. Without hesitation, Leona hugs Kai tightly as tears stream down her face. Seeing this, Chrono smiles, realizing his job is done, and silently flies into the night sky. The next day, during their lunch break, Ryuji, who's with the others on the school's rooftop, begs Minato and the girls to help him look after his little siblings the following day. When asked what happened, he explains that his shift runs throughout the entire day, and he'll be home really late. Normally, he participates in SMT activities and works whenever his mom isn't working, but unfortunately, none of them will be available this time. Since he can't possibly leave his siblings alone until nighttime, Ryuji asks for their help. Having heard Ryuji's plea, Minato effortlessly offers to help, noting that he loves kids anyway, and Ryuji thanks him profusely. As for Yuika, she apologizes for not being available, explaining that she has things to do related to moving. Realizing she's no longer disowned, Ryuji asks if she's finally moving back to her father's place, but Yuika tells him they're moving to a bigger place instead. Right then, Yuika mimics her father, telling both of them to keep establishing their independence and exploring the outside world, as long as Kusanagi Minato stays with them. Soon after, Ryuji comments on her dad's actions, and Yuika tells him that at least he's kind enough to provide money. In any case, Minato feels that if Tushiro is promoting independence, then the sisters living together makes sense. On the other hand, he understands why Tushiro would want to keep him close to the girls now more than ever. Anyway, Ryuji jokes about Minato and Ruka helping Yuika move, only to realize how overbearing and ignorant they are, concluding that Yuika will be fine on her own. After getting a good laugh out of the joke, he asks Ruka if she'll be available to accompany Minato. Ruka stutters before eventually offering to help Minato look after the kids. With that, Ryuji thanks both of them and promises to make it up to them. The next day, Minato and Ruka take Ryuji's 3 siblings to the amusement park, since it's been a while since any of them have been there. The kids excitedly rant about riding the merry-go-round, the roller coaster, and the Ferris wheel all at once. To satisfy them, Minato assures them they'll ride all of them. Just as they're about to get on a ride, he notices Ruka standing back and urges her to join them. By this time, Ruka's expression looks so intimidating that the kids feel threatened, making Minato ask why she isn't smiling. To avoid being labeled a party pooper, Ruka apologizes, then makes things worse by forcing an awkward smile, asking if it's better. Unfortunately, the kids find her even scarier. To prevent them from crying, Minato pets the kids and ignores sad Ruka for now. Afterward, all 5 of them ride the roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and merry-go-round before finally stopping as it gets late. While Minato tends to the happy kids, he notices the sadness in Ruka's expression and decides to talk to her. Fortunately, the kids leave for a short bathroom break after Minato warns them not to bump into people, giving the duo some alone time. After some small talk about the kids' excitement, Ruka tells Minato he's amazing, even admired by children. Despite knowing this, Minato insists it's nothing special, but Ruka counters, admitting she isn't good with kids. Not that she dislikes them, but she struggles with communication. Minato acknowledges this, and she apologizes for being so stuck up. Moving on, she recalls telling Yuika that she could never surpass her, but now she feels inferior in every way. She can't cook, get along with people, or be as considerate as Yuika. Even in magic, where she once excelled, she's being surpassed. If anything, she knows she's not perfect, just a clumsy woman who can't do anything for herself. With Minato remaining silent, Ruka apologizes for being a whiny girl and urges him to forget everything she said, noting that the kids are returning from the bathroom. As the kids navigate through the crowd, the eldest accidentally bumps into one of 3 bullies harassing other children and threatening to film them. Knowing what's about to happen, Minato prepares to intervene. However, before he can act, he notices Ruka stepping in first to protect the kids and decides to watch. She swiftly pulls the boy out of harm's way and asks if he's okay. The boy starts crying, and she's relieved he isn't hurt. At this moment, the bully and his lackeys demand an apology from the little kid for simply being a child. Ruka refuses, arguing that the kid did nothing wrong and that the bully should be the one apologizing. Being a typical brickhead, the bully attempts to punch Ruka for challenging him. However, before his fist gets far, Minato grabs it tightly, calling him scum who only knows how to cause trouble. He reminds the bully that they're in a public place and not to ruin everyone's fun for his own entertainment. As the bully yells in pain and begs for release, Minato finally lets go and complains about troublemakers being everywhere. With the bullies gone, he checks on his group, ensuring they're all safe. Seeing that Ruka went out of her way to protect them, the three kids instantly cozy up to her, crying and thanking her for saving them. Initially, Ruka is scared stiff, but after a look from Minato, she hugs them tightly and reassures them that everything is okay. With the incident behind them, they enjoy the rest of the day in peace. By nightfall, when Ryuji finally returns home, he apologizes and hopes his siblings haven't caused trouble. However, to his surprise, he finds all 5 of them sleeping soundly together, just like a happy family. Over time, it's revealed that while the captain of the SMT, Minato, and Chrono, Shadowbringers' leader, Japan's twin mages, were gathering attention, the police's reputation only plummeted. Despite their swift response to the BR explosion incident, earning acclaim, the SMT's achievements only overshadowed the police and left their reputation still in shambles. During one of their so-called meetings, members of the Tokyo Police Department argue that they can't let the Shadowbringer run wild anymore and tarnish their dignity as police. Realizing the truth in this argument, the general superintendent of the department gives out an executive order to capture the criminals posing as vigilantes and bring them to justice. In the meantime, at the Kaichi family's dojo, Minato and Riku spar with wooden swords to test each other's swordsmanship skills. For almost 10 minutes, the duo, without saying a single word, go at each other with murderous intent, slashing, piercing, and dodging only when necessary. In the end, Riku ends the match in a draw when both of them find each other in situations where they both die. After noting how impressive Minato's swordsmanship skills are, Riku expresses his surprise upon discovering that Minato can fight on par with him, the assistant manager. Despite knowing all this, Minato assures Riku that he can't match him in swordsmanship yet, and this causes Riku, who just noticed how modest and skilled he is, to be impressed. With the sparring match over, the duo put the wooden training swords back in their place, and Riku instantly throws a fit over how troublesome his life has become. Confused, Minato asks him to explain what just happened to him, as he seemed fine just a short while ago, and Riku says that whenever he's holding a sword, he always feels slightly motivated to do stuff. However, now that he's had to drop it, he feels useless and wishes he could die at that instant or become a plant. Hearing this, Minato sincerely tells Riku not to die yet, stating that just being alive and doing nothing is enough for anybody as long as it brings them happiness. Seeing how thoughtful Minato is, Riku calls him an interesting person, and then, after sitting up, tells him that he's always felt out of place. If anything, becoming known for his swordsmanship skills made him feel even more alienated, and that's more frustrating to him than anything in the entire world. Hearing this, Minato assures him that what he's describing isn't him being an alien, but instead, it's just his uniqueness being put on display for everyone to see. Although shocked, Riku inexpressibly tells Minato that no one has ever described his talent as his uniqueness before. Well, for all it's worth, Minato says he's had similar experiences in the past and then narrates to Riku, while remembering his past life as teen Ichikami Minato, that he was once caught in an unimaginable terror where death was practically before him. Back then, Minato claims to have fought back and awakened his powers as a result. But unfortunately, or fortunately for him, Riku stares expressionlessly as he thinks Minato is referring to the experience he had during a traffic accident he once told him about. In his mind, however, Minato recalls that he learned to use magic ever since that day by mimicking the monster's spells, up until he developed his own spells, even though he was the only survivor left. During that time, Minato tells Riku that he remembers how he couldn't save anyone and was often seen as an oddity by the surrounding people. Now, however, he's made sure that his power and his strength aid others. With that said, he asks Riku if he has something to protect, and Riku, realizing Minato's right, says that he indeed does have something he wishes to protect. Knowing this, Minato happily tells him to use his power for that cause, since he already has the uniqueness within him. And Riku, deciding to take Minato's advice, thanks him for the help. Thereafter, the duo shakes hands and promises to work together next time. Moments after leaving Riku's dojo, Minato thinks about Kaichi Riku's personality so far, and notes that, for the head of a magic noble family, he's pretty decent, even though he has his quirks. In any case, Minato feels the guy's far better than the others who are pretentious, wicked, and just downright incomprehensible. While he presses on, deep in thought, Minato bumps into somebody in the street and instantly apologizes for being a turd, only to find out that the person he bumped into is none other than Homarai Hinata, the short brat. When Hinata also recognizes her assaulter to be Minato, she demands an explanation, hoping he can provide one. With no response given, she tells Minato that she ran into an annoying guy earlier and has been pissed ever since. Minato then asks why she isn't in her flashy outfit for the day, and Hinata says there's no way she wears something that flashy every day. Also, since it's anti-demon equipment, she's only supposed to wear it for official duties and nothing else. By this time, Minato mentions her interest in that sort of thing, only to realize after a brief silence that she actually is. Soon enough, the duo notices people on the street staring at them. To avoid getting harassed, Hinata rudely urges Minato to follow her to her spot around the corner. Minato, tired of dealing with a girl who does things at her own pace, follows her. When they finally reach her spot, they quickly find an empty table and sit down to avoid being noticed by the other guests at the cafe. Unfortunately, it's already too late, as people begin whispering and glancing at them, some even hinting that they might be on a date. After a few angry glares from Hinata, however, the gossipers get scared and return to minding their own business. Minato, who remains chill the entire time, starts seeing Hinata as a mad dog, but stays quiet to avoid trouble. Once she's taken care of the onlookers, Hinata asks Minato about his meeting with Riku earlier. Sensing she might be jealous of him getting along with Riku, Minato apologizes for not inviting her to the dojo. Noticing the intent behind his words, Hinata loses her temper and insists she isn't sulking because he didn't invite her. After all, in her mind, they're just temporarily aligned and not friends. Right after saying this, she jealously stares at a family celebrating a child's first birthday. Minato reassures her that he's fine with whatever she just said as long as they can cooperate. Annoyed by his confidence, Hinata demands to know how he became so strong. When Minato lies about gaining his powers from a road accident, Hinata calls bullshit, saying there's no way he got that strong just from an accident. She knows Minato has abnormal magic power, and magic doesn't work that way. In his mind, though, Minato reveals that he's actually suppressing his magic power even more than before. Besides, Hinata figures that if all they had to do to increase their magical power was risk death, then they wouldn't have to struggle so much. Tired of being left in the dark, Hinata stands up and angrily demands that Minato tell her the truth about his strength. Minato realizes she's desperate to become stronger, but telling her, a person from the modern era, that he's Ichikami's reincarnation wouldn't make any sense, nor would it satisfy her. So instead, he tells her to train the usual way if she wants to get stronger. Frustrated, Hinata sighs, saying Minato is impossible to read, and sits back down. Soon the waitress arrives with their orders and, after apologizing for the delay, serves Hinata her very berry parfait. Shocked by its sheer size, Minato wonders what's up with the parfait. However, Hinata, now beaming with excitement, tells Minato she's been waiting for this. Right after saying that, she pretends the waitress got her order wrong. Minato watches in confusion as she downs every bite like her life depended on it, savoring its sweetness and plump texture. When she finishes, Hinata breathes deeply and admits she's always wanted to try the parfait at this cafe but felt awkward coming alone. Meaning, her friendly outing with Minato worked out perfectly. Realizing she has a sweet tooth, Minato studies her mana flow and notices it's overflowing. When Hinata realizes she's let her guard down, she abruptly ends the meeting, claiming there's nothing else to discuss, and rushes out of the cafe. After she leaves, Minato realizes he managed to catch a glimpse of the magic power she was suppressing. Even so, he knows it's clearly more intense than the last time they fought. There's no way she could have increased it so much in such a short time just from training. As he wonders what she did to boost her power, Minato concludes that Hinata Homarai is hiding something. Meanwhile, Shido, still stuck at work, starts to suspect Minato might really be Chrono. He's noticed that whenever Chrono appears, Kusanagi is nowhere to be found, making it hard not to believe they're the same person. For now, the police investigation is intensifying, and Shido knows it's only a matter of time before Chrono is caught. Feeling conflicted, he peeks at a family picture, hoping his father's spirit will somehow guide him. Later that night, Leona reports to Chrono on the rooftop that the police are working to dismantle Shadowbringer. Operations are being conducted everywhere, leading to the capture of some members for questioning. Analyzing the information, Chrono realizes that the SMT has also been ordered to apprehend them. He briefly considers telling Leona that he's Kusanagi from the SMT but decides against it. If she were caught, knowing the truth would only cause her unnecessary stress, as he knows she'd never betray him. Also, there's no real benefit in revealing his identity right now. He can still hint at inside police information without exposing everything, making it the wrong time to confess. Just then, Leona tells him they need a plan because if things continue at this rate, the police will eventually reach them. To stop her from worrying, Chrono assures her to leave things to him. He already has a plan. The next day, Minato visits Takigami at her residence to discuss enlisting her help in his strategy, and Takigami grants him the help. Days later, the superintendent of the Tokyo police force asks his subordinates for an update on the Shadowbringer's investigation. When he discovers that Chrono hasn't been found yet, he becomes furious and demands an explanation. One of the officers reports that they are still questioning the captured Shadowbringer members, but so far, they all insist they know nothing. The boss then asks why they haven't gotten them to talk yet, but the officer explains that they lack leverage, as it genuinely seems the lower-ranking members are uninformed. Frustrated, the boss authorizes the officers to use force if necessary to capture Chrono, stating that the police force's dignity is at stake. Understanding the urgency, the officers scramble to take action. Meanwhile, Shidu calls all members of the SMT into the briefing room and informs them that they've been ordered by the higher-ups to locate Chrono and his allies. Since Chrono's whereabouts remain unknown, Shidu reveals that his information has been made public for easier identification and capture. Additionally, as materials are circulating that undermine the police, Shidu mandates that SMT members search for Chrono while continuing their efforts to stop calamities. Some SMT members complain, pointing out that they already have their hands full dealing with calamities and monsters. They grumble that the higher-ups must be out of touch because this isn't their job. Minato, however, sees this as a sign of the police's desperation, realizing that if they get serious, his group will have a hard time evading them. Concluding the meeting, Shidu reminds his team to prioritize handling calamities and monsters while continuing the search for the Shadowbringers. After the meeting, Sanada questions Shidu about whether they're really going through with this. Shidu replies that they have no choice, it's a direct order. Ryuji complains about shouldering most of the workload related to the calamities, and the Mizuha sisters chime in with their grievances. Shidu acknowledges their frustration, but explains that the higher-ups are desperate because the Shadowbringers wield significant influence and popularity. Estimating the potential consequences of illegal mages gaining more support, Shidu turns to Minato and bluntly tells him to drop the act. Offended, Minato demands an explanation. Without hesitation, Shidu accuses him of being Chrono and tells him to surrender immediately. The accusation stuns the entire team, and the girls rush to defend Minato, insisting there's no way he could be Chrono. Seeing their eagerness to protect him, Shidu begins to suspect that Yuika and Sanada are colluding with Chrono. When they try to object, Shidu argues that while Chrono has saved many lives, he must surrender now so the judge will be lenient, far better than being hunted down by the police. To support his claims, Shidu highlights the timing of Chrono's and Minato's appearances, their similar stature and abilities, and the fact that Minato is never around when Chrono emerges. He challenges the team, asking if they can truly dismiss all these as mere coincidences. With the room silent, Shidu presses Minato for an answer, hoping he will reveal his true identity. Just as Minato is about to respond, Sanada interrupts, showing them a live broadcast on her phone. The Shadowbringers have hijacked the broadcast station again. The video begins with Minato still in the room, and yet another person introduces himself as Chrono. Apologizing for the intrusion, the fake Chrono addresses the public's growing curiosity about the supposed power struggle between him and Minato. To settle the debate, he challenges Minato to a duel in broad daylight, leaving the world in shock. As the team reacts in disbelief, Shidu questions how Chrono could challenge Minato if they're the same person. At the same time, Sanada and Yuika begin to doubt their own suspicions, as the situation no longer makes sense. Meanwhile, Ryuji and Ruka, unaware of the deeper implications, ask Minato what he intends to do. Minato assures them he will accept Chrono's challenge. A few hours later, the entire country turns its attention to Shibuya, where the highly anticipated battle between Kusanagi and Chrono is about to take place. With a media helicopter hovering above, reporters describe the massive crowd gathering as if for a grand event. The authorities, wary of the fight's dangerous nature, have deployed officers, likely standing by to apprehend Chrono. As they wait for his arrival, several fans cheer for their favorite fighter. Meanwhile, Ryuji comments on how the fight has turned into a media sensation. His teammates present statistics from social media and live-stream viewership to show just how viral the event has become. Shidu, on the other hand, watches in silence, trying to decipher Minato's true intentions, hoping he will make a mistake. Because now, there's no turning back. Near the arena, Hinata and Riku run into Tushiro, who has unexpectedly come to watch the fight. Curious, they ask why he's there. Tushiro replies that this is a battle he must witness for himself. Just as he finishes speaking, a bright light appears in the sky above the arena. As the crowd wonders what it is, a blue energy beam suddenly descends, nearly hitting the helicopter and triggering a powerful explosion that almost blows some spectators off their feet. When the dust settles, the fake leader of the Shadowbringers, Chrono, materializes. The media instantly broadcasts his arrival. Shidu, shocked that Chrono actually showed up, begins doubting his earlier theory. Sanada and Yuika also start reconsidering their suspicions, now wondering if Minato and Chrono are truly separate individuals. Moments before the battle begins, Minato sighs, admitting that while he doesn't usually like putting on a show, it seems unavoidable now. When the fake Chrono remains silent, Minato decides to skip the small talk and get straight to the fight. With thousands of spectators watching, Minato kicks off the battle by activating Null Magic, Inorganic Cannon, a level 6 spell. In response, the fake Chrono counters with Dark Magic, Chaos Raven. As both attacks clash, the shockwave released is so devastating that the pilot flying the chopper above the arena has to move it away from the line of sight, ignoring the reporter's pleas to get closer so they don't crash and die. As soon as the first attacks dissipate, both parties lunge at each other and clash fists to kickstart the match officially. Thereafter, they engage in a fistfight and go at each other a few times, with both fighters matching each other's energy, before finally pausing to continue using magic. Once it's time to use magic, the fake Chrono activates a level 9 lightning magic spell, Penetrating Thunder, and attacks Minato with it. Although unscathed from the attack, Minato complains about the fake Chrono not holding back and getting his clothes dirty. Without uttering a single word, fake Chrono follows his first attack with a second one, which happens to be a level 7 earth magic spell, Comet, and aims it at Minato, hoping to destroy him. To protect himself from the comet, Minato activates a level 9 Neo-Magic Shield with a Magic Fairy's help, places it between himself and the magic comet, and watches as the shield disintegrates the comet into rubble. With the comet gone, Minato turns to the Magic Fairy who just helped him create such a strong barrier, and commends it while tickling it for using Neo-Magic so well. Around this time, the spectators, who had just witnessed Minato enlist the help of an unknown fairy, erupted in joy and excitement, with a few punks even talking about not caring about the magic nobles anymore, because Chrono and Minato seem to be on an entirely different level. At the same time, some of Minato's girl fans pass out from the aura and presence he has been emitting so far, and Hinata, always pissed off, tells Riku and Tushiro that null magic users, who she calls clueless idiots, are always trying to show off their flashy spells. Hearing this, Riku reminds her that both Chrono and Minato are capable of using level 9 magic, but then Hinata adds to his statement, mentioning that their mana reserves are just as strange as their vast spell knowledge. Even as they both use high-level magic, the fact that they still have room to spare for other spells is just crazy to think about. For now, though, Tushiro says that Minato's magic stands out more, as his continuous magic, which he claims to be much better than theirs, is moving as if it has a will of its own. If anything, Hinata says there are only a few mages who can use continuous magic, much less automatic magic on top of that. However, considering just how crazy Minato's abnormal physical strength is, Tushiro explains that it's very likely Minato is using magic power to not only invigorate his body, but also empower his attacks and defenses. Just then, Hinata asks Tushiro if he's saying Minato is like a wall of magic power, and Tushiro says probably, which annoys her. When asked why he's so unsure of Minato and Chrono's power, Tushiro says that's just how irregular their magic is. Put simply, he means that Minato and Chrono, both of whom he calls true monsters, have surpassed them, the magic nobles, in every aspect. With all that said, the battle between Chrono and Minato reaches its highest point, as Minato somehow manages to catch fake Chrono off guard while suspended mid-air and kicks him to the ground. As soon as fake Chrono lands, he bounces back up to meet Minato, who is still mid-air, causing the other SMT members, as well as the entire world watching, to gasp in shock. With the battle ongoing, Yuika, Ryuji, and Ruka all admit that they initially thought these guys were strong, but now that they've seen they had even more up their sleeves, they understand why those rubbernecks are so interested in them. Checking the internet statistics, Sanada informs the other SMT members that the battle's popularity is still increasing on all live streaming and social media sites. Shidu, who is also checking the stats, says that now that the popularity of the battle has reached its peak, the fight is being watched by the entire world. At the same time, a few scenes are shown in various parts of the world, New York, South Korea, and several other major cities, where people are staring at their phones and watching the live stream of the battle between the two most powerful mages in the world, Chrono and Minato Kusanagi. After entertaining the entire world by exchanging several blows, Minato finally commends the fake Chrono for putting up a good fight and then tells him that it's all over for him. Just when Minato thinks it's over, fake Chrono activates a level 9 dark magic spell, Shadow Scythe, and attacks Minato with it. Attempting to end things, Minato uses level 10 null magic, Gigant Hex, for the first time and not only dispels Chrono's Shadow Scythe magic, but also crushes him against a nearby building. Right after seeing the attack, the SMT members go crazy over Minato using level 10 magic and displaying incredible magic power, with Yuika wondering just how strong Minato actually is. Just then, Minato lunges at the half-beaten Chrono, causing the news crew in the chopper above to follow his every move as they suspect this will be his final blow. Despite every attempt to follow him, the pilot tells the reporter that he just can't keep up with Minato's speed. When the cameraman reports that the video feed got cut, The reporter loses her temper and scolds the poor guy for cutting the feed just when the battle is reaching its best part. As for Minato, when he gets to fake Chrono's location, he pauses and lets his guard down a little. Just when he's not looking, Chrono extends his hands toward Minato and activates a dark magic spell. However, just as fake Chrono's about to shoot the spell at him, Minato tells him to drop the act, and fake Chrono instantly disappears. Once he's gone, Minato mutters to himself, thankful he managed to pull off the scam in front of the entire world. As for the anti-monster equipment Takigami made for him, Minato figures it's at its limit since it can only withstand level 9 magic for a short time. He also reflects on how useful and difficult clone magic is, noting that the duplicate he created, fake Chrono, is far weaker than him and barely able to speak. As Minato analyzes the aftermath, Takigami, nearby, thanks the stars that everything worked out. Earlier, when she discovered Minato was secretly Chrono, she was shocked, never expecting him to go that far. Since one can't activate 2 spells at once, she figures Minato had very little time to reactivate Duplicate, a short duration spell. Because he had to use continuous magic constantly, he had no time for any other spells. That's why she prepared anti-monster equipment with automatic magic. By using gear that casts spells automatically, even while unconscious, it became possible, at least in theory, to use multiple types of magic at once. Despite knowing this, Takigami realizes Minato still needed immense magical power and control to manage the double mentally. Otherwise, it might have gone berserk and attacked onlookers. All things considered, while using huge amounts of magic and still maintaining control, Minato managed to stage a thrilling battle with himself. Only Ichikami Minato, she says, is capable of such brilliance. With the match over, Minato calls Leona, claiming to be Chrono, and tells her to stop jamming the broadcast. Leona asks if it's over, and Minato confirms it. Then, she calls Chrono by his real name, Minato, and tells him nobody will chase after Chrono anymore after this stunt they pulled. Shocked, she knew, Minato asks when she found out, and she admits she's known for a while, but saw no reason to bring it up. When asked why she's only saying it now, Leona says it's because she feels today is the last time she'll see Chrono. Realizing she's right, Minato quietly commends her. After a short silence, Leona thanks Chrono, Minato for saving her, the world, and their teammates, and states that she's glad he was there. With crimes from illegal mages at an all-time low, Minato explains that the Shadowbringers will cease activity until the heat dies down. Before ending the call, Leona offers to take care of any of Minato's work, with a family discount, and Minato says he'll count on her when needed. With that said, they bid farewell and return to their normal lives. The minute Minato hangs up, his SMT subordinates rush to him, Yuika asking about Chrono and Ruka if he's injured. Minato tells them that Chrono escaped but will need some bandages and won't show his face anytime soon. Shido arrives next, ashamed, and apologizes for accusing Minato of being Chrono. Hearing this, Sanada and Yuika also apologize for doubting him, hoping he'll forgive them. Minato feels guilty for tricking them but urges them not to blame themselves. Everyone makes mistakes. Just as he's about to leave the arena, Hinata screams again, asking no one in particular how Minato and Chrono are so strong. Realizing she's nowhere near their level, she admits she must get stronger, or she'll never catch up. While Hinata throws a fit, Tushiro, surprised Minato still has energy left, wonders how much magic power he really has. Meanwhile, Minato thinks about how he proved Chrono and he are separate, and quickly heaves a sigh of relief, noticing his charade worked. Now that BR is abolished, he figures the Shadowbringers aren't needed. Still, Kuroi's final words about him being a pawn linger in his mind. For now, though, he's glad the most urgent problem is solved. A few days after the battle, Minato begins endorsing tea products, streaming training sessions with the SMT, launching merch with creators, and appearing on live TV to discuss his awakening and brutal training regimen. One day at school, Minato gets swarmed by girls wanting to shake hands, hug him, or marry him. Watching this, Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuika wonder if their now famous boss will be okay. What they don't know is that Minato is losing his mind from all the attention, viewing the girls as exhausting. Fed up, he jumps out a window and runs away from school, cursing Shido for pushing him into public appearances. Just when he thinks he's safe, a horde of fangirls finds him and gives chase. He spends most of the day running and begging them to leave him alone. Later back home, Ruka and Yuika ask if he's okay. Minato assures them he is, then asks about the move. They tell him they've cleaned everything while he was busy escaping. Thanking them, Minato listens to Yuika talk about their new place, a 3-room apartment, meaning everyone gets their own room. As they realize they won't see Minato's sleeping face anymore, both girls turn red and look away, leaving Minato confused by their behavior. His phone rings. He walks to the balcony and answers Takigami's call. She asks if he has time to talk, wondering if everything's fine after the recent chaos. Minato assures her everything went smoothly thanks to her. though he admits it's still unsettling. Takigami laughs, saying popularity is a hard thing to handle. Minato then tells her to call him anytime since she's not only a good friend but also the only one who knows his true identity. Hearing this, Takigami thanks him for the offer and hangs up. Moments after the call, she picks up a photo of herself with two girls and quietly wonders what to do about her own situation. Sadly, not much information is shown to explain what happened after that. A few days later, dozens of new SMT recruits gather at the MPD training field, all hoping to either join the same squadron as the Mizuha sisters or train under the infallible Captain Minato. As they arrive, Yuika expresses her shock at seeing more recruits than expected, but Ruka tells her they're only there because of Minato. Nothing else. In any case, Ryuji notes that while they may have enthusiasm, he hopes they can endure Minato's hellish training, or it'll be over for them. Soon, Minato graces the training field with his majestic presence, instantly making the recruits melt in admiration at the mere sight of him. While they shower him with compliments, Minato, tired of all the glazing, releases a huge burst of threatening magical pressure that stiffens the recruits' bodies, leaving them scared stiff. Once they quiet down, Minato commends them for their resilience and states that although he was initially planning to go light on the first day, he now sees there's no need for that. The other SMT members know their boss is pissed, but unfortunately for the recruits, they're completely unaware. So, when Minato puts them through his usual brutal magical, physical, and mental training, the recruits quickly gas out and begin complaining, some even accusing him of hazing them until they give up. Just when they think it's all over, Yuika and the others continue firing magical spells at Minato's barrier. Seeing this, the recruits gasp in shock, realizing this is way beyond any normal training. Eventually, Minato ends the day's session and informs everyone, including the recruits, that they'll be measuring their magic power afterward. He gives them a 5-minute break before heading to the testing room. As they watch him walk off like training was nothing, the recruits conclude Minato is a monster. Meanwhile, Ryuji and the Mizuha sisters reflect on their own mistakes and make plans to improve for the next session. Seeing this, the recruits also label them as monsters. One simp even cries as his mental image of the sweet Mizuha sisters crumbles. Moments later, the magical power of each SMT member is measured. Yuika clocks in at 120,000, Ruka at 118,000, Ryuji at 105,000, Sanada at 100,000, and Shido at 112,000. These numbers leave the recruits shaken, wondering if the SMT members are as powerful as the magic nobles. Minato explains that Yuika's magic power was originally only 2,000, but through perseverance and hard work, she reached her current level. Inspired, one recruit asks if they can become that strong. Minato assures them they can, if they're serious. The recruits, reinvigorated, strengthen their resolve to grow. After the speech, Minato analyzes the others' MP and concludes they should be capable of defeating a chief demon solo, or a demon general if they fight together. Despite their progress, Minato knows it's still not enough, with the Demon King and Demon God yet to be dealt with. While spacing out, Shido approaches, wanting to talk. Judging by his face, Minato senses bad news is coming. Hours later, Minato finds himself in a suit, attending a collaborative event between the mage nobles and the SMT, grumbling about how stressful the party is. Before he explodes, Shido, also suited up, thanks him for coming. Though Minato agrees that collaboration is important, he questions whether a full-on party is necessary. Shido apologizes, explaining that the magic nobles are likely using the event to celebrate their return to power, as the BR incident helped raise the police's reputation. Realizing he can't avoid the party, Minato just stands there and pretends to enjoy it. After a moment of silence, Minato compliments Shido's suit. Nearby, Ryuji admits he doesn't think he looks great in formal wear. Refusing to let himself deprecate, Minato showers Ryuji with compliments about his height and physique. Just then, Shido announces the girl's arrival. Yuika appears first in a beautiful flared gown, apologizing for the wait. Next is Ruka, stunning in a long, slender, dark blue dress, also apologizing for taking so long. Then Sanada shows up in a light green flared gown, expressing surprise at how many people came to celebrate them. Yuika turns to Minato and asks if he finds it strange to see her dressed like that. Minato, knowing just what to say, tells her she looks even cuter than usual. He then launches into over-the-top compliments for all three, making them blush at the complexity and pizzazz of his praise. Ryuji, observing it all, concludes that Minato never holds back with compliments. Shortly after, Hinata approaches Minato in her usual angry mood, but this time in a beautiful red gown, flanked by Tushiro and Riku, both heads of their noble families. Unable to resist, Minato compliments her the same way he did the others, prompting Hinata to get mad and demand he stop. Frustrated, she storms off with Riku. Minato, confused, asks Tushiro why he's even there. Tushiro reminds him that he promised cooperation, and this event is part of that. Wanting to avoid small talk, Tushiro excuses himself, leaving Minato stunned by his rudeness. The girls apologize for their father's bluntness, noting that he's just not a talker. Minato assures them he's not offended. Suddenly, he senses a strange aura pass by and turns to investigate, spotting a girl in a long black dress. Before he can speak to her, the MC takes the stage, thanks everyone for coming, and introduces the stars of the evening. The SMT members, the Magic Nobles, and finally, the founder of the Mage Nobles and director of the Mage Association, Mumyu Hifumi, and his honorable daughter, Chloe Mumyu. Minato immediately recognizes Hifumi as the man he saw in Dotonbori. But more importantly, now that he knows the mysterious girl is Chloe, he's unsure what to do. For now, though, he keeps quiet and observes as Mumyu Hifumi takes to the podium to address everyone at the party. Upon stepping up, Mumyu introduces himself formally and starts by acknowledging the country's ongoing monster crisis. He then highlights the alliance between the Mage Nobles and the SMT as the ultimate solution to this threat. To reignite public trust in the Mage Nobles, Hifumi vows to protect world peace and promote prosperity for all mages. With that, he ends his speech and receives a roaring round of applause. After watching Hifumi speak, Minato commends him for delivering a clear and well-phrased message. Then he notices Chloe, Hifumi's daughter, smiling at him and wonders what her deal is. In any case, Hifumi approaches the SMT and assures them that the Mage Nobles will work closely with them to protect the country. He then turns to Minato with a smile and says he looks forward to working with him. While shaking the old man's hand, Minato returns the sentiment and discreetly analyzes Hifumi's magic power. So far, Minato figures the man has kept up with training. His power level remains impressive. In fact, Minato could swear Hifumi hasn't changed since he first saw him 50 years ago. As he takes a trip down memory lane, Minato recalls the day he met young Takigami and Hifumi at the Mage Training Grounds. At that time, the Mage Association was welcoming new cadets, and Ichikami Minato, the great sage, was in charge of their training. During the first session, Ichikami boldly told the cadets to attack him all at once. But one cadet, the young Mumyu Hifumi, shouted defiantly, calling him a bastard and warning him not to underestimate them. Hearing this, young Takigami Shizuku called Hifumi rude for speaking that way to a living legend. Still, Hifumi insisted he didn't care who Ichikami was. He was going to slam his smug face into the dirt. Together with Takigami, who wielded water magic while he used dark magic, Hifumi launched an attack. But Ichikami, unimpressed, blocked it with a basic level 1 spell, irritating Hifumi even more. Ignoring his outburst, Ichikami used wood spears conjured from the earth spell to take down every cadet. After the dust settled, many gave up their dreams, shocked that he countered a level 4 spell with such ease. Knowing the attack's true power, Ichikami admitted he'd held back and figured many would drop out as usual. But to his surprise, Hifumi stood up and declared the fight wasn't over, saying he was just getting started. Takigami, also determined, joined him. The two prepared for another round, and Ichikami, pleased to see real promise, let them attack again. Though they gave it their all, they were ultimately defeated, and made to realize just how monstrous Ichikami truly was. With most cadets gone, Ichikami grew impressed with the two who remained. He ended the session and urged them to rest. But as he turned away, Hifumi struck with dark magic, declaring their fight unfinished and vowing to defeat him someday, before collapsing. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Ichikami felt confident the boy would grow into a great mage. When Takigami attempted to sneak in another attack, he recognized that the Mage Association had just gained 2 fascinating new members. As Hifumi passed out, he swore he'd surpass Ichikami Minato. Ichikami simply told him he'd be waiting for that day, and with that, the flashback ended. Back in the present, Minato, Ichikami's reincarnation, reflects on how that passionate boy became a powerful man with wealth and influence. For a moment, he considers revealing his identity to Hifumi, but recalls Takigami's warning and decides against it. Moments later, the SMT is formally introduced, and afterward, guests are encouraged to mingle. Just when Minato thinks he's free, Chloe approaches him, introduces herself, and says she's been interested in meeting him for some time. He compliments her as a mage and says he'd be happy to chat. Chloe chuckles at the praise, but humbly admits she's nowhere near his level. Minato agrees. She doesn't seem to possess great magic power or much elemental control, but something about her feels off, and he can't pinpoint it. For now, Chloe says she hopes to get along with him, trusting her intuition. Minato carefully considers his reply. Nearby, Ruka and Yuika feel uneasy watching Chloe and Minato converse. Realizing it's probably just introductions, they try not to overthink it. Around this time, Chloe tells Minato she's looking forward to working with him, and he says he feels the same. As they shake hands, Chloe senses his magic and notes that she's glad he's a good man. With nothing more to say, she assures him they'll meet again soon and walks off. The next day at school, Minato endures his usual round of harassment from the girls. Just as he's about to snap, the teacher enters and tells everyone to settle down for a new transfer student. Moments later, Mumyu Chloe walks in. After introducing herself as a student from the Kamui Mage Academy, she takes her place, leaving Minato stunned as he never imagined she would transfer to their school. The minute the other students set eyes on her, they instantly recognize the pretty girl as Chloe Mumyu from the previous day's event, and some comment that it's their first time seeing someone from the Mumyu conglomerate appear in public, since that alone is rare. Shortly after her introduction, the teacher ushers her to the empty seat near Minato, and Chloe complies. As the class continues, Minato quietly tells Chloe he never expected her to transfer there, but Chloe reminds him that she told him they'd meet again soon. So, here she is. Throughout the class, Minato keeps a close eye on the strange Chloe sitting beside him until it ends. Right after class, every boy and girl in the room turns their attention to Chloe, staring in awe. Around this time, Yuika comments on Chloe's instant popularity, noting that the same guys who usually bother them are now swarming around her. As Ruka and Ryuji enter the classroom, they both question what Chloe is thinking, having not expected her to actually transfer. Given how quickly the transfer happened after the event, Yuika suspects there's a deeper reason, saying the timing is just too perfect to be a coincidence. After muttering more about tensions with the mage nobles, Ryuji hopes her presence isn't part of another one of their schemes. For now, Minato and his team decide to keep a close watch on Chloe. About an hour later, Minato and the others are shocked when Shido announces that Chloe Mumyu will be joining the SMT. Surprised, one of them asks what she's doing there, and Shido explains that to strengthen the alliance with the mage nobles, the higher-ups decided Chloe would act as a bridge between both parties. He adds that by having her join the SMT, they hope to build trust between the groups. When Chloe is given a chance to speak, she introduces herself as Mumyu's daughter and says she hopes they treat her kindly. Hearing her warm tone, Yuika softens and welcomes her with a handshake. While the girls chat, Shido turns to Minato and apologizes for the sudden announcement, saying it was a direct order. Minato assures him it's fine, admitting he half expected something like this since the collaboration between both sides was announced. Relieved, Shido nods, though he keeps an eye on Minato a bit longer. Knowing he still needs to evaluate her, Minato puts Chloe through the usual rigorous training alongside the others. Even when he kicks things up a notch, leaving the recruits exhausted and complaining, Chloe not only keeps up but surpasses Yuika and the rest, showing no signs of fatigue. Every attempt Yuika makes to catch up ends in failure. Chloe is clearly on another level. In subsequent regimens, she breezes through without breaking a sweat. During break time, while the others recover and pat themselves on the back, Chloe asks if it's really time for a break, claiming she still has energy to spare. Yuika, stunned, wonders how Chloe is unfazed by the intense training they've only recently managed to handle. Without waiting for an answer, Chloe walks up to Minato and comments on how strict his regimen is. Minato asks if it feels outdated, but Chloe disagrees. She says the training is logical. Strengthening the body enhances combat ability, and using magic while physically strained raises technique and potential. With Minato's Spartan style yelling to motivate them, she feels it all works perfectly. Realizing she's right, Minato praises her insight, and Chloe proudly reminds him that she is a Mumyu. Soon, Yuka, Ruka, and Ryuji admit Chloe's strength and ask if they can learn from her. Chloe compliments their effort in return, saying she always believed SMT members would be reliable. As they wrap up the talk, Chloe turns back to Minato and continues chatting with him. Meanwhile, Yuika starts feeling uneasy about Chloe's charm, noting how popular she is with boys, girls, and maybe even Minato. Knowing Chloe might be stronger than them, Yuika fears she could end up supporting Minato instead. As she wrestles with the thought, she and her sister shake their heads, trying to convince themselves that Minato won't betray them. Still, they can't help but glare at Chloe, who remains happily chatty with Minato, wishing she'd be more considerate. With this new alliance between SMT and the mage nobles, Minato notes that although calamities occur frequently, the nobles now respond faster than they did before. Also, thanks to SMT's expansion into new regions, there's been a clear drop in casualties. Still, with calamities continuing to rise, Minato knows they must remain vigilant. Next, Minato, the mage nobles, and other SMT members respond to a sudden calamity in town. As the team assembles, Hinata takes the lead, eliminating monsters quickly and efficiently. After her sweep, she mockingly taunts the defeated beasts, earning admiration from her subordinates. When Yuika reports that Hinata took down most of them, Minato, surprised by her growth, remarks that she's stronger than before. Hearing this, Hinata scowls and vows to surpass him, but Riku, knowing it's unlikely, apologizes for her rudeness, saying she's just not honest with herself. Minato tells him not to worry. He doesn't mind the cockiness. Thanking him, Riku starts to discuss their next move. As they talk, Minato asks if the mage nobles are close with Chloe. Riku replies that they tend to keep their distance from the Mumyu clan. Before he can elaborate, he sees Chloe approaching and excuses himself. Once he's gone, Chloe boldly walks up to Minato and right in front of everyone asks if he'd like to go on a date with her. Obviously, Minato says yes and returns to his normal life. Several days later, on D-Day, Minato arrives early and waits for Chloe at Shinjuku Station. There, he overhears two guys talking about a cute girl they just passed. One encourages the other to start a conversation, while the other admits she's way out of his league. Once those guys are gone, he overhears another pair recognizing the hot girl as the Mumyu clan's daughter. He eventually realizes she's arrived when dozens of horny men flock and fawn over her. With that, he walks through the crowd and, upon reaching her, greets her warmly. As for the men, when they realize that the beautiful Chloe's boyfriend is Kusanagi Minato from the SMT, they give up instantly, knowing there's no way they can compete with the world's strongest man. Soon after the crowd disperses, Minato, fully aware that Chloe never intended this to be a real date, asks why she invited him. Chloe, a little surprised he figured it out, explains that since she doesn't know much about the area after transferring schools, she hoped he could be her guide. When Minato asks why she didn't ask someone else, Chloe says it's because she wanted to talk to him privately. Hearing that, Minato wonders why she had to phrase the request in such a roundabout way and kill the mood when she first asked him out. But he doesn't find the answer. Following that, Chloe recites her title and name and confesses that she's always felt out of place, no matter where she goes, because people pretend to respect her and treat her specially. However, she tells him that he feels different. When they first spoke, she quickly realized he didn't treat her any differently. Minato explains that to him, titles and positions don't matter. What's important is who a person truly is. Upon hearing that, Chloe chuckles and tells him he's truly an interesting person. With that, the duo continue their peaceful walk, unaware they're being tailed by a jealous Yuika, who calls herself hopeless for following them yet again. Though she considers quitting this shameful act, her curiosity won't let her sleep unless she sees how things play out. Just as she's about to continue, she notices a scuffle nearby and turns to see her sister Ruka doing the exact same thing. At first, she can't believe Ruka is also tailing them. But when she notices Ruka holding a red bean bun, she becomes slightly convinced. Regardless, Yuika ignores her and resumes the pursuit so she doesn't lose sight of them. When it's time to move from their hiding spots, both Yuika and Ruka jump out and exchange shocked glances, asking each other what the hell they're doing there. Around this time, Minato hears the noise and turns around to check. When Chloe asks if something's wrong, Minato tells her it's nothing. Mind you, Yuika and Ruka were hiding behind a giant teddy bear. Yuika complains about how close that call was, while Ruka notes that even though she's been suppressing her magic, Minato's senses are still sharp. After all that, Yuika tells Ruka it seems like they're after the same thing, and Ruka agrees. Following a tense stare-down, the two resume tailing Minato and Chloe, eavesdropping on their conversations, particularly the part where Chloe asks Minato to take her on a typical high school date route, and Minato agrees. Throughout the entire outing, Yuika and Ruka follow them to every single location, just to make sure nothing romantic happens. At one point, while Minato and Chloe are in a cafe sipping drinks, Chloe asks what usually happens after doing all that. Minato says it varies, but typically people would talk, hang out, grab a bite, and then head home. By now, Yuika and Ruka are bored since they can't hear much from their hiding spot. Chloe then admits she finally understands what a typical date is like, but wonders about the point of doing all those things. Walking, looking around, and eating don't feel meaningful to her, so she asks if she's missing something. Minato explains that the actions themselves might not mean much, but what matters is who you're with. With the right person, even walking becomes special. That's why time spent with someone important holds value, even if it seems pointless. Chloe then asks if that's what a date is, and Minato confirms that's how he sees it. With this, he asks Chloe if the time they spent that day had value to her, and Chloe replies that she thinks so. Just as Minato expresses his happiness, Chloe says that even though she sometimes surprises people with her words or actions, he never seems fazed. Touched by his acceptance, she blushes and tells him he's a lovely person. Unfortunately for Yuika and Ruka, they hear this and start panicking, wondering if Chloe also likes Minato. Minato, clearly moved, tells Chloe he's honored. By then they're recognized by the cafe crowd, so he suggests they leave, and Chloe agrees. After walking a few more meters, they end the date. Chloe thanks Minato for making the day valuable. She then asks if they can go out again sometime, and Minato says he doesn't mind. He wants to learn more about her. Hearing this, the two eavesdroppers gasp, their hearts breaking a little. Chloe, meanwhile, compliments his boldness and says she feels the same way. With that, the pair bid farewell and part ways. Watching them leave, Yuka and Ruka stand in disbelief that Minato actually said something like that to a girl. As for Minato, who's probably ignoring the Mizuha sisters, he keeps his eyes on Chloe, hoping to figure out what her deal is, sooner rather than later. The following day at the SMT briefing room, Ryuji, while waiting for Shido alongside the others, asks Minato how his date with Chloe went. After confirming Ryuji had no ulterior motives, Minato tells him he doesn't consider it a date because all they did was walk around, check out some shops, and have some tea. Though Ryuji knows that's exactly what a date is, he keeps quiet and lets his uptight superior yap. Soon after, the boys notice some tension between the Mizuha sisters and Chloe, who's busy talking with Sanada, and Ryuji hopes Minato's outing doesn't cause any drama. He advises his buddy not to get stung, but Minato, who has the social skills of a cockroach, is confused. Very soon, Shido shows up and everyone gets seated. To explain the current situation, Shido tells the team that monster-related deaths have dramatically decreased recently. Also, after BR's abolition, there's been a similar drop in illegal mage activity, and the Shadowbringers and Chrono haven't made any appearances in a while. Sanada checks online platforms and informs the team that public interest has also dwindled, despite the earlier hype. Hearing Sanada's statistics, Minato figures the police can now handle most illegal mage cases, so the Shadowbringers might still be lying low. Despite the good news, Minato warns the team not to get complacent. They'll be training even more from now on. Later that night, Minato lies in bed, thinking about how to improve coordination between SMT and the Magic Nobles, when suddenly, he gets a call from Leona, who's at home making dinner and wants to share the information she found on Mumyu Chloe and Takigami Shizuku. With Minato's go-ahead, Leona starts with Chloe, revealing she's not Hifumi's biological daughter, but his stepdaughter. Though she only became his stepkid a few years ago, her parents reportedly died in a bad road accident, coinciding with when Hifumi took her in. Minato then asks if Chloe transferred from another magic academy, and Leona confirms she did, around the same time she joined the SMT. While Chloe's abilities are officially listed as above average, Minato, having seen her handle his training with ease, knows she's much stronger. He notes she seems like a calm girl with a peculiar aura and looks that make her stand out. Before replying, Leona sets her phone down to call Kai for help setting the table, warning him not to run since he's still recovering. Minato just smiles, listening to the siblings laugh. Back on topic, Leona apologizes for the pause and switches to Takigami Shizuku, revealing she has a daughter and a young granddaughter, though no one has seen them lately. Minato asks for clarification, and Leona says rumors claim they moved overseas. Just then, Minato briefly pauses the call to welcome the Mizuha sisters home, and then returns to his room. Picking up where they left off, Leona says the overseas rumor is unconfirmed, and something about it feels off. When Minato asks if she suspects the rumors are fake, Leona says she's unsure and might be mistaken. Regardless, she promises to investigate further, and Minato thanks her for the help. After some small talk, they hang up. Right after, Kai asks Leona if she was talking to Chrono earlier, and Leona, confused, asks why he thinks that. When Kai tells her it's because she looked really happy, she pats his head and continues eating dinner. The next day, the general superintendent of the Tokyo police calls Takigami in for a secret meeting, tasking her with uncovering more about Kusanagi Minato. He warns that unless they learn the source of Minato's strength, the police will become obsolete. Surprisingly, Takigami agrees. The old man suggests Minato always let his guard down around her and asks why. Knowing she can't reveal the truth, Takigami lies, saying it's probably because she's old and he's kind. The GS doesn't care, but he still accepts it. He then reminds her that they're in too deep to back out now. With no other option, Takigami complies and begins her new task. Meanwhile, Minato gathers the SMT on the training field for daily drills. Just as he's about to begin, Shido arrives, apologizing for the interruption, and informs him that the U.S. Army's Mage Division is in Japan for a meeting and wants to observe SMT training. Yuka, Ruka, and the rest gasp in surprise, not understanding why the Americans, known for their elite mages, would be interested in them. Minato, however, notes that America's level wasn't this high back when he was Ichikami, and judging by his team's reactions, they've clearly risen to the top. As it turns out, the SMT's fame has reached overseas thanks to their battle with Chrono. Chloe figures the Americans probably just want to see Minato in action. Seconds later, the doors to the main building flung open. As the Americans approach the training field, Shido quietly tells Minato that they're likely here to coordinate responses to the global calamities happening again, just like before. Once the U.S. team arrives, their boss, buff and looking like he's high on roids, walks up with his equally jacked subordinates. With little diplomacy, he bluntly asks the SMT why they're there to talk about shit like that. With no response given, the steroid-infested jackasses release more than enough magical pressure to intimidate the hell out of the poor SMT members as they continue walking toward them. Soon, their giant boss comes face to face with the so-called captain, Kusanagi Minato, and does his best to appear as intimidating as he can, both physically and magically. Similarly, Minato, who refuses to be intimidated by a juiced-up dude, raises his magical pressure to match the boss's. Unfortunately, the other SMT members are left struggling to even stand due to the overwhelming clash. Eventually, after a brief stare-down, the grumpy boss grabs Minato and hugs him with a smile, happy to finally meet the great Kusanagi. However, upon feeling Minato's slender frame, the boss gets curious, does a little inspecting, and asks if he's truly capable of battling to the death with a body like that, despite it being firm and skinny. Irritated by the boss's sudden admiration, Minato politely asks to be released. The boss apologizes for being an asshole. To start things off, the boss introduces himself as Major Aaron Anderson of the U.S. Army's 1st Mage Division, also chief researcher at the Army's Magic Institute, despite his caveman looks. Minato figures a place like that must study monsters, calamities, and magic overall. He then introduces himself as the captain of the SMT, but before he can present the others, Aaron stops him and reveals he already knows all of their names, noting that they're all highly skilled. While the team silently basks in that praise, Minato reflects on how far behind Japan's magic research has fallen, thanks to the mage nobles, and sees this meeting as a learning opportunity, especially since his own knowledge is outdated. Acknowledging Aaron's position as a researcher, Minato tells him he'd like to ask about monsters and calamities. But before Aaron can speak, his men frown and raise their magical pressure to intimidate Minat, as if they could take him in a fight. Yuka and the others nearly faint from the overwhelming bloodlust, but Aaron snaps at his soldiers to stand down before apologizing for their behavior and calling them good hunting dogs who can be overly cautious. To put them in their place, Minato casually says their magical pressure felt like a pleasant breeze. Amused, Aaron chuckles, slaps him on the back, and calls him a funny guy. Getting back on topic, Minato apologizes for his lack of knowledge and asks what calamities and monsters are and what Aaron's latest findings are. Aaron explains it's all still theory, but they believe monsters are magical life forms, and calamities are phenomena that transport them to Earth. They've found that calamity zones are saturated with magic distinct from human magic. While they used to rely on the red sky as a sign, only recently has evidence emerged. They've confirmed that since the sky's magic matches that of monsters, then monsters must be made of magic. Their disintegration into particles after death further supports that, though they act like animals, they don't excrete or reproduce. They're mimicking life. Minato then asks why monsters attack humans. Aaron says there's no clear reason, but some believe they're reacting to humanity's magic. In fact, many calamities have been linked to people awakening their magic powers. Thanks to better measuring instruments, they've recently learned that calamity magic lingers in the atmosphere even after the event ends. The same applies to monster deaths. Both release magic into the world, so the particles seen when a monster dies are essentially their bodies dissolving into raw magic. Hearing this, Yuika realizes it's exactly what Minato told her once. As she wonders how he knew, Minato mentions having once seen a monster trying to cause a calamity. Aaron admits they heard of the incident, but counters that the first known calamity happened without any monsters present. He suggests Minato misjudge the situation, but Minato, confident in his instincts, doesn't agree. Aaron adds that chief demons can grow strong enough to trigger calamities. When Minato asks if he's serious, Aaron explains they once tested this theory by letting a calamity boss live. Monsters kept spawning until they hit a fixed number, then stopped. If any were killed, more would spawn to hit that same number. Even then, the amount of ambient calamity magic didn't rise. From this, they suspect the frequency of calamities might be linked to monster strength, though it's risky to leave them unchecked. Still, once the theory is proven, the boss must be eliminated. After everything, Minato concludes that nothing is confirmed yet. With that, Aaron switches topics and compliments Minato's impressive magic, begging to examine his body. Obviously, Minato refuses such a dumb request, causing Aaron to sulk and call him mean. After some playful banter, Minato asks if Aaron knows about the mage nobles. Aaron says he knows about as much as Minato does. 50 years ago, when American mages were still weak, Japan suddenly stopped sharing info or support. This, Minato assumes, is the result of the mage nobles hoarding knowledge. Minato thanks Aaron for the lengthy info dump, but Aaron insists it's the least he can do, as America is forever indebted to Ichikami Minato and Japan for their help during the world calamity. Realizing Aaron's still hiding something, Minato presses, and Aaron finally admits he came to Japan just to experience Minato's strength firsthand. Shido, confused, asks why Aaron claimed it was for an important meeting. Aaron says he doesn't give a damn about some dumb meeting full of clueless big shots. Before Shido can complain, Minato assures them everything's fine as long as no one blabs. Amused, Aaron calls himself a fan of Minato's spirit and urges him to go all out. After a bit more trash talk, Minato, seeing this as a chance to gauge America's current magic level, tells the jacked major to show him what he's got. First, Eren tells Minato to face off against his men. Then Yuika, fed up with Eren's pride, tells him that if he sends out his subordinates to fight the SMT, they're obliged to fight. Hearing this, Eren politely urges them to hold off on whatever chance they think they have. When asked why, he tells Yuika that they only have an interest in the strong. So, unless they're all on the same level as Minato, Eren advises the other SMT members to sit this one out. Around this time, Yuika starts sulking. But to lift their spirits, Minato tells his team to just observe the fight closely, citing that this will be a good opportunity to have a lecture about fighting fellow mages, seeing as they've only fought monsters most of the time. Happy to hear such words from their captain, the SMT members stand at attention and watch the fight closely. Judging by the behavior of the SMT members, Eren, who initially thought they were just a bunch of chumps, realizes that they are indeed well-disciplined. With the stage set, Minato and Eren's men all get themselves prepared for the greatest sparring match of their lives. On Eren's call, the battle exercise commences. In the US, mages all zoom toward Minato, dodging his attacks and surrounding him in less than a second. After seeing what the US mages just did, Yuika gasps in surprise as she suddenly realizes that the mages not only rushed Minato in an instant, but also closed the distance without using magic. As for Minato, he commends their movement and instantly dodges a grab and smash attempt by one of the US mages. Realizing Minato's out of reach, the mage quickly chants an incantation and attacks with a close-range wind-themed spell. Again, Minato dodges, but before he can counterattack, the others come at him with fire, water, and lightning spells. Minato dodges them all skillfully and manages to get a safe distance from Eren's men, or so he thought. Just when he believes he's out of the woods, another soldier swoops in for a knee kick. Though shocked by the speed, Minato blocks the strike with his elbow. After surviving that attack, the other soldiers bombard him with every elemental spell they have. Minato then blocks everything with his level 4 null magic, high magic barrier. With the battle ongoing, Yuika and the others express their amazement that the US mages are putting Minato on the defensive. Yuika, in particular, says that while the soldiers' spells aren't that advanced, each one has such considerable firepower that even Minato's defenses might not withstand it for long. Also, seeing as their spell activation times are extraordinarily fast, Yuika and the others finally grasp the true power of the American Mage Division. During a brief pause in the battle, Minato first commends the US military's excellent training. Then, turning to lecture the SMT, he explains that in mage battles, large-scale spells are rarely used unless both sides are substantially skilled. In most cases, they'll be fighting at close range because casting spells takes time. Even for two high-level mages, close-quarters combat is common due to that limitation. Upon ending his lecture, 3 soldiers attack him simultaneously using fire, lightning, and water. Minato dodges them all as usual. When Eren realizes Minato was giving his students a lecture earlier, he mistakes it for showboating and expresses disappointment. To end this disgraceful charade, Eren signals his men to finish things quickly. But moments later, he's confused when they still can't land a hit. Minato continues dodging every single attack. Eren finds it strange that after everything thrown at him, Minato doesn't have a single scratch. The American soldiers realize that not only can't they touch him, but they've never faced an opponent like Kusanagi Minato before. As they begin losing hope, Minato praises their diligent training and mental fortitude, calling their combat skills splendid. To thank them for showing him their abilities, Minato decides to get a little more serious. He amps up his magical power just enough to match theirs. With the soldiers too unmotivated to do anything, Minato lunges and kicks the living daylights out of every single one of them, knocking them all down in one fell swoop, much to the admiration of Eren and the other SMT members. After watching Minato utterly pummel his men like they were made of cardboard, Eren admits he never thought a mere student from a once complacent country could become so strong. Remaining modest, Minato says Eren's men fought wonderfully. Although honored by the praise, Eren knows they were utterly defeated. Curious, Eren asks where Minato learned hand-to-hand combat like that. Minato tells him he's mostly self-taught. Hearing this, Eren bursts out laughing and while slapping Minato's back, tells him he's an interesting man. Now that they've gotten past the small fry, Eren begins removing his top and urges Minato to let him demonstrate his strength next. As he exposes his well-toned muscles, Eren says that despite how he looks, he does love a good fight. Minato, unimpressed, thinks Eren definitely looks like someone who'd love a good fight. After a few more exchanges, Eren kickstarts his battle exercise with Minato and instantly charges up his body with mana. While Eren's at it, Minato notices the mana flow in his body. But just as he's about to recognize it, Eren lunges and attacks him. Noticing how fast Eren is, Minato reacts with equal speed and dodges every single one of the many punches Eren throws at him. Realizing that raw punches aren't working, Eren activates the level 5 lightning magic, Particle Charge, and fires it at Minato, who cartwheels a few feet back to dodge. As soon as Minato lands, Eren rushes at him and tries to wrap Minato's slim frame in his arms. Unfortunately for him, Minato is faster and slips out of his grasp, leaving Eren stunned. He was sure he had him. With the battle pausing for a moment, Minato asks if Eren enhanced his physical abilities with magic. Eren confirms it, proud that Minato noticed. He claims the technique is his own creation and credits recent advancements in magic measurement and perception technology. America, he says, is developing a method to control magic freely, and his technique is part of that. Just as Eren is about to name the spell, Minato interrupts and reveals the real name, Mana Arts. He then activates his version, far surpassing Eren's. Eren immediately recognizes it as the same spell Minato used against Chrono. Now, certain that Minato's magic power is greater, Eren feels lucky to have met someone like him. While it took years to develop such a spell, Minato seems to use it effortlessly. Still, Eren doesn't dwell on it. He just wants to fight. As the fight resumes, Minato reflects on how surprised he was to see Eren use Mana Arts. He never expected someone else to recreate the same technique. But now that it's come to this, Minato braces himself to enjoy the fight. With round 2 underway, Minato lunges at Eren with blazing speed. They punch each other in the gut at the same time, and Minato follows up with a flurry of punches, most of which Eren blocks. Meanwhile, Yuika and the other SMT members, struggling to keep up, are stunned by the intensity of the battle. Even Ryuji, usually calm, wonders how far Minato's strength goes. Despite being a student like them, Minato not only has deep magic knowledge and refined techniques, but he also defeats high-level enemies without breaking a sweat. Thinking back to Minato's battle with Chrono, Ryuji points out that Minato is currently overwhelming a U.S. military major, not just in magic but in close combat too. With that, he asks the million-dollar question, how in the world is this bastard doing it? Around this time, Yuika, who had been pretending not to notice, finally admits that Minato is too strong. She once believed that, with training, they could catch up to him. But, after watching him defeat high-ranking mages with ease, she can no longer see a future where they stand as equals. Quietly, Yuika continues watching Minato, her captain, land blow after blow. Even when Eren tries to fight back, Minato blocks everything. At one point, Minato lands a solid punch that knocks Eren back. Exhausted, Eren drops to his knees to catch his breath. As Minato approaches, Eren finally admits defeat. He tells Minato that their fight isn't even competitive, and confesses he's rarely seen anyone so strong. He urges Minato to visit America, saying he's always welcome. Minato agrees with a handshake, saying he'll go if he gets the chance. After that, Eren picks up his blazer and bids farewell to Minato and the SMT. As soon as they leave, the SMT members rush to celebrate their captain's victory over the U.S. military's Mage Division. Ryuji, Yuika, and Ruka, however, remain quiet, feeling defeated. They vow to grow stronger on their own. By nightfall, the three begin training in secret, determined to walk beside Minato instead of behind him. A few days later, Minato is surprised to hear that SMT and Mage Noble's merchandise is being sold. He asks Shido why, and Shido explains that with Minato appearing in the media more often, their budget is improving, and more people want to join or support the SMT. They're moving to the next phase. Suspicious, Minato checks to make sure Shido isn't just lining his pockets. Shido nervously lies, saying the funds are needed for operations. While Minato isn't thrilled about it, he admits they do need the support. Eventually, he reviews the merch proposal and sees a concept image of a plushie based on him. It reminds him of one Takigami made in his past life, and he agrees, on one condition. After hearing Minato's unrevealed condition, Shido panics, asking if that's even possible with their limited budget. Minato, however, reassures him that the plans are already in motion. Soon after, SMT members receive a notification during their break about the upcoming joint training with the Mage Nobles. Reactions are mixed, but orders are orders. Days later, the SMT and Mage Nobles travel to a certain area in Tokyo, where they'll be training for the next 2 weeks. Upon arrival, the SMT members remain hopeful about what's to come, while the Mage Nobles, especially Hinata, complain about how things have become a real pain. With the Mage Noble founder, Hifumi Mumyu, also in attendance, Yuika and the others are shocked and begin to doubt whether the training will be standard or something more intense. Shido informs them that President Mumyu is the promoter of the training camp, suggesting this may be his way of making up for the Mage Noble's past mistakes. Observing the nobles a little closer, Minato asks Chloe why the Fuka family didn't show up. She tells him they essentially disbanded after the family head and successors were captured. As far as she knows, it's nearly impossible for the Fuka family to regain its former status since most members are now gone. Curious, Minato asks about the Fuka members who weren't involved in the conspiracy. Chloe says they were likely cleared of any wrongdoing and released to lead new lives. Based on the information Leona gave him, it seems the butler who helped expose the family is safe. Still, Minato's more concerned with the tension between the mage nobles and SMT members, noting the lack of unity between them. As the mage nobles glare, Yuika and her peers wonder why they're looked down on, especially since the nobles never bother communicating during anti-calamity missions. Minato grows cautious, unsure of what might come from this negativity. After unpacking, the mage nobles and SMT members gather on the training field for a briefing from the founder before starting actual training. Hifumi takes the podium, thanking them for attending and making some small talk. Meanwhile, Minato thinks about the situation back home. The police and regional SMT divisions are covering in their absence, but he still worries about possible emergencies. As Hifumi continues, he emphasizes the importance of the joint training to overcome the Great Calamity and urges both groups to train hard and improve their cooperation. Then, Hifumi introduces the camp's leader and instructor, SMT Captain Minato Kusanagi. The mage nobles instantly protest, refusing to take orders from someone in the SMT. Annoyed, Hifumi challenges anyone who thinks they can beat Minato to step forward. Unsurprisingly, they go silent. With that settled, Hifumi gives Minato the floor. Before speaking, Minato reflects on Hifumi's motives. Even if the mage nobles with all their magic knowledge can't defeat him, Hifumi's words serve his interests. Minato realizes Hifumi, who hates losing, is using him, but he doesn't mind. He tells everyone that during the 2-week training, he only asks for one thing, that they follow his lead like their lives depend on it. Training begins with push-ups using tires on their backs. When asked why, Minato explains and urges them to push themselves. The 3 well-known family heads, Riku, Tushiro, and Hinata, take on the challenge with multiple tires. Next comes sprinting. Minato warns them not to cut corners and to run like they mean it. By the final sprint, the family heads push hard, keeping their competitive spirit alive. Yuika watches in amazement, surprised that the nobles are actually listening to Minato. After sprinting, Minato gives them a 5-minute break. Some mage nobles start complaining, claiming they're just training aimlessly. A few SMT members overhear and defend their captain, only for the nobles to dismiss Minato as a mere student with no skill. This sparks a fight between the groups, but Minato quickly intervenes. He tells the noble who started it to follow orders and advises the SMT member to endure for now if he truly believes in him. With that, peace is restored, and Minato gets a glimpse of just how deep the grudge runs between the two sides. Knowing they still have the energy to argue, he decides to push them harder. For the next exercise, he makes them cast magic continuously until they run out of mana. The lazy nobles panic, but Minato warns them that they'll die for real if they don't fight, as their lives depend on it. With SMT members teasing them, the mage nobles refuse to be mocked and rise to the challenge. With their competitive spirit awakened, both sides engage in a friendly battle. Minato smiles, realizing he's achieved his goal of sparking their determination. After hours of training, Minato ends the day's session and tells them to rest up for tomorrow. As he leaves, Hinata calls out and asks if this is how he plans to keep training them. When he asks if she's complaining, she says it's just a suggestion. Minato explains that the other training method, using an advanced mage to administer shock therapy to awaken magic flow, is only effective for beginners and won't work on mage nobles. Hearing this, Hinata lists all the things that make Minato abnormal: his magic power, high-level spells, and the ability to use them without incantations, and then asks how he got so strong. Minato, thinking back to the intense regimens he's followed, says he knows no other method. At that, Hinata tells him to forget it and walks away, while Riku apologizes on her behalf. As Minato watches them leave, he begins to question how he became so powerful. The first calamity triggered his awakening, but since then, he hasn't met anyone else on his level. The more he thinks about it, the more he begins to wonder why he's so strong in the first place. Since he can't answer that question now, Minato gives up on trying to figure out the source of his power and continues doing his thing. After undergoing the same regimen for the next few days, the mage nobles finally get fed up as they ask themselves if there's really any point in training like a dog every day. With no answer given, one of them compares the grueling training to that of the military, and another says that even though it's been days since the training began, he still hasn't seen any improvements. With all that being said, they collectively conclude that the so-called Captain Kusanagi was all talk after all. To show them just how wrong they are, Minato ushers all of them to follow him to the magic room to measure their magic power. On their way there, the nobles joke about Minato wasting his time, as they highly doubt there will be any changes in their magic power after just a few days of training. Eventually, when one of them has his magic power measured, He's shocked to find that his magic power has grown by 33% in just a few days. Noticing the surprised look on the mage nobles' faces, Minato assures them that they'll get even stronger over the next 2 weeks, as long as they continue taking it seriously. From that moment, the mage nobles start getting serious about Minato's training regimen, and Minato takes notice. To them, if they could get such insane results after just a few days, then they'll grow even stronger if they give it their all over the next 2 weeks. Happy to finally see the nobles putting in the work, Minato increases the difficulty and makes everyone, both the mage nobles and the SMT members, work hard to keep firing magic until they can't anymore. At one point during the training, the SMT members reach their limit and complain about how tired they are. Just then, the mage nobles, still full of energy, call the SMT sloppy and say they can't hold a candle to them. Enraged by the insult, the previously tired SMT trainees regain their strength and, refusing to lose, rejoin the training. By this time, Ruka and her sister are really happy to see both sides getting fired up and building a friendly rivalry. While they smile and chat during training, Minato frightens them with a fire-themed spell, and then promises to increase the training's difficulty just for the two of them since they have time to chit-chat. A few hours later, it's lunchtime. While eating, a bunch of mage nobles talk about how well their magic has been performing recently. Their spell levels, magic capacity, and even their casting speed have improved significantly in just a few days. One of them even admits that he's managed to shorten his incantations thanks to Minato's training. Embarrassed, they come to realize they were mistaken. Kusanagi's strength is the real deal. If he's able to produce results like these with them, then who knows how strong the SMT members are going to get. Around the time they admit this, 2 SMT members overhear them and gloat about Minato's awesomeness. Faced with the truth, the mage nobles are forced to admit defeat, though some still claim their head mage is more amazing than Minato. In any case, both the SMT members and the mage nobles start warming up to each other, and Minato, who's also in the cafeteria, is glad everything's working out. Eventually, the lunch break ends, and Minato has them all return to training. Judging by their performance, he figures everyone's doing well. Their magic has improved. As for Mumyu Chloe, who's training like a champ, Minato recalls what Leona said about her abilities being above average, but realizes her magic power is much higher than that. Around then, Chloe catches him staring and waves, but Minato knows that behind that smile, she's hiding her true strength. This makes it harder for him to read her. For now, he chooses to ignore her and focuses on Hinata, who doesn't seem motivated to train with Tushuru and Riku. Though he gets why, he still doesn't understand why she's always mad when he's nearby. Whatever the reason, he knows nothing good will come from letting it continue. After training, Minato tells Riku and a hasty Hinata to stay behind. When Hinata gives him the go-ahead, Minato tells her he feels like the training hasn't been effective for her and asks why. Hinata bluntly says it's because his training regimen is pointless. She knows she won't get stronger doing it. Even when Minato asks why she keeps showing up, she says it's because she has no choice. It's an order from above. Hearing this, Minato, surprised she listens to anyone, is pleased to learn that Hifumi is the one mage noble they all obey without question. As Hinata leaves, she assures Minato she's not changing her attitude. After she's gone, Riku apologizes again, but Minato says he doesn't mind. Curious, Minato asks what Riku's relationship with Hinata is since he's always with her. Riku says he thinks of them as friends, though he might be wrong. Just to be clear, Riku says there's no special relationship between them, and Minato apologizes for asking a personal question. Taking the blame again for Hinata's behavior, Riku explains that even though people misunderstand her because of her rough personality, she's not a bad person. Minato admits he likes straightforward grumps like her, and Riku thanks him for understanding. As they say their goodbyes, Minato decides to keep a close eye on Hinata Homurai. So, the next day, he makes sure to watch her during the entire training session, even at lunchtime. He notices her subordinates struggle to talk to her and figures Riku must be her only friend. Wondering if she prefers being alone, Minato quickly drops the thought. It doesn't seem that way. Thereafter, dropping the thought, he decides to help her out the next time he gets the chance. With this in mind, Minato follows Hinata everywhere and checks up on her the next morning, during training, and even at lunchtime, when he notices she's in a bad mood. When she finally gets fed up with him buzzing around her all day, Hinata snaps and after throwing a tantrum, demands to know why he keeps bugging her. Minato innocently says he just wanted to talk to her, and Hinata, shocked, asks if that's truly why he's been following her. Minato says yes and mentions that he's noticed she's always by herself and seems rather lonely. Hinata refuses to admit it and claims she prefers being alone. But when Minato tells her she doesn't seem that way, she gets defensive and tries to act like he wouldn't understand what real loneliness feels like. Minato replies that someone who truly prefers being alone wouldn't put themselves in situations where they need to interact or tolerate others showing interest in them. Since she does both, He thinks she's just lonely and needs a friend. Hinata tells him to quit talking like he understands her struggles, but Minato, tired of the back and forth, directly asks her to become his friend. Hinata blushes all over and exclaims in disbelief, asking what he's talking about. But Minato doubles down, saying he's very fond of her. Hinata's blush deepens as she tells him that people don't usually go out of their way to ask to be someone's friend. When Minato backs off, she tells him to give up on getting to know her, because she's annoying and troublesome. Minato fires back, saying he doesn't dislike her and actually likes how honestly she expresses herself. He explains that people who flatter him for no reason make him uncomfortable, so he appreciates her being real with him. After hearing all that, Hinata lights up and, while blushing, calls him a weirdo. There's a brief silence, and then she regains her composure and, while running away in embarrassment, shouts that she's never going to be friends with him. After she's gone, Minato realizes he's been rejected and goes about his day, ignoring Chloe, who's been eavesdropping from around the corner. In the next scene, training continues. While Tushiro practices, Minato notices him hesitating with his spells and pauses the session for a break. After gathering everyone, he praises their hard work, noting that they're all starting to hone their strengths. Then he spots the Mizuha sisters flocking around their father, Tushiro, and keeps an eye on them. When the girls reach him, Yuika and her sister invite their father to eat with them after training since they haven't talked in a while. Unfortunately, their stiff father turns them down, saying he still has things to do. After he leaves, Minato appears and makes a few remarks about Tushiro being the same, even after lifting their disownment. When Yuika says their father wasn't always like this, Minato asks what changed. She explains that he used to be kinder and more present, but he's been distant ever since their mother passed away. He stopped talking to them and was always away for work. Ruka adds that she understands their father's feelings. When their mother died, she felt like she had to become stronger to protect Yuika, but in doing so, she became stricter and lost herself. Yuika reassures her that she's still the same kind of older sister, and Ruka thanks her for the compliment. However, both agree that their father is hard to read because he never tells them anything. When they start to question whether he still loves them, Minato steps in and says that if Tushiro didn't love them, he wouldn't have treated him like an enemy the first time they met. That kind of reaction is exactly how a father would act towards someone making a move on his daughters. Still, in the back of his mind, Minato wonders why Tushiro's magic power wavered earlier, almost like he was hesitating about something. Before Minato can continue, Chloe pulls him aside to speak privately. He gets a bit anxious, thinking she's about to ask him on another date. Chloe starts by telling him that over the past few days, she's been wanting to know more about him, down to his deepest parts. As she steps in close, she showers him with sweet compliments, exuding a strong feminine charm. Flattered, Minato says he's honored by her praise. Chloe, now holding his face, calls him an odd man and keeps sweet-talking his charm, his naivete, his straightforwardness, and all his confusing qualities that she finds endearing. Then, she outright asks him to go out with her, adding that she believes their relationship would be wonderful. She describes herself as the devoted type and says, if it's what he wants, she's willing to do or give anything just to be with him. With that, she leans in seductively, and then asks if he'd like to spend their lives together. In response, Minato apologizes for breaking her heart and tells her that he doesn't plan on dating anyone anytime soon. Although disappointed, Chloe takes the rejection well, smiling and saying how unfortunate it is that they can't be together. She then concludes her business with Minato and leaves him to recover from the exchange. Shortly after, Minato returns to the training grounds and finds Riku and Ryuji chatting like old friends. Shocked, he asks the Mizuha sisters how they became so close so quickly. Yuika explains that the two bonded over their workouts. After talking for a while, they decided to compete in 1,000 push-ups. Once they completed the reps and collapsed, they got back up and became pals. Understanding what happened, Minato resumes training the group for the rest of the day. After that, life at the training camp continues as normal, and the relationship between the mage nobles and the SMT grows stronger. By the end of the 2-week camp, Minato gathers everyone to commend them for their efforts. He tells them that although training has ended, it's only the beginning. They all know that the world calamity is coming in a few weeks, and many lives may be lost. For now, though, he assures them that if everyone performs their roles well, the calamities and demons can be defeated. He then inspires the team by stating that no calamity can match them if they stay strong. Afterward, he tells everyone to rest and prepare until the mission begins. He ends his speech with a few more motivational words in his signature Spartan-like tone. The SMT and mage nobles shake hands and encourage one another. Among the crowd, Hinata realizes how amazing Minato is for successfully training both groups. She knows everyone's abilities have grown thanks to him. Not only did he help them open up to one another, but he was even kind to her. In a vulnerable moment, Hinata thinks about accepting Minato's earlier friend request, but quickly snaps out of it, reminding herself that friendships are pointless. After the speech, Hifumi meets Minato and praises the results. Minato thanks him, and Hifumi reflects on how the two groups were once at odds due to misunderstanding but now trust each other, thanks to Captain Minato. He believes that if they continue like this, peace will come to the world. Minato hopes he's right. With that, the training camp ends. As a result, both the SMT and the Mage Nobles improve significantly in skill and coordination. Consequently, damage from Tokyo's calamities is greatly reduced despite their frequency. In fact, reports show that the documented damages are the lowest they've been in 50 years. As time passes, citizens in Tokyo talk about the lasting peace they've enjoyed with the SMT and Mage Nobles working together. They no longer fear calamities, confident that the SMT will handle them. In other words, the collaboration has brought real peace to Japan, except for the SMT members themselves. While others relax, Minato and his team train relentlessly for the impending world calamity. Minato continues shouting his Spartan-like warnings to remind them of their duty to protect Japan and its people. During training, Shido interrupts to inform him that higher-ups have decided to involve mages from all over Japan, including civilians, to support the mission. Minato praises Shido for the update, then listens as Sanada discusses the locations of major calamity damage from 50 years ago. She claims they've assigned personnel to all the areas, except the largest threat near Tokyo Tower. Minato tells her not to worry, saying he has a plan for that. Shido then privately confirms that he's handled the secret task they discussed, and Minato thanks him again for securing the insurance they need. To provide context, Minato refers to the world calamity as the largest one yet, one that will affect the entire world, not just Japan. He explains that the calamity isn't a single event, but a series of disasters happening simultaneously. 50 years ago, humanity couldn't handle such a threat. But this time, with him leading the charge and preparing for every scenario, it will be different. Turning to his men, Minato reminds them that the world calamity is only days away. Until then, he orders them to rest and spend time with their families. Seeing the worry on their faces, he assures them they've become as strong as possible and that they'll win. Still, the team remains uneasy. Noticing this, Minato urges them to believe in him if nothing else. He then follows up with more encouraging words, promising that he will protect the world and its people no matter what happens. Thankfully, the speech lifts their spirits, and the SMT team erupts in cheers, chanting Kusanagi's name before returning to their routines. After a few more weeks of peace, the day of the world calamity finally arrives. Media outlets warn citizens to stay indoors. While people prepare, the authorities, police, SMT, and military all take their positions. When the hour comes, Minato informs his team that the calamity is near, and the sky begins turning red. The world calamity, where Minato Ichikami once perished, is an army of thousands of demons. Captain Minato Kusanagi holds the key to victory this time. As the demons descend, Minato rallies his men and leads them forward to save the world. For some context, it's revealed again that the world calamity is considered the greatest disaster in human history. At that moment, the calamity that claimed Ichikami Minato's life has begun in Tokyo. Moments before the battle begins, the Prime Minister, along with politicians and heads of state in Japan, gather in a bunker room, all hoping and counting on the SMT to save Japan. Meanwhile, Minato, the Mizuha sisters, and Ryuji conduct a demon head count in Old Shibuya from above. Minato realizes the demons participating in this calamity are larger and more numerous than those he fought in his past life. The overwhelming magic power surrounding him confirms this. However, he vows not to let anyone die this time. As the greatest battle in the world brews, citizens across Japan fall into despair as the sky turns red. Despite their fear, they cling to hope. As the calamity officially begins, a helicopter news crew broadcasts updates to Japan, reporting that the red sky is spreading and demons are materializing through portals. Although authorities attempted to evacuate citizens earlier, the reporter expresses concern over the sheer number of demons. As the demons fill the abandoned streets of Shibuya, they cause explosions, reducing the dilapidated city to rubble. When Minato arrives to prevent further destruction, the reporter announces his presence to the nation and ensures a live video feed captures him eradicating as many demons as possible with his null magic spells. As his battle intensifies, the Mizuha sisters and the SMT squad join the fight. Noticing them, Minato orders the team to eliminate the demons and hold their ground until the calamity's boss appears. He also warns them that multiple calamities are occurring across Japan, urging them to conserve magic power for stronger enemies. Understanding his logic, the SMT follows his command. Ryuji pummels demons with earth-style magic, while the Mizuha sisters unleash greater water magic spells. However, as the battle rages on, the team realizes that the demons are not only multiplying, but also growing stronger. At this point, they desperately need the assistance of the magic nobles, but they are nowhere to be found. Shido attempts to contact them, but his calls go unanswered. When Ruka reports that her father is also unreachable, Minato questions Chloe about the situation. As expected, she feigns innocence, claiming she knows nothing. Sanada attempts to contact other squad members but confirms that communications are down. Minato, who has been confident in his preparations until now, realizes something is seriously wrong. Two officers rush in, reporting that the police and self-defense forces are also facing communication issues, making coordination impossible. They turn to Minato for guidance. Understanding that they cannot handle the calamity without the mage nobles, dread spreads among the team. Shido stresses the urgency of re-establishing contact with the other locations. Sensing his subordinates' growing fear, Minato commands them to stay calm, reminding them of their duty. Even without the mage nobles, he reassures them that victory is within reach if they fight together. He reminds them that this is what they have trained for. His speech rekindles hope within the team, inspiring them to push forward. With renewed determination, the SMT overwhelms the demons. The reporter continues her live coverage, reassuring citizens that Minato and his team are fighting with everything they have. She urges viewers to stay hopeful, assuring them that with Minato on the battlefield, the demons cannot win. Minato remains aware that multiple calamities are unfolding across Japan, making this battle particularly difficult without the mages. However, he believes their current situation is manageable due to his extensive preparations. As the demons continue multiplying, he instructs his team to stay vigilant and charge forward. To eliminate a large cluster of demons, Minato activates his mana arts, enhancing his body before launching a barrage of punches. Despite being outnumbered, he remains unscathed and annihilates a large group of demons with his level 9 null magic spell, Magic Sparkle. Afterward, he surveys the incoming demons and decides it is time to enact his secret plan. Moments later, the SMT members successfully subdue most of the demons, allowing them a brief moment of relief. Meanwhile, Minato reflects on how the demons appear far stronger and greater in number than they were 50 years ago. He realizes that what happens next will not be straightforward. Just then, the Mizuha sisters and the rest of the team sense something ominous approaching, and within seconds, a massive demonic entity emerges from a portal. As the SMT members lay eyes on the monstrous figure, they immediately recognize it to be a demon king, and realize how dreadfully big and intimidating it is. However, as soon as it makes its appearance, the Demon King activates a level 10 fire magic spell, the Big Bang, and bombs the entire battle scene to smithereens. Thankfully, with their quick wit, the SMT members actually survive the attack unscathed, thanks to Minato's level 9 null magic fairy shield. Now they have bigger fish to fry, and Minato turns to the Demon King, who thinks his attack earlier took them out, and demands to know where it's going as the battle's just begun. With the Demon King about to respond to him, Minato releases the level 10 Aegis shield he used to protect the other squad nearby, and tells the worried Mizuha sisters not to worry about responding too late as long as they're safe. Upon reminding them of the nature of their opponent as a Demon King, Minato urges them to be on their guard so they don't get caught lacking. In the meantime, Chloe, who's also unscathed, expresses her surprise about Minato using 2 spells simultaneously to Shido, but then Shido explains that the fairy-like spell is autonomous, and also states that the spell that protected them was probably a spell Minato cast himself. Just then, a confused Sanada asks Chloe if one can use 2 spells at once, and Sanada further explains that autonomous spells are extremely advanced techniques that allow a caster to control spells subconsciously. In this case, all the necessary things needed for normal spells, and in fact, the entire process of casting a spell can be completely omitted, making it much faster and efficient. To help Sanada understand better, Chloe likens the technique to muscle memory, noting that Minato's mastered both conscious and subconscious control of his spells simultaneously. Hearing all that, Ryuji comments on Minato's awesomeness, but is abruptly interrupted when the Demon King lunges at them to attack them all. While they dodge the king's first attack, the Mizuha sisters combine their magic powers to create a level 8 greater water magic spell, Tidal Wave, which they use to attack the Demon King. At the same time, Chloe, Ryuji, and Sanada also shoot their spells at the Demon King in unison, overwhelming it with a barrage of magic attacks. Unfortunately, before their attack can do any real damage, the Demon King roars loudly and somehow shakes off all the magic attacks coming at it. After watching the Demon King cause yet another big explosion, Minato finally steps in and orders his guys to head to another calamity so he can deal with this buffoon who thinks he's the Almighty. While Yuika protests this decision, Minato reminds her that there's more than one calamity, and without the Mage Noble's support, the countermeasures for the other disasters are likely reaching their limits. As such, the only rational thing they can do right now is to assist the other groups and leave him to get serious with fighting the Demon King. Around this time, Ruka and Yuika both agree that they will only get in Minato's way if they stay there with him. So, they bark out orders to the other lower subordinates to leave this place to Mianto and move out to another calamity. As the sisters fly out of the battle zone, they encourage each other to continue believing in Minato even until the very end, as they know he'll never lose, no matter who he faces as an opponent. With the other squad members cleared out, Minato focuses his full attention on the Demon King and lunges at it after muttering a few words. While the Demon King tries to protect itself, Minato constantly reminds himself to use as little magic as he can, because even though defeating a Demon King is simple, he doesn't have endless magic power and needs to conserve as much as he can, so he can effectively prepare well for his secret plan. With that, he gets himself as high up in the air as possible, and then lands a devastating sucker punch at the Demon King's head with full force. Right after delivering the punch, Minato activates the level 11 Holy Magic spell, Holy Ray, and directs the destructive power of the rays toward the Demon King. Sadly, the Demon King managed to evade most of the rays, and before Minato could follow up his previous attack, the Demon King readied his counterattack spell. Just as it's about to conjure the spell, Minato reacts as quickly as possible by bumping his magical output up a notch to activate the level 12 Fire-Earth Synthesis magic spell, Ground Zero, which is a spell that literally heats the ground to turn it into lava. With the spell activated, the Demon King quickly burns to its demise, leaving Minato worried about the amount of magic power he used, as he figures the king is much stronger than the ones he's used to fighting. Realizing that the Demon King is dead, Minato cautions himself to preserve even more magic power at least until the Demon God comes. Around that time, the reporter in the chopper hovering high above informs the general public, all of whom are still indoors, that Captain Kusanagi Minato has finally defeated the Demon King and doesn't seem concerned in the slightest. However, she also adds that the police, SMT, and the self-defense forces are struggling with the other calamities, and since the mage nobles are nowhere to be seen, the demons are overwhelming them. As she ends her broadcast, the reporter notices something weird happening on a dilapidated communications tower and brings everyone's attention to it. When Minato finally notices this, he recognizes it to be something he's seen before, but then wonders if the demons are summoning a calamity as he sees a giant hole opening up in the red sky, with more demons filling up the streets of old Shibuya. In time, though, Minato remembers this occurrence to be the final stage of the world calamity where the demon god will show up, the final calamity that claimed his past life as Ichikami Minato. Meanwhile, Yuika is seen directing several SMT members, instructing them not to rush toward the final calamity and instead focus on destroying as many demons as they can. While managing the operation, she thinks about the powerful magic presence she felt earlier. Smiling to herself, she realizes it's gone, thanks to Minato defeating the Demon King, just as expected of him. Noticing everyone on her end growing exhausted, Yuika silently prays her older sister is safe at the other calamity site. Suddenly, she hears scrambled messages through her comms. Unsure if communications have been restored, she quickly responds. After fiddling with her earpiece, she finally hears the person clearly. The voice informs Yuika and others on the channel that a large calamity has broken out near Tokyo Tower and instructs all personnel to report to the scene immediately. One member then asks Yuika what to do, pointing out they can't handle even a small-scale calamity without the mage noble's support. After some thought, Yuika instructs everyone to stay and deal with the local threat while she heads off to join Minato and the others. With that, she leaves them and flies toward Minato's location. Meanwhile, Minato is battling a fresh wave of demons using his inorganic cannon null magic. When he realizes the overwhelming number of enemies, he considers using a higher-level spell, despite the need to conserve his magic. Just then, the Mizuha sisters and the other four finally arrive to assist, apologizing for the delay. When Minato asks about the others they left behind, Yuika and Ruka explain that it was the only way to make up for the mage noble's absence. Understanding their reasoning, Minato tells everyone to prepare. This is where they stop the demons and end the battle. With that, the captain launches a new offensive. The reporter, still hovering in her chopper, describes the unfolding chaos as the new and final stage of the great calamity that once claimed Ichikami Minato's life. As the live broadcast continues across Japan, citizens begin doubting the SMT's ability to stop the disaster. The chopper pilot suggests leaving due to the danger, but the determined reporter refuses, insisting the people need to see the SMT fighting. Just as she begins explaining how their anti-monster fittings will keep them safe, a monster attacks the helicopter, nearly sending them crashing into the streets below. Minato quickly raises a null magic barrier to protect them, but one demon breaks through. Realizing the shield has failed, he blasts the creature with holy magic and flies up to check on the reporter and crew. Once there, Minato addresses the citizens of Japan, acknowledging their fears and assuring them he won't let anyone die. With that promise made, he flies back into battle. Swooning over how cool he is, the reporter ensures the cameraman captures footage of the other SMT members bravely fighting off the demons. During the ongoing fight, a demon fires a level 6 Fire-Wind fusion spell, Flare Cyclone, at the SMT. Minato counters with a level 7 Null Magic attack, Banish, and crushes the demon using mana arts. His teammates admire the spell's power, but Minato reminds Ryuji and Ruka that Null Magic isn't perfect. Its efficiency is poor, and it can only neutralize spells up to a certain level. Before they can catch their breath, Yuika reports that more demons are approaching. Minato quickly instructs everyone not to let their guard down. Realizing the danger of hesitation, the SMT charges forward and unleashes every attack spell they've got. Minato ramps up his power and activates level 11 Holy Magic, Holy Ray, obliterating a large group of enemies. Afterward, Ryuji contacts his colleagues at other Calamity sites to check the situation, only to hear that demon numbers have increased dramatically. They all need backup immediately. Minato takes mental notes of the other trouble zones. At one site, several SMT members are cornered and unsure of what to do when they suddenly spot mage nobles arriving. Overjoyed, they call out to their training partners to stop joking and help. But their relief quickly turns to horror when a noble approaches one member and fires lethal magic directly into his face. In his final moments, the SMT member sends a desperate message through comms, informing everyone that the magic nobles have betrayed them. Minato manages to hear fragments of the warning before the signal cuts off. As the team tries to process the message, Hifumi and several high-ranking mage nobles arrive on the scene, arrogantly remarking on the noise. Still confused, Yuika suddenly recognizes one of them as Chairman Mumyu, and wonders why her own father is standing behind him. After a brief silence, Shido steps forward and asks Hifumi if it's true that the mage nobles have betrayed the SMT. With a smug look, Hifumi replies that they didn't betray them, because from the beginning, they never intended to join forces with the SMT. Hearing this, the SMT members gasp in shock as Ruka reminds Hifumi that they're supposed to be comrades, not enemies. To flaunt her strength, Hinata attacks Ruka while coldly telling her not to misunderstand things. She adds that they never once considered the SMT their comrades. Although shaken by the revelation, Minato turns to Riku and asks if he feels the same way. Unfortunately, even the most laid-back guy on the team sides with Hifumi. Clenching his sword, Riku declares that the mage nobles have turned against the SMT, the police, the self-defense forces, and the nation of Japan itself. Meanwhile, Chloe puts on a show of crocodile tears, though no one is convinced. With no more obstacles between him and absolute power, Hifumi begins cackling. Delighted that the moment has finally arrived to witness the result of his countless experiments, he ascends into the red sky and summons a massive magic circle to begin casting his spell. The other SMT members stand frozen in awe, unsure of Hifumi's endgame. Then Chloe appears, declaring that they'll stop the spell before it activates. She casts a 4th-rank dark magic spell, Shadow Edge, and fires it at her father. Shockingly, one of the demons catches the attack as if it were nothing, dispels it, and then joins the other demons encircling and protecting Hifumi. Seeing this, Shido assumes it must be a coincidence, refusing to believe a demon would willingly guard Hifumi. Meanwhile, the reporter finally grasps the unfolding events and broadcasts the mage noble's apparent alliance with the demons to all of Japan. As the SMT tries to understand what's going on, one member laments that he thought they'd all bonded during the joint training camp. Just then, Hifumi explains that using calamity-controlling magic, all the demons in Japan will soon become their allies. Minato begins to wonder how Hifumi learned magic that allows him to manipulate calamities and demons. As Hifumi starts absorbing the red energy from the sky, he mentions that the calamity magic has additional special effects and continues drawing in the power. Chloe asks if the calamity's magical energy is being channeled into her father, and Yuika, just as puzzled, says she's never seen anything like the red magic he's absorbing. Minato, however, recognizes the phenomenon. He recalls it being similar to what he experienced during the first calamity, when he awakened to magic. To help his team understand, he explains that calamities don't just bring magic to the land, they also grant magic to those with latent potential. He warns of the dangers of absorbing such enormous power. Hifumi compliments him for catching on quickly and explains that calamity magic can indeed amplify a person's magic, but only if they can withstand the burden. Minato then asks Hinata and Riku if they've been using calamity magic to boost their strength. Hinata confirms it bluntly and says they've been absorbing magic from every calamity so far. She reveals that the mage nobles pretended to cooperate with the SMT to ensure the calamities went undisturbed. By doing so, they raised less suspicion, even if they were secretly encouraging the calamities or siphoning off the magic for themselves. As Minato begins to process what they meant by monopolizing power, Hinata says they originally planned to kill him, but once he proved more useful than expected, they decided to exploit him instead. She adds that had the mage nobles ignored the calamities, it would have sparked criticism, which they wanted to avoid. To trigger the Great World Calamity, they needed to follow the natural historical flow. Minato then asks why following history is necessary. Hinata explains that calamities typically occur in fixed places, spots where magical power flows most easily. Until a calamity is resolved, the next won't trigger. They used Minato to resolve each one to maintain their timeline. Now Chairman Mumyu is absorbing the Great Calamity's power. Once he finishes, he'll become the strongest magician in history. Shaken, Minato asks if the betrayal had been planned from the start. Hinata, without an ounce of remorse, confirms that it was. When Minato questions whether they truly formed no bonds at all, Hinata grows tired of his naivety and tells him to stop clinging to such ridiculous ideas, declaring that there's no such thing as bonds, and she doesn't need comrades like him. Ryuji then turns to Riku and asks if he's really going through with this. After a pause, Riku replies that Japan's fall is inevitable now that both the mage nobles and demons stand against it. He tells Minato that even someone like him can't protect the entire country. As demon attacks intensify, the SMT becomes overwhelmed, forcing even civilian mages to step in and fight for their survival. Shido reports that the situation is deteriorating rapidly, and Sanada notes that there are no reserve forces left. At this rate, everything could fall apart. Then, two familiar silhouettes appear nearby, remarking that everything is going according to plan. As they step into the light, Shido is stunned. It's Kuroi and Fukajina. Moments later, Takigami also shows up, leaving Shido even more rattled. While Minato struggles to understand why Takigami is here, Kuroi casually greets him and promises that this time, he'll kill him with his hands. When Shido asks Kuroi why he isn't in prison, Kuroi tells him it's because the mage nobles have many collaborators within the police and throughout Japan. Then, Yuika asks Kuroi why the mage nobles are betraying humanity, and the useless bastard tells her they're doing it simply because they're mage nobles. Referring to the term nobles, Kuroi claims that they are beings of higher existence and are nothing like the incompetent commoners. With that said, the fool activates the 8th rank dark magic spell, Chaos Raven, and, showing off his bogus spell, tells the SMT that with their magic, not only can they easily destroy half a city, but they can also destroy a full one if they go all out, all with just one magician. However, for whatever reason, Kuroi claims that the mage nobles are being manipulated by the incompetent, powerless fools. While making an angry fist, he tells the SMT that he finds it very strange that the mage nobles, all of whom are meant to stand at the top, are still being controlled by bottom feeders, the incompetent trash who've gotten way too full of themselves. With Fukajin taking over Kuroi's speech, he tells the SMT that originally, their clans became mage nobles to monopolize knowledge and technology and to rule over the incompetent. However, the incompetent, as tricky as they are, ended up using the mage nobles. After giving Hifumi all the credit for helping the mage nobles grow stronger through calamities, Kuroi assures the SMT that with the sheer amount of power they now have, they no longer have any enemies. While charging their magic, both fools tell the SMT that the time has come for the mage nobles to reign supreme over the incompetent. That said, the duo increases their magical pressure so much that the Mizuha sisters remark they seem like completely different people now. On the other hand, Minato remains calm and composed, which pisses Kuroi off. Ignoring Kuroi's tantrum, Fukajin says he's eager to see the look of despair on Minato's face when he finally loses hope. But then Minato turns to Takigami and asks if she had been lying to him all along, even when she said she was telling him everything. Realizing Minato is ignoring them, Kuroi loses it. He calls out to Minato, furious, and pats Takigami on the back while calling her a piece of trash who lies and uses others for her own benefit. With the other mage noble family heads getting bored with the drama, Kuroi ends the chit-chat and starts the real calamity alongside Fuka. Almost immediately, a horde of demons flies past the SMT. Shido, who notices them with the others, says the demons are supposed to be far from the calamity-affected areas. Unfortunately for the SMT, that's not the case. The demons somehow find their way out of old Shibuya and into the residential areas of Tokyo. In a split second, the demons break into apartment buildings, threatening to take out as many humans as possible. Family heads do their best to protect their loved ones. Around that time, other SMT members update Minato on the demons pushing into the streets and ask what they should do. Kuroi, mocking them, poses the same question. Fuka adds that even someone as capable as Minato can't save everyone in Japan from where he is. Chloe and Shido, fearing the worst, wonder what they should do. With no answers in sight, the hyperactive Kuroi boldly tells the SMT that they will be crushed by their powerlessness and killed. As Fukajin joins in, Minato interrupts their fun by reminding them that there are 3 types of anti-magic equipment. For the first one, Minato calls it the standard type used by magicians. the kind that requires infusing magic power. The second, he explains, is the interference type, a kind that disrupts magic or magic power. He says both SMT and Mage Noble's uniforms fall into this category, designed to suppress magic. At this point, Fuka asks if he's gone mad, but Minato continues, describing the third type, one that has a short lifespan, activates based on certain conditions, and can be used by those without magic power. Around this time, the Mage Nobles start to worry. Across Japan, the anti-magic plushies that Shido secretly infused, mass-produced, and distributed are now activating. These plushies generate null magic shields in homes and shelters across the nation. As the magic unfolds, Minato explains they use the SMT's popularity to mass-produce merchandise embedded with defensive anti-magic equipment. These were sold throughout Japan as insurance. When Shido first heard the plan, he didn't believe it. Now he's grateful he followed Minato's orders. Turns out that plan is saving Japan. Realizing how insanely thorough Minato is, Fukujin shouts that defending alone is meaningless, and reminds everyone that offensive anti-magic equipment has a short lifespan. Minato agrees, then says that since his magic is embedded into the equipment, it's overflowing all across Japan. Because of this, he can sense and use his magic anywhere in the country simultaneously. With that, Minato releases the offensive magic stored inside the plushies and unleashes a level 13 null magic spell, Unlimited Magic Bullet. Using this spell, he destroys thousands of demons attacking families nationwide. While that happens, a reporter informs the public that a wave of magic from the sky just wiped out a massive number of demons. They still don't fully understand what's happening, but communication network reports say most citizens are safe. Seeing the scale of Minato's powers, Yuika is at a loss for words. She and her sister realize just how incredible he really is. Frustrated, Kuroi throws a fit. He can't believe Minato unleashed magic across all of Japan. Fukujin urges him to calm down, reminding him that not all the demons have been wiped out. Choosing to believe him, Kuroi tells Minato that the Mage Nobles are still out there, and if the anti-magic gear can't be reused, then the magic in the merchandise won't work either. Just then, Minato suggests Kuroi might be forgetting something, and when Kuroi asks what he means, Minato says the SMT still has others they can rely on. With that, familiar silhouettes step from the shadows. Soon enough, they're revealed to be the Shadowbringers. Upon recognizing their visitors to be the Shadowbringers, the SMT and police officials all ask why they're there and if they're planning to help. Before responding, the Shadows show off a little of their magic powers by killing a few demons attacking the group, then announce that they're cooperating with the SMT to exterminate the monsters and protect the citizens. Realizing that the safety of civilians is the top priority, the SMT decides to work together with the Shadowbringers. Around this time, the reporter in the chopper hovering above informs the public, who are watching the entire battle, that the SMT is now cooperating with the Shadowbringers. Seconds after hearing the news, the fanboys and girls of the Shadowbringers erupt with joy. Various social media platforms light up with praise, welcoming the arrival of the Shadowbringers and their partnership with the SMT to defeat the monsters. Since Minato's too busy being the captain of the SMT and can't be Chrono at the same time, he has Leona play Chrono for credibility during the battle. Now in the thick of it, Leona, who's been wondering how she even got the part, complains about the insanely strict training she's been put through. She also grumbles about having to memorize how to use a ton of anti-magic gear and awkwardly work with the same faces, even after saying goodbye to the Shadows once after Chrono and Minato's fight. Since it's too late to back out, Leona goes all out and destroys some demons using the rank 7 anti-magic gear, Geyser Wave, earning praise from her comrades in shadow uniforms. Noticing just how fired up their leader is, the other Shadowbringers also go all out to wipe out the enemies before the SMT does. Refusing to fall behind, the SMT members, along with the police and self-defense forces, quickly follow up on the Shadowbringers' attacks, doing their part to protect the nation. Still acting as Chrono, Leona reminds herself to make sure the real Chrono treats her to dinner once this is all over. Meanwhile, Kuroi, unaware of what's happening, receives a notification from his fellow nobles that the Shadowbringers are appearing all over the country. Furious, he turns to Minato and asks if he's been doubting the mage nobles all along to be this prepared. When Minato replies with a loud, "Yes!" both Fuka and Kuroi get pissed, and while charging their magic, swear to kill him this time. Before engaging in their final battle with Minato, Kuroi turns to Takigami, who's been hesitant to betray Minato all along, and tells her to get up and fight. Given the situation, Takigami charges her magic and gets ready. Around the same time, Riku and Hinata, who figure they also have no choice, do the same and prepare for battle. At this point, Minato's had enough. He tells the Mizuha sisters and the others that it's time to end everything right there. With the stage set, the battle between the SMT's special squad, led by Minato and the Mage Nobles, led by Kuroi Akuto, begins. For his first move, Kuroi activates the 5th rank dark magic spell, Night Raid, and uses its stealth to sneak behind Yuika, planning to kill the small fries first. Just as Minato's about to rush in and protect her, Hinata suddenly appears and punches him hard in the face. Thankfully, as Kuroi's about to take down the unsuspecting Yuika, her sister, Ruka, blows him away with a 6th rank water magic spell, Burst Stream. Yuika thanks her sister, but Ruka urges her to stay sharp since it's not over yet. Meanwhile, Minato survives Hinata's punch by activating a small null magic barrier where she struck. Before he can relax, Kaichi Riku swoops in and tries to slash Minato in the stomach with his magic-infused katana. Dodging easily, Minato gets pissed and split kicks both attackers in the gut at the same time. Free again, he tries to reach his subordinates, but Takigami blocks his path with the 7th rank water magic, Emerald Aqua, saying she won't let him through. Hinata tells Minato they know how strong he is, but they'll do their best to make sure he doesn't help his allies. Recognizing their strategy as a division tactic, Minato realizes how troublesome it is. Since he's already used a lot of magic and wants to take out Mumyu first, he knows going all out would be a gamble, and one he's not ready to take. As if reading his thoughts, Hinata tells him she won't let him interfere with the chairman. Riku adds that Minato will have to get through them first. Knowing they're stalling, Minato gets serious and takes down a few mage nobles quickly before preparing to cast a high-level spell. Seeing his speed, Hinata tells Riku to stop darting around and match it. Elsewhere, Kuroi and Jin are struggling against the SMT members and complain about how annoying they are. Meanwhile, Yuika and Shido start getting overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies and consider giving up. Surprisingly, Chloe speaks up, urging them not to give up and reminding them how strong and important they are to the country. Realizing they can't afford to lose hope, Ruka and Yuika pull themselves together and, for the first time, change their opinion of Chloe, acknowledging her fiery spirit. Hearing them, Chloe chuckles and admits she might have been inspired by them. With no time to waste, the 3 girls face the enemy head-on. Kuroi, activating the 8th rank dark magic, Chaos Raven, warns them not to get cocky and launches his magic. In response, the girls cast the 8th rank Grand Water Magic, Tidal Wave, and manage to cancel out Kuroi's spell. Fukujin acknowledges their strength, but Kuroi shifts his attention to Takigami, who's been trembling, and mocks her. As Minato silently watches, Kuroi calls out to Takigami, asking her to explain herself. He reminds her of what will happen if she doesn't cooperate. Resigned, Takigami activates the 8th rank wind magic spell, Raging Storm, and fires it at Minato, hoping he'll forgive her. As the attack approaches, Minato lets his guard down. To the dismay of his subordinates, he doesn't move a muscle, silently waiting for the wind magic to hit him. Eventually, Takigami misses her wind magic attack on purpose and realizes she just can't bring herself to attack Minato. Having seen her hesitation, Kuroi explodes in anger and calls Takigami out for daring to defy him, while also reminding her what will happen to her family if she suddenly decides to grow a conscience. Tired of the blackmail, Takigami begs him not to lay a hand on her daughter and grandson, as they're all she has left in this world. But Kuroi coldly reminds her that she's the one who broke the agreement. All it takes is a call from him, and it's over for them. After giving Takigami several disturbing options for how her family might suffer, he blames her for whatever pain they'll endure, and tells her it serves her right. Around this time, Minato makes a strange phone call, which shocks both Kuroi and Takigami. He thanks the person on the other end for making it just in time. Right after hanging up, Kuroi demands to know why Minato's making a call in such a dire moment, threatening to kill Takigami's family right then and there. But Minato calmly replies that it's too late. He's already saved them. As Kuroi sees a video of some disguised Shadowbringers protecting Takigami's family on Minato's phone, he gasps in disbelief and protests that there's no way Minato could have known their location, especially since only a few people did. Even the police were bribed. In response, Minato commends Kuroi's men for covering their tracks well. Still, the Calamity evacuation turned out to be their downfall, making it possible to trace and infiltrate them. In truth, Minato silently thanks the Shadowbringers for keeping their disguises on till the very end. Eventually, Kuroi asks Minato when he figured it all out. Minato explains that despite having a family photo, Takigami never once talked about her family. Her excessive caution around the mage nobles tipped him off. So, he had someone investigate her background and discovered the truth. Turning to Takigami, Minato says she should have known by now that she can't hide anything from him. Overcome with emotion, Takigami bursts into tears, barely able to believe that her family, held hostage for so long, is finally safe. Just as she lowers her guard and thanks Minato, Kuroi snaps and tries to take her hostage. With no reason to obey him anymore, Takigami blasts him with her wind magic spell, Raging Storm, calls him filthy scum, and warns him to never touch her again. She then bows her head and sincerely apologizes to Minato for deceiving him from the start. Minato, in turn, tells her not to worry. Helping a friend is second nature to him. Moved by his words, Takigami smiles warmly. Just then, Kuroi interrupts them, annoyed by the sentimentality. He orders Fukujin and the others not to hold back anymore and to kill them all for real. With no choice, Hinata and Riku brace themselves for battle. Minato walks toward them, expressing disappointment that they'd resort to taking hostages despite his warnings. Unimpressed, Hinata tells him to shut the hell up. She doesn't need his lectures. Thankfully, around that time, the SMT members had already cleared out the nearby monsters and subdued the remaining mage nobles, aside from their leader. Seeing this, Jin admits the SMT is stronger than he expected. But Takigami, now completely fed up with the mage nobles and their dirty tactics, gathers her mana and joins Minato for the fight ahead. As things escalate, Tushiro appears, offering his support to the mage nobles. The girls immediately call out to their father, hoping he'll take their side. Unfortunately, Kuroi welcomes Tushiro as his partner. The girls chastise him for even approaching their father. Kuroi, amused by their passion, pushes Tushiro to reveal whose side he's truly on. With Ruka and Yuika silently praying he's undercover again, Tushiro ends up becoming the biggest disappointment imaginable when he declares he's with the mage nobles. Shocked, the girls struggle to accept that their beloved father could betray them like this. Kuroi takes the opportunity to explain that he once believed Tushiro betrayed them during the bombing incident, but in reality, their bond was never broken. Even after his exile from the mage nobles, Tushiro remained connected. While the mage nobles sought control of the surface world, the organization BR aimed to rule the underworld. Together, they could dominate everything. But when the Shadowbringers disrupted everything, BR was practically destroyed, and info about their affiliates started leaking. According to Kuroi, it wasn't just the mage nobles involved. Government, financial sectors, police, and countless other groups were tied to BR. When the leaks began, they all abandoned BR to save face, allowing the police to rebuild their reputation while hiding their connections. That's when the mage nobles and SMT allied. The whole country of Japan had been deceived, and the mage nobles were proud of it. Picking up from there, Jin tells the SMT members that the mage nobles haven't changed in 50 years. They still believe in absolute supremacy through pure magic. Many misunderstood their goals over the years, but now, Jin says, their return is certain. Despite everything, the girls desperately ask their father to say he's just undercover like before. But Tushiro coldly says he hasn't changed. He's a pure-blooded mage noble and has no intention of betraying his comrades. With that, reality hits the girls hard. Their father has always been one of their enemies. Confused and disturbed, Minato asks Tushiro why he's defending false nobles who oppress others for selfish reasons. Tushiro, unable to answer, simply tells Minato to shut the hell up. Ignoring him, Minato reminds Tushiro of how much he loves his daughters and reveals that he had tested him earlier to be sure. But Tushiro insists it's not true. Disgusted, Minato tells him he's lying to everyone, including himself, and then asks what turned him into such a spineless coward. At this, Tushiro finally snaps. He cuts off the talk, saying it's time to fight for real. After threatening once again to kill them all and restore the mage nobles, Minato calls him a stubborn old man and prepares for battle. Right after charging up their mana, both Minato and his colleagues are standing face to face with the mage nobles, ready to fight. Soon the battle begins, and Hinata strikes first, launching the 10th rank fire magic spell Big Bang, causing a massive explosion that destroys everything in its path. Fortunately, all SMT members manage to escape just in time before the blast reaches them. Realizing he's been separated from his comrades again due to the explosion, Minato briefly wonders if they're okay. Before he can worry too much, he finds himself alone with Riku and Hinata, both of whom are eager to continue round 2 of their earlier fight. Before engaging them, Minato warns that he's not holding back anymore, but at this point, they couldn't care less. On the other end of the explosion, Fuka and Kuroi voice their disappointment about ending up against the so-called side characters, insisting that weaklings should just die quickly. Annoyed by their smugness, Ryuji, standing with Takigami, Shido, and Sanada, fires back, calling them the real side characters. Takigami joins in, threatening to beat them down if they keep underestimating them. After a few more insults from the SMT, Fukujin scoffs at their confidence and casts the 8th rank wind magic spell Raging Storm. But he's too slow. Ryuji quickly counters with the 7th rank version of his earth magic spell, Comet, instantly neutralizing Jin's attack. In the aftermath, Kuroi scolds Jin for losing, but Jin snaps back, telling him to shut up and pointing out that earth magic is a bad matchup for wind magic. Wanting to show them who's really in control, Kuroi pulls out his anti-magic pistols, weapons with no elemental weaknesses that can decompose magic. Although he complains about wasting bullets on them, he swears he has no choice and promises they'll die. But before he can even fire, Takigami blasts him with a wind spell, knocking the guns from his hands and rendering them useless. Calmly, she tells him that anti-magic equipment is just a tool, and a tool's worthless if you let it go. Furious at being outplayed, Kuroi charges up his magic and swears he'll kill them all with his full-powered spell. Refusing to let them gain the upper hand, Ryuji, Sanada, and Shido all power up together, with Ryuji finally declaring it's his time to shine. Sensing their rising power, Takigami decides to support them from the rear. She uses her custom-made anti-magic equipment to amplify their magic and throws enchanted rocks at them, which significantly boost their magic output. On top of that, Sanada casts the 10th rank holy magic spell God's Breath, imbuing Shido and Ryuji with a holy attribute that helps them recover from injuries more rapidly. With all those buffs, Shido and Ryuji gain a newfound confidence in their ability to take down the nobles. Jin counters with his special 10th rank atmospheric magic spell, Absolute Atom, while Kuroi casts his own deadly 10th rank dark magic spell, Death Parade, summoning scythe-wielding wraiths from the underworld. In response, Ryuji activates his special 10th rank gravity magic, Infinite Magic, while Shido unleashes the 10th rank Holy Thunder composite spell, Kuraunos. The two sides clash, Ryuji's spell colliding with Jin's and Shido's lightning smashing against Kuroi's dark magic. For a few tense seconds, the spells struggle against each other, but eventually, Ryuji and Shido's magic overpowers the enemies and deals heavy damage to both Jin and Kuroi. After delivering such devastating attacks, Ryuji and Shido are left drained, having used up nearly all their magic. Meanwhile, Kuroi and Jin, who never expected to be pushed so far, somehow get back on their feet. The girls can't believe they're still standing after such powerful magic. Even though he's upright, Kuroi knows he's nearly out of magic and has no more anti-magic gear left. Wounded and worn out, he decides to wait and see what SMT does next. Takigami, similarly exhausted, blames her lack of power on neglecting her training. Sanada still has some magic left, but prefers to conserve it in case she needs to heal herself or someone else. Besides, she's not great in direct combat, so she figures it's smarter to support from the sidelines for now. As a result, the fight comes to a standstill. Elsewhere, the Mizuha sisters are fighting their father, Tushiru, using their 7th rank water magic spell Geyser Wave, which he casually cancels out with the same spell. Following up, he casts a 4th rank water spell, Waterfall, targeting Yuika, who doesn't have time to react. Just then, Chloe pushes her out of the way, takes the hit herself, and collapses unconscious. Relieved to see Chloe only unconscious, Yuika thanks her for the save. With one of them down, Tushiru prepares to continue his assault. At this point, Yuika realizes that her father truly intends to defeat them, just like any enemy. Simultaneously, Tushiru steals his resolve and makes it clear he has no room for sentimentality. Seeing this, the sisters decide to stop holding back. They declare that they'll surpass their foolish father and channel all their remaining magic into a brand new 11th rank Great Ice Magic spell, Diamond Dust, which they use to attack him. In response, Tushiru conjures his own 11th rank water magic spell, Maelstrom, aiming to cancel out whatever powerful spell his daughters have unleashed.